All right, good morning, everybody. If you'd be kind enough to take your seats. The February 4th, 2009 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 10 p.m., correct? 1 p.m. All right, very good. This building, by the way, is protected by a state-of-the-art fire and detection suppression sprinkler system. So should alarms go off while we're having our meeting here, please leave by the closest exit. Our marshals will tell you when it's safe to come back in. We have no reason to believe that will ever take place, but we make this announcement in an abundance of caution. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Robert Fowler, Victory Missionary Baptist Church, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
City Council. Councilman Barlow, good to see you today. Would you bow your heads and close your eyes, please? Eternal God, we thank you this morning for the privilege that we have of being able to be here. We're grateful to you for the life that you've given to us and the life that you gave for us. We pray this morning for our City Council. We thank you for these men and women who have been elected into office to be public servants for us. Thank you for each and every one of their lives. We pray for their health. We pray for their strength. We pray, God, for their collective wisdom. They are abundant and abound in intellectual capacity, and we're grateful for that. We pray, God, that collectively that you would assist them as they think through issues that impact our community, that they might make decisions that would bring peace and decisions that would bring prosperity to our city. We thank you for their families that spend countless hours without them. We pray your special blessings upon their lives. For this meeting that we have today, God, for the decisions that need to be made this morning, we're grateful to you for the progress of our city. Now we pray that as we progress, that you would assist our city in standing and staying together. We're especially thankful this month for the representation of the African American history that has not only impacted our nation and impacted our world internationally, but you've done great things through your children of color, even in this city. And we thank you for them, and we pray, God, that the wisdom that they possessed, the energy and the strength that they possessed, the vision that they possessed, not only to see things better for them, but better for our city, might find residence in new leadership in our city today. And we pray for their children and their grandchildren, that they would rise to do better and to be bigger and to be stronger and to have a greater impact in this city than even their fathers and grandfathers and forefathers. We love you today. May we have a blessed meeting. In the name of the one who gave me life and gave his life for me, my rock in a weary land, the one whom my grandmother called a doctor in a sick room and a lawyer in a courtroom, my Savior, the Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just in case anybody has any questions over that transaction, we were out at the Make-A-Wish Walk this past Saturday, and the chief was running his first, 5K? 5K. We made a little wager, and okay. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. No, absolutely not. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, Councilman Wolfson is going to recognize the Ward 2 Citizen of the Month. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Good morning, Las Vegas. It is my pleasure today to talk to you about the February 2009 Citizen of the Month, and I'm very proud to announce that that person is Chad Barnes. Chad, would you please come up with me? Rebecca? Now, the funny thing is, Chad had no idea until about 2 minutes ago when I hinted to him that there was something special. Rebecca, come on up. And you should have seen the look on his face just now when I said Citizen of the Month, Chad Barnes. It was one of those. Well, let me tell you a little bit about Chad. Chad, thank you so much. As a member of the Board of Directors for Nevada Child Seekers, I often hear about ordinary people making a difference in the lives of others. Recently, I was made aware of one of those individuals who fits that description, and he's standing right next to me, Chad Barnes. As you all know, nonprofit organizations rely heavily on their volunteer force. In fact, one of the events I am proud to sponsor each year is an event called Project Volunteer, which brings together nonprofit organizations and people in the community willing to volunteer their time and energy. Volunteerism is a vital part of our society, and people helping people is truly the key to success. I've said many times that one person can make a difference. Our selection for Citizen of the Month for February makes a difference, not only through his volunteer efforts, but in the way he conducts himself on a regular basis. This young man is described as having a caring nature for people, whether they are family, friends, or strangers on the side of the road. When he's not off-roading in his Jeep, geocaching, and that's a new term to me, or hiking, he is doing something to help others. He never hesitates to help out when needed, and his volunteer work with Nevada Child Seekers is no exception. As a member of the Emergency Volunteer Search Force, he has taken a leadership role with communications for Nevada Child Seekers and provides training for new volunteers. As you can imagine, communication among those involved in a search for a missing child is vital. Coordinating information among volunteers and law enforcement is crucial, especially when a child is in danger. I would like to introduce you now, formally, to Chad Barnes, our February 2009 Citizen of the Month. Rebecca, why don't you come around this way and stand next to Chad? I also have one other special guest, Stephanie Parker. Where are you? Right here in front. Stephanie is the Executive Director for Nevada Child Seekers, and we can give her a little applause. Come on. Stephanie does such great work in this community, so this is your chance to, number one, plug Nevada Child Seekers a little, and then tell us from your personal perspective about Chad Barnes.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I can't think of, first of all, let me just address Chad because I can't think of a better volunteer. We've got wonderful volunteers. If you can imagine, and one thing Councilman doesn't know, that we actually had walkie-talkies that we used to take out on searches. And they worked maybe 2 houses away from each other. So his, expertise and suggestions in organizing us on our communications has just been so invaluable. And I truly believe that it's made the difference in recovering children. So thank you very much, Chad. On Nevada Child Seekers, one thing that I will plug is a couple of things. We are always in need of volunteers for our search force to help us locate missing children. And you can do that by going to our website, www.nevadachildseekers.org. One of our annual events is coming up April 25th. It's our 5K 1 mile stroll.
Chief, where are you? Double or nothing?
Was the mayor?
Well, I hope everybody comes out and joins us. There's information for your participation on our website as well, or you can contact our office at 458-7009. Your participation allows us to continue providing services such as the Emergency Volunteer Search Force, our abduction prevention education programs, which in the past 2 years has been responsible for 5 children being able to thwart attempted abductions and stopping abuse. It also assists us in helping families find their missing children. So we look forward to anybody who would like to come out and participate. We'll have a lot of fun. We also have a party in the park, which is free. And we want children to come out because we have games and lots of activities for them.
Well, thanks, Stephanie. Thanks so much. So now at this time, I will once again formally pronounce today to be your day, Chad Barnes, as Citizen of the Month, February 2009 in the city of Las Vegas. So I want you to take this and turn it around for some pictures. But before I ask you to say a few words, I want to ask perhaps Rebecca. This was kind of a total surprise.
Yes.
They're not real public people, they said, but step up to the plate and tell us a little bit about your husband, if you don't mind.
Well, Chad and I just recently got married about 10 months ago today, and so we're newlyweds. But one of the reasons that I really have always admired him is how much he cares for people. Excuse me.
You're not going to get away without saying a few words.
I don't really know what to say. I don't know that I really deserve this. I mean, there's so many more deserving people out there that have done so much more than me. I'm just really grateful for the support of the community, the support of the leaders of our community and everything else, and I just really hope that I can be a part of making it a better place to live in the long term.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Councilman Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
Great job.
Mayor, one, we
Excuse me.
announce that we have this.
Oh, yes. This will be right outside of City Hall for the entire month, Chad. It's very cool. Very cool. Thanks, Stephanie. For our next item, Councilman Reese and Councilman Ross will recognize the Public Works Department for earning 3 awards from Southwestern Contractor Magazine. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have Jorge Cervantes and Marlena Siska and Scott Blair. Please come forward. The Fifth Street School is one of those recipients. Opened in 1936 and is located in the corner at the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Clark Avenue in Ward 3. The renovation project included the installation of a new heating and air conditioning system, new electrical plumbing and life safety systems, new interior finishes, clay tile roofing, a new parking lot, landscaping, and restoration of the exteriors to the original appearance. Much of the school was restored to its original Spanish-style design, and today the historic school is a cultural center featuring performance areas and gallery space, classrooms, and much more. The facility and its site are listed on the National Register of Historic Places and is owned and operated by the Redevelopment Agency. And I got to say, we've had 2 or 3 functions over there, and the response that we get from those people that have attended is tremendous. This is one of the greatest things that ever happened to the city of Las Vegas, especially downtown. And I can't thank staff enough for all their hard work, the support of the mayor. Without his ever-dying support and the rest of the council, we wouldn't have projects like this in our downtown area. And so I would like to ask Scott to say a few words.
Thank you very much. My publication, Southwest Contractor, were published by McGraw-Hill. We've been published for 70 years in the Southwest. Let me set these down. We've been doing construction and design awards for the past 11 years. This year we got 200 entries for Nevada, and Fifth Street really stood out because it embodied the qualities that our panel of expert judges looks at in awarding these projects: innovation, design excellence, construction excellence, and especially contribution to the community. And so we have several plaques to present to the winners.
Thank you. I would also like to thank Jorge Cervantes and Marlena Siska as the designer. And the contractor was Richard Construction. Project design firm was KGA Architects, Principal George Garlock. Project manager Kent Lefevre. Public Works Department's staff who managed the project. In addition to Jorge and Marlena, the team included Frank Tripiano, who did a fantastic job as project manager. And Frank recently retired, but he was instrumental in the project's success. Other members of the Public Works project team included Construction Representative Carson West, Construction Superintendent John O'Connell, and City Engineer Deputy Director Sherry Edelman. Are those that are in the audience, would they please stand so they can be recognized? Yes. You see you have overhead?
Yeah, I'd like to introduce a short video that we produced for our award ceremony, which we did back in December, and I believe they have it queued up on the monitors.
The community while retaining its charming 1930s facade, this renovation and restoration of a National Historic Registered School building required ample modernization. All systems and electrical were updated and a new central plant was installed. Lead paint and asbestos were abated while concrete block and tiled roofs were revitalized. Improved arches, covered walkways, and a courtyard fountain emphasized the graceful design. The public will directly benefit from this project for its educational purposes and striking auditorium to host events and functions.
And the courtyard you've seen there was renamed, was dedicated to the memory of Frank Wright, who was one of the greatest historians that the city of Las Vegas ever had. We had the rededication about a month ago, and again, it was really exciting for me to be part of that. Again, I'd like to ask Jorge if he'd like to say a few words.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you for the award. Certainly, we're honored to receive this award on behalf of the city. Any project like this are always interesting projects because when you do a rehab, it's typically more challenging than doing a new building, and particularly one that has historic significance. So for us, it was a great pleasure to work on this project. We had a great team of our staff, our contractor, and our design team, and it was really through their effort that we were able to build this building. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there somebody who wants to take pictures?
You can hold the award, Councilman. He only gets one, right?
Yay. Councilman Ross.
We live in a great place, don't we? By the way, you two almost had me in tears, goodness sakes. And we've got great people that live here, too. Am I right, everybody? Yes, that's right. Well, Scott, Jorge, I'm thrilled to be standing here. Southwest Contractors also awarded the city in the landscape and urban design category, am I correct, for Centennial Hills Park Phase 3. If any of you are familiar with that area, it is a fabulous, fabulous park. The children call it Dinosaur Park because the butterfly park's right next door. It's all Centennial Hills Park, but that's what the kids call it, and that's important to know. This park, if you've ever driven by there, you see the big mounds of dirt out there. That's actually an inverted riverbed. And together, Jack Zanino's great design, I'm going to ask Jack to stand here in a minute. The great design out there at this park is phenomenal. There's a wonderful trail system that teaches everybody in the community about some of the paleontological finds that we've had here in southern Nevada and the significance of that. We've got an amphitheater out there that I certainly hope many youth groups and school groups take advantage of. It's a fabulous, fabulous facility. The best part of this park, if I may for a moment, is the play gym. The play gym out there is accessible for all children of any physical level, any physical disabilities, and it warms my heart when I go out there and I see children get out of their chairs and get to play on that play gym. It's what this city is really all about, making a difference in the lives of the people that live here. If you haven't had a chance to go out there, I would ask you to stop by there and take a look at it. I want to call some people up. It's going to get crowded. I want to call up Mike Valejevich, the project manager with the Public Works Department. Mike, come on up here. Mary Jo Rugwell, Southern Nevada District Manager of the Bureau of Land Management, Las Vegas District Office. Steve Tryon, Assistant District Manager, Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act Division, Bureau of Land Management for the Las Vegas District Office. Come on up here. Now, this park is built on 48 acres of 100 acres out there. It's a phenomenal gift to the city. We didn't do it without the BLM. And I'm so grateful to be partners in the community to make this happen. And with that, Scott, I'm going to hand the microphone over to you, and I think you've got something else for us.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and again, the inverted riverbed was a very strong feature in the park, and one of the reasons that the project won, as well as its contribution to the community again. We have another short video on this project as well, so if you would direct your attention to the monitor.
Part of an overall 120-acre civic site located in the fast-growing Northwest Valley of Las Vegas, the main design feature of this 30-acre park centers around the preservation of a geologic feature called an inverted riverbed. Erosion of softer material created a ridge across the site, which allowed designers to incorporate a 3,000-seat grass bowl amphitheater and a boundless playground with handicap access to all levels of the equipment. The ridge also provides space for full-sized interpretive sculptures of animals that once roamed the valley, and signage explaining the unique geology. Lighted horseshoe courts, shade shelters, a water splash pad, and restrooms round out the project.
Congratulations.
You know, Scott, we couldn't have done this without the BLM, and Mary Jo and Steve, thank you for the funding of the $47 million project, and that was through the sale, and people need to understand this, through the sale of public lands as authorized through the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act. I need to recognize Jack Zanino. Jack, are you here? I saw you stand up. Would you please stand up? Jack Zanino is a creative genius. Anything he touches just turns into magic, and I just thank you very much for our friendship and for your contribution to this community. Also want to recognize Jacobs Engineering as the construction management team. We have somebody here from Jacobs? Then you're off the hook. Our Public Works couldn't have done it without our staff, Public Works, who managed the project, in addition to project manager Mike Valejevich. Mike did a fabulous job. I know we had a couple of kinks as we did the grand opening, but you had your tools on. I was pretty impressed. Field Representative Gary Barr, designer Mark Podekar, construction management coordinator Michael Allert, construction superintendent John O'Connell, and city engineer deputy director Sherry Edelman. Those, if I just called your name, would you please stand up? Sherry, I know you're sitting right there. Stand up. Would you please? Thank you. Thank these folks for this. We don't do it by ourselves. We've got wonderful community partners. We have got wonderful staff here at the City of Las Vegas. Would you like to say a few words on behalf of the BLM?
Thank you very much. We appreciate this recognition this morning. We look forward to working with the City of Las Vegas in the future. The funds that we get from SNPLMA allow us to work with the citizens of Las Vegas to build wonderful parks and trails and natural areas that everyone can benefit from.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Scott, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody. Beautiful, beautiful park.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
For our final two items, Councilman Barlow is going to recognize students who won a local art contest and outstanding local educators as part of Black History Month. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good, good. Today I have the honor of standing before you and recognizing Black History Month, African American History Month, and I have quite a few awards that I would like to give out, presenting to some outstanding individuals here today. But first and foremost, I would like to thank the West Las Vegas Arts Center, Ms. Marsha Robinson, as well as Mr. Mason, Lisa Russell, Yanni, and where's Yanni? And there we go. The twins, the Japay sisters. Thank you all so very much. Stand up and be recognized. They brought out a wonderful drum team here today. Everyone from the West Las Vegas Arts Center, please. Thank you so very much for bringing the young people out here today, and they did a wonderful performance out here in recognition of African American History Month, so thank you once again for participating with us in that. And with that being said, we're here to celebrate some young people who participated in an art contest, and the title of the piece is What Peace Means to Me. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, Bolden Area Command, and the City of Las Vegas Neighborhood Services Department teamed up together as part of the Safe Village Operation Lasting Peace initiative and asked students at 3 elementary schools within the target area to draw a picture about what peace means to them. Operation Lasting Peace, as a background, is the community mobilization component within the West Las Vegas community. The mission of Operation Lasting Peace is to build stronger communities by working with residents to reduce violence using unique methods. Operation Lasting Peace helps residents improve and strengthen the health, safety, and livability of their community through partnerships with residents, community, and business groups and other agencies and faith-based organizations as well. This contest was a great collaborative effort between the Clark County School District, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and the City of Las Vegas to hear what young students feel are safety issues within their own neighborhoods. Many students expressed their positive feelings about their families, friends, and communities in their drawings. Over 900 students from Mack Kelly, Kermit R. Booker, and Wendell P. Williams Elementary Schools participated by drawing a picture expressing their feelings on issues. At this time, I would like to ask that Sergeant Jack Clements, Officer Jason Henson, please come forward to help me recognize these students. And I also would like to thank the several parents that are here in support of their young people. On January 6, 2009, the finalists and their families were invited to the Bolden Area Command's first Tuesday meeting, where a panel of judges chose the winners and the runner-ups. So at this time, officers, if you would please come forward and help me pass out these wonderful gifts. Okay? Come on in. The runners-up from Kermit R. Booker, which is, I should recognize the principal, Miss Mathis, Beverly Mathis, who I understand is not here today. However, Mr. Hayes, the assistant principal, he's not here either? Okay, well maybe Mr. Norman? Well, come forward, Mr. Norman, from Kermit, from Kermit Booker. Come forward, Mr. Norman. Thank you. Good to see you. Today, I would like to recognize Miss Denise Senda Chavez as a runner-up, as well as America Becerra as a runner-up from Kermit R. Booker Elementary School. Mr. Norman is the assistant principal at Kermit R. Booker, and Mr. I'm gonna chop your name up. Adelijah. Mr. Adelijah, come forward, please. He's the art teacher, so we have to recognize the art teacher who continues to educate our young people on a day-to-day basis. Mr. Adelijah, thank you so very much. Okay? And we're going to get pretty crowded up here also. So, Mr. Adelijah, if you will also, just say a few words in regards to your students. Okay?
The students were looking forward to the competition. When the officers came to our school to introduce the idea, I talked to the kids about safety in our neighborhood, being kind, watching out when you cross streets, and looking out for other people's yards, and they took it from there. So we were happy that you came to our school and gave the kids opportunity to express themselves.
Thank you so very much. And from Kermit R. Booker also, the second place winner is Emily Laura. Emily? Where's Emily? Come forward, Emily. All right. Congratulations to you. Can we get a picture with their art pieces in front of them as well? Put your art pieces in front of you so that we can get a picture.
Can you show us your art pieces?
Hold on, guys.
Okay, let's show the mayor your art pieces first. What peace means to them. Let's give the young people another round of applause. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Adelaide, just slide in here. Excuse me. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you. From Matt Kelly Elementary School, we have as the runner-up, Lizette Alonso, and also Chanel Jackson, who is not here. However, if the principal, Ms. Harris, if you will please come forward, as well as the art teacher, Ms. Moyer, come forward, please. Let's give the principal as well as the art teacher a round of applause from Matt Kelly Elementary School. And as the first place winner, I want to say Aaliyah Neal. Is that correct? All right. As the first place winner. Congratulations to you, Aaliyah. Congratulations to you. I know. The councilman provides a lot of gifts, huh? And Ms. Moyer, if you please share with us the experience in the art contest with your students.
In general, I think it's a hard time. I have a hard time getting the kids motivated to do much, and I think thinking about peace in their community is a really important thing to do. And I'm glad that you're taking the time to really highlight that with them. I just asked them to do their best. We kept it simple, black and white, and I wanted them to think about a figure and the neighborhood and come up with their own message, do their best, and they did. So I'm very proud of them.
Let's take a picture. If we can come over here. Let's check it out, Mayor. The mayor would like to be the judge.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, let's turn around for a photo. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Harris. Thank you, Ms. Moyer. Thank you. Next, from Wendell P. Williams Elementary School, I would like to call for Quentin Collins, Cassidy Spear, and Sharice Andrade. Please come forward as the runners-up. And our third place winner is Isaiah Napper. Please come forward, Isaiah. I would like to also recognize their principal, Ms. McKinney, who is not here today. However, Mrs. Hayes, the assistant principal, is here, as well as the teacher, Ms. Smith. If you will please come forward as well and be recognized. Congratulations to you all. Come on, just turn around right here. Good to see you again. Come forward. And I would like for you to please share with us the experience with the students in the art.
Thank you. Our students at Wendell P. Williams did an awesome job. We have 4 here, and we had peace in our community and peace in our neighborhoods, and that's a very tough subject for our students to think about and to draw. And they did a great job, and very good.
Thank you all. If we can slide in here so we can get a photo. Thank you all again. And at this time, I would like for Officer Clements to please share with us your experience dealing with the kids and what peace means to you as an officer, and also how that equated to the students in the Clark County School District.
Sure. Thank you very much, Councilman. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, along with the guidance of Sheriff Gillespie, really wants to play an integral part in working with the kids in the community. They're our foundation, they're our future. And if we can really impress upon them how important peace is, it makes things better in their neighborhood, and it certainly makes our job easier. So this was a great project. We really enjoyed working with the City of Las Vegas and all the schools involved, and we look forward to doing it again.
Thank you. Let's give the officers a round of applause. Thank you so very much for all that you do for our community. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, now Councilman Barlow has another celebration where he's going to be recognizing outstanding local educators as part of Black History Month. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. It is such a privilege to really recognize what I consider the backbone of America, and those are our educators. Without an educator, you and I wouldn't be here today. We wouldn't have the opportunity to read if it wasn't for someone that has taught us how to read, write, and do arithmetic. And so for that, I take great pride in recognizing some outstanding African-American teachers in the Clark County School District for an outstanding job that they have done on behalf of our children, our young people, and our future leaders. The principals at the schools that I'll be recognizing today selected these very deserving teachers. It is my privilege to stand before you all to recognize 4 teachers who were nominated by their principals. I would like to ask that Mr. Robert Connor please come forward. Mr. Robert Connor, as he comes forward, where is he, Mr. Connor? Okay, thank you. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes. Mr. Robert Connor is from Las Vegas Academy. Mr. Robert Connor has been a tremendous asset to the Las Vegas Academy since his appointment to the faculty of Las Vegas Academy in August of 2005. After receiving a degree from Morehouse College in Communications and Media and a Master's of Fine Art in Drama from the University of Georgia, Mr. Connor worked as an actor, writer, lyricist, stage director, teacher, film director, editor, and graphic designer. The faculty and staff of the Las Vegas Academy truly appreciate and admire the dedication he gives to the theater program. He spends countless hours ensuring that students receive theater instruction at his highest level. His colleagues regard him and his work as exceptional. Please share with us a few words, and congratulations to you for being an outstanding educator in Ward 5.
20 minutes ago, I was in my classroom, so I have no idea. Somebody said, "You're supposed to be at City Hall." Like, what? Okay. So I apologize for not being dressed as nicely as the rest of these gentlemen and lady here. I'm kind of at a loss for words, but I'm very grateful to be honored. I like working with young people. I like to inspire them. And I have a very, my brand of teaching is kind of very hands-on, and I get in their business and I fuss at them, and I take a real personal approach, because I feel like that's what's missing in our teaching, is that we don't take the time to deal with the human that we're teaching. And I think young people learn not just through books, but by being inspired and pushed and fussed at and hugged when they need to be hugged. And so I just want to make a difference in the things that I'm doing. And so I'm very honored that I'm here today, and thank you all very much.
Thank you. Please remain here. Please remain here. Thank you. Go ahead. Let's do this right. Next, I would like to recognize Miss Rayshawn Taylor, if she'll come forward. And as she comes forward, Miss Taylor is from Western High School. Miss Taylor began working at Western High School during the 2007-2008 school year. From that moment, she became a warrior. In her role as an English teacher, Ms. Taylor works diligently to establish high expectations and encourage her students to demonstrate pride in their work and in their behavior. She brings the subject matter to life by consistently providing her students with new and exciting ways of presenting the material, which is very good. Ms. Taylor is referred to as a natural teacher. She has the ability to make connections with students and encourage them to want to do their very best, not only for themselves, but for her as well. In addition to her duties as a teacher, Ms. Taylor volunteers for numerous extracurricular events. Recently, Ms. Taylor was recognized for being the teacher with the highest pass rate of 85% for the November administration of the Writing Proficiency Exam. Let's give her a round of applause. And congratulations to you.
I just want to say that it's really nice to be recognized, and on behalf of myself and all of my students, thank you for this award.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Taylor, for the great job that you're doing and rewarding our teacher with your educational experience. Next, we have Ms. Verona Robinson. As she comes forward, Ms. Robinson is from Brentley Middle School. I'm sorry, Gibson Middle School. Okay, then I have it reversed. I apologize. Verona Robinson from Gibson Middle School. Verona Robinson has taught Earth Science and Science 7 at Gibson Middle School for the past 8 years. She has developed a rigorous curriculum that challenges students to have a clear understanding of Earth and space science systems. She oversees the Gibson Weather Station and utilizes the data in her instructional program. She makes learning science fun and including lots of hands-on activities to improve students' learning. She is well respected by the students, parents, and staff at Gibson Middle School. She is a positive role model for others and makes a significant difference in each and every day of the lives of our students. Let's give Miss Verona Robinson from Gibson Middle School a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. It's Verona Robinson. Okay, that's okay. No, that's okay. I am so humbled to have received this award. I thank you so much, Councilman Barlow. It really is, because every day I get up and I go and I perform my job. I don't think about rewards or anything. My first thought is my students and their parents, and what their future will be. So I thank you so much. I appreciate it. God bless you, and parents, please be involved with your child's education. Thank you.
Thank you. Pronounce your name again. Verona. Verona as in Italy. Next we have Miss Zandra Richardson. Did I pronounce that right, Zandra? Okay, come forward. Zandra Richardson is from Brentley Middle School, and she attended the University of Redlands in California, where she received a bachelor's degree in musical education. She was hired by the Clark County School District in 1978 as a choral director at Von Tobel Middle School, my middle school, by the way. Ms. Richardson has expressed her many talents in choral music director and guitar, orchestra, music appreciation, and computer literacy teaching. Ms. Richards cares about helping students and has demonstrated that by the oversight on campus of peer mediation as a method of negotiating student conflicts. Also, as a member of the Brentley Advisory Committee, Ms. Richardson created weekly career lessons for all 7th grade students, giving the Brentley students a stronger and more concrete understanding of their options as well as the tools for planning for their future. She serves on the technology committee and has mentored countless teachers in the use of complex technology found in the contemporary school environment. Ms. Richardson is consistently exemplary in her professional contributions to the school's goals. Congratulations, Ms. Richardson.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here, and I just
was listening to the earlier meeting and thinking of the future of the education of our children and the funds that it's going to take to do that. And I am just honored and impressed and proud of our councilmen and women who are considering that. And my son is here today, and I told him as he was watching, kind of droopy-eyed, this is your future they're talking about, and you need to pay attention. And so, again, thank you very much. And
thank you so very much. If I can get the recipients before me here so we can take a group photo. And in closing, I'm pleased to honor these teachers today. Teachers are very important in our community, and these teachers are standing before you, are doing an exceptional job in the classroom with our students and encouraging them to work towards higher education and a higher level of achievement as well. On behalf of the mayor and members of the city council, I'm personally letting you all know that we have a great respect for you all as a professional, your teaching abilities, and your willingness to make a difference in our children's lives. Thank you, and let's give them a round of applause once again. Mayor? I'm not sure. Okay.
Okay. Up to the...
Thanks, Brad.
I know. I was like, I know her. I will. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to think. Was it? So you were
Problem at all.
Sorry.
No problem.
I just recognize how wrong this is.
Yeah. Yeah, so did I. Yeah. I know, but it's official school is big. I know. No, it's all self-promotion. Okay. How we doing here? Nope. That's great. Catherine? Okay, we're all set. Item number 9, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 39. It's an abeyance item. Appeal regarding the notice and orders for 901 West McWilliams Avenue Units 902, 3, 4, 6, and 7. Staff says that to be held in abeyance until our February the 18th, 2009 meeting. Number 40 is appeal regarding notice and order for 840 West Bonanza Road. Property owner Moulin Rouge Properties LLC. Staff asked that to be held in abeyance until our 2/18/2009 meeting. Item 41 is appeal regarding notice and order for 920 West Bonanza Road. Property owner Moulin Rouge Properties LLC. They'd like to have that held in abeyance until our February the 18th, 2009 meeting. Item 42 is appeal regarding notice and order for 1001 West McWilliams Avenue. Property owner Moulin Rouge Properties LLC. Staff asked that to be held in abeyance until our February the 18th, 2009 meeting. Item 45 is from ARG Enterprises, Inc., doing business at Stuart Anderson's Black Angus, non-operational, to TCB Las Vegas LLC, doing business at Field Goods, 6750 West Air Avenue. Staff asked that to be held in abeyance until our February the 18th, 2009 meeting. And item 53 is discussion of possible action on appointments of city council members to various City of Las Vegas and other jurisdictional boards, commissions, and authorities. Staff asked that to be held in abeyance until our February 18, 2009 meeting. Are there any other items at this time?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem. Point of clarification. Item number 39, 40, and 40. Item 39, 40, 41, and 42. I would like to hold that until the first meeting of March.
With that correction, which would be, Bev, March 4th.
March 4th it is.
With those items, Your Honor, I make a motion to, with the correction, bring those items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 10 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of January the 7th, 2009. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion for approval of the minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 11 through 36 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a request to bring item 24 forward, please.
24?
That's correct.
Any other items?
Yes, I need to bring item 14 forward so that Councilman Ross can make a disclosure, please.
Very good. So with those items being brought forward, is there a motion?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve items 11 through 36 with the exceptions of 14 and 25, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Don't worry about it. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 14 is approval of an agreement for the purchase and sale of real property between RCS Capital Development LLC and the City of Las Vegas for real property consisting of approximately 1.45 acres located at 4551 East Bonanza Road in Ward 3. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe, Your Honor, I must abstain from voting on this item as I represent Laborers Local 872, which has some dealings with the RCS Capital Development LLC. That's my disclosure and my abstention.
All right, thank you very much. May I have a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
As long as we're bringing it forward, I just want to mention this is going to be a new fire station in Ward 3.
Very good.
Thank you. With that said, John, I make a motion for approval, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 24 is approval of fourth supplemental interlocal contract 481D between the City of Las Vegas and the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, the RTC, to increase funding and extend the date of completion for the City Parkway D Street connector between Grand Central Parkway and I-15. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Cervantes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This item is, as the Mayor mentioned, is to modify an agreement that we currently have with the Regional Transportation Commission to provide the funding that we need to modify design so that we can reconnect D Street between Wilson and Bonanza to the D Street connector. By doing so, it would allow D Street to continue to flow as it does today, where if you're coming southbound on D Street, you can go all the way to Bonanza, or you have the option of using the new D connector. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Cervantes at this point?
Yes. Mr. Cervantes, do you have an overhead of, or do we have that on the overhead, David? Okay. Mr. Cervantes, if you would just go to the overhead and also lay out and point for the record what you're referencing as it pertains to the RTC and the connector of D Street from Wilson to Bonanza.
Certainly, Councilman. Currently, the DF connector shows D Street going northbound being realigned to connect to F Street. Part of that proposal was closing D Street to the north of, to the south of Wilson, F Street to the north of I-15. What this item does, it redesigns it so that D Street would continue to flow north and south all the way from Wilson down to Bonanza. Again, so folks coming down from D Street can continue all the way down into Bonanza and into downtown, or have the option of using the connector to come into F Street into downtown.
Okay. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Councilman, what's your pleasure?
Actually, Mayor, I do have some requests from residents that would like to, I know this is under consent, but if you don't mind, I would like to at least allow a few of the residents that have come here today to come forward if they would like to comment on this item.
Okay. How many folks intend to speak so I could have an idea as to how to allocate time? Let me see.
Sir, could we use this guy here to speak right here?
Yeah. All right. Let's try to start off with 3 minutes, and if there's repetition, we'll go to 2 minutes. What's wrong? Mr. Hawkins, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Mayor. How are you?
Good.
Good morning. My name is Frank Hawkins. I'm a lifelong resident, former city council, and proud member and constituent of Lower Star Canyon in Ward 1. I'm here to ask in support of keeping D Street open. I'm also here as a developer and general contractor who spent some $80 million in developing West Las Vegas. We want to ensure that D Street is open, but I also have heard and been to many community meetings and dealing with F Street. I know that's not on the agenda, but this connector is all a part of what has transpired. I do not, and I've said this publicly, believe that the City Council deliberately closed F Street from the community. I do not believe that with all my heart and soul. To my knowledge, it has not been asked, but I'm asking you guys, City Council members and the Mayor, to put an item on the agenda to rescind your 2006 vote. I know there's been a lawsuit filed. I believe that it does not have to be a lawsuit. I believe that calmer heads will prevail, can prevail, should prevail. But the item here today is D Street, and I want to thank Councilman Barlow for attending the community meetings. I want to thank the F Street committee for hosting the committee meetings, community meetings, and bringing this item to light. But it is important to the overall community. We talk about redevelopment. I know the City Council and the city is committed to development of the entire city, but blocking off F Street or closing off the community from the greater community would be harm. My last comment is this. The reason I believe the City Council and Mayor did not intentionally do this is because to close off the streets of that community without proper notice means that you could close off and would close off streets to any other community, and I know that's not the case. Deliberately, it did not happen, but I'm asking you to deliberately put the item on the agenda and rehear it for the greater good of the community. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Stan Washington, 4299 Lucas Avenue. Good morning to the council and your honor.
Good morning.
Also would like to go ahead and extend congratulations to the new city manager, Ms. Fretwell. Look forward to working with you. Hopefully a little bit more communication than with Mr. Shelby, and I'm sure we will. But do want to go ahead and welcome you to your new post. As for the D Street connector, I believe that the committee addressing that is vetting that appropriately so with the community. You hear the comments taking place. As I said before, I'm in support of whatever the committee wants to do on that. That's not my lead. My lead is back to economics, back to the jobs, as you know, Councilman, in terms of that, which leads me to the idea of notice. D Street is being properly dealt with. F Street was not dealt with in the same way. The importance of notice to the community on major items, Councilman, cannot be overstated. We have a public hearing coming up on February 18th, dealing with the financing for the new City Hall project. I believe, and I'm prepared to go ahead and help institute a town hall meeting on February 16th, that Monday, to prepare our community on what they can expect on May 18th, on February 18th, so they can be prepared to fully engage in the conversation, not to come down here and hear things for the first time. So, just like we had a very helpful community meeting on D Street over Doolittle, the people are engaged now. We need a similar type meeting on the 16th to prepare this community to come to this city hearing on the 18th and engage. I'm welcoming you to join me and others in that town hall meeting. We would hope that you would lead, but if not, as you know, as citizens, we have the right to prepare to go ahead and meet to bring that forward as well. So there will be a town hall meeting on the 16th, Councilman. We certainly would like to help you to go ahead and lead and be a part of it. You certainly be invited, but the community will be informed because obviously it's a big decision that takes place on the City Hall project. It means a lot to everybody, but we must know where we stand and what, in your opinion, is best for our community relative to that project. And we need to vet that and discuss that prior to the 18th. On closing, I'd like to also bring to your attention, Councilman, I think we need to go ahead and call Alpha Omega and Mr. McDonald to the table. I do not believe they're in compliance with the employment plan. They failed to go ahead and address phone calls for meetings to discuss what's moving forward. I understand that they're going to go ahead and grade the pad on the commercial site. Last I checked, grading involves construction. I believe in the language that says prior to construction there will be a sharing of the plan with the developer in terms of what opportunities are available. At this point in time, I know of no opportunity being afforded to us to be a part of the grading on that land. I'm asking for you to call Office of Business Development, call Mr. McDonald down here. We need to discuss whether he's in compliance. That's per law. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Washington, where and when are you having your public meeting on the 16th?
Well, it's just been discussed between Mr. Collins and I. It'll be the 16th. More than likely, we'll start out checking to see if the library is available.
Okay,
if not, then there's Nevada Park. We will have it in an appropriate place so we can engage.
Please let us know.
Mayor, if I may just jump in, and thank you for that, Mr. Washington. Just for the record and for the city's facilities, February 16th is a holiday, it's President's Day. Okay. And so for that, just so that you know, as far as the libraries and the Doolittle Community Center, they will be closed on that day. So just as a point of reference and clarification. And at the same time, I look forward to working with you and attending any meeting that the community would like to have as it pertains to the community in which I represent, Ward 5. Thank you for that.
Very good point. The holidays catch up on me. When I was back working to 8 to 5, I used to keep track of them, but now they just come around. So point we'll take it. We'll probably move to this Tuesday the 17th.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Yes, sir.
To the mayor and council, I'm Pastor Teacher S.S. Rogers of the Greater Mount Sinai Missionary Recruiting Ministries, 1025 Balzar Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here on the contents of the D Street connector that will continue to be open, that we can still have the same Bible. We know we can't talk about F Street. We can, but then you all cannot engage in that because of the lawsuit. And the reason why this closure is a hot button is because this is the third attempt since 1960 by the city or state government to limit access from West Las Vegas to downtown areas. Nevada Department of Transportation, NDOT, and the city of Las Vegas paralyzed and held public meetings regarding this project. However, details regarding this street closure were hidden within the terms of F Street and D Street. As new president of the NAACP said, we know without a doubt, I have it in my heart as well as he, that you all did not intentionally, when it was hidden from you on the agenda, the points that has been brought out, that I know you wouldn't close that intentionally. Because, Mayor, I know you've been through those areas and you see the assets to our community. Our community that's as viable and as important is downtown. So we have that option. We want that to remain open. And I think our councilman, Barlow, as he said, I've been here almost 49 years. Matter of fact, 48 and a half years. I came in 1960 when this started. And I know the aspect, at that time, all of the streets was open. A Street, B Street, C Street, on down the line. They're all adjacent out to Bonanza. And our Silver State Disposal Company was on Commerce Street in West Las Vegas. That's where it was at. down on the street. So therefore, they moved out, and everything began to happen on those notes. So let me continue on with this project. He said, why is it important? Why this is an important area? In 1904, Las Vegas was literally more than a campsite for miners, ranchers, until the railroad was completed between Salt Lake City and Los Angeles in 1905. J.T. McWilliams purchased 80 acres of the west side of the Proppers Rail line and began selling lots in McWilliams town site, later known as West Side. The first business direct in the Las Vegas Valley was established here, including banks, blacksmith, wholesale, houses, restaurants, drugstores, and general stores. In 1930, the Las Vegas began to institute Jim Crow law, which established segregation in the valley. Although African Americans had a successful established community in Las Vegas, they forced to move to West Las Vegas and Klein McWilliam town site. Until the construction of Bonanza Underpass in 1936, trade between McWilliams town site and the area south were violently cut off by the railroad tracks. Why this community? Concerned about access to downtown. The community believed that these attempts is to block access from West Las Vegas and to Union Park to close resemble the force of segregation of a time past. We know that's no longer. We're going to take care of that. We believe that F Street is also one of the two natural gateways into redevelopment downtown area. Closing F Street limit access to the city and government, also with jobs and perspectives, also as D Street. So today, I hope y'all vote. This council will vote yes to continue the opening of D Street. May God bless you and may God keep you. Y'all looks good up there.
Thank you.
Only thing is this president don't have one lady.
Well, I just want to say this. I was very respectful to the pastor because he's a pastor. And
well, don't look at me.
No, you're not a pastor. So you
don't start now.
No, I am going to start with you. You keep to the 3 minutes, okay?
Yeah, I know that was coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
You know, it seems as always the line is drawn on me.
It's only because I love you.
Well, likewise. But my name is Gene Collins, and you know the thing is, what's so disturbing is that we cannot get a straight answer on what's really going on with D and F Street. We see that is so disturbing. We ask our councilman, and he comes up with things that is totally a what. I was down south last summer, and I was talking to the senator, one of the senators that I have to go to school with. And I told one of the individuals that I was in college with that they should get involved with their local government. And they says, Mr. Collins, how do we know if the politician is telling us the truth or not? I say, if he says something that doesn't make sense, then he's not telling you the truth. See, doing right is not a difficult thing to do. Telling the truth is not a difficult thing to say. Our problem is we have had difficult getting the facts as it relates to what's going on in our community. Now, you know, Mayor, when you ran for office, and I've been very fortunate to be on the side of what's right, you know, I got a call from one of the largest advertising agency guys, and he says, Gene Collins, we want you not to make the new mayor angry. And you was running against Honey Anderson. And so we want you to vote for the other guy because he is going to be the new mayor. And I said, well, I can't say what I told this guy to go back and tell that guy. But I told him that I voted for the right mayor. And the person that I voted for won. So what I'm saying is, knowing you over the years, that if we had problems, we could always come down and talk to you, it's kind of disturbing that this type of activity would go on and we don't have no more voice from here than we do. We can't get a straight answer from our councilman. We asked him about rescinding this thing, and he came up and says, well, I cannot do it because I wasn't here when it occurred. And I knew that's wrong. And what he was talking about, that if you voted on prevailing side, even though you don't like it, you switch at the last minute and vote on the prevailing side, then you have the right to recall that issue which just had passed. Now, that's what he was speaking about. But to say that, well, I can't rescind this order because I didn't vote on it, I think it's far-fetched. And so what I'm saying is, if somebody, now I'm against him voting because it's an extension of F Street, and I'm against that. Now, I don't care what they say, but D Street is an extension of F Street, and I'm totally against that. And I know you can't talk about F Street, and I'm gonna go, but here's what we're trying not to do. We're trying not to include D Street in the lawsuit with F Street. So that's why that we wanted to sit down and talk with the councilman, and that was to no avail, because we think that we have a way out of this without everybody putting a bow in their back, all of a sudden wants to fight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to say anything, Councilman, at this point?
Yes, I do, because Mr. Collins is being very condescending. Number one, the community knows whether Mr. Collins agree or not, and I know Mr. Collins has not been a supporter of me at all, and that's okay, because not everyone has to like Ricky Barlow. And I know that there are a lot of people that do. But I'm not here to be liked by you, Mr. Collins, or anyone else in this community. I'm here to do the right thing. I've come to the neighborhood meetings in the community. I've participated and I've shared with the community as to all of the questions that was asked of me, just shy of, once again, not being able to speak candidly in respect to the F Street. So you can stand here, Mr. Collins, and misrepresent me, but I'm not going to allow you to do that. And the nonsense that you have basically spurred throughout the community as it pertains to the things that I have done and the things that I have not done, I'm going to stop you today. I'm going to stop you today because the nonsense that you're bringing before this council is not accurate. Now, for a point of clarification, Brad, being that I was not a part of the council when a vote took place, and this is what I shared with the group when I met with them, was it this week or last week? This week. Brad, for a point of clarification so that Mr. Collins can get his information straight so that he can no longer portray me as being non-responsive, can I or can I not rescind a vote or even bring a vote back that I did not vote on?
I think the question is even more fundamental than whether or not you were on the council. The question is whether or not this contract, which was voted on by a previous council, has been relied upon and have monies been expended. And in this particular case, that contract was let a long time ago, and monies have been expended and people have relied on it. To the extent that somebody has not relied on your vote, there would be a window of opportunity to rescind a decision. Well, if people have relied on it and monies have been expended, nobody on this council could rescind that.
Hold on, Mr. Collins, because I don't want you to interrupt what he has to say.
Hold,
Mr. Collins, Mr. Collins, hold on one second.
You haven't heard me say a word, Councilman.
Hold on one second, please. Brad, please continue.
I was just at the bed of the end of it. I think that based on the fact that you have a contract that has been let, that has been relied upon, that has been funded, and now people have begun construction and everything else relying on that contract, we are beyond the point of rescission. And that applies to every member of council, not just you, Councilman Barlow.
But the point that I'm making, the specific point, Brad, what is it that Councilman Barlow can do right now as it relates to the question that was asked from former Councilman Frank Hawkins as it pertains to rescinding the vote? Explain that, please.
Right. A rescission of that vote cannot occur. We're well beyond that because the contract was let, funded, and relied upon.
Because of the contract. So, we're not talking about a contract. Hold on a minute, ma'am. We're not talking about a contract.
Mr. Collins, Mr. Collins, you hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Were you finished, Mr. Jervik?
I am. I could put a finer point on it. You know, the result of the contract is that a bridge was not funded to replace the existing bridge over F Street. as a result of the bridge not being funded, it's going to be filled in. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying that's a policy decision that should or should not be made. I'm just saying that's a consequence of the contract. So the road ceases to exist under the bridge because there's no bridge over it. It wasn't funded. It wasn't in the original contract.
And all my question was, Mayor, if you allow me, my question was this. When a person, because he brought it up, Councilman Weekly voted for this, he's no longer here. So quite naturally, Councilman Weekly cannot. But here was the question I asked to Councilman Barlow. Is there any way that you could rescind, now that you're the city councilman, is there any way you could rescind, you could put this vote back on the agenda and we could revisit it again? That was the question.
Okay, and basically the city attorney answered the question saying that too much time has expired for rescission to be appropriate because there's been...
But are we talking about a contract, Mayor, or are we talking about... See, because when we voted, when this took place, there was no contract. It was a vote. And the contract is when you give somebody some work to do something. This was no contract what I'm speaking of.
Well,
I'm speaking of the councilman taking action, and you know what I'm talking about.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So for a point of clarification, Mayor, as Mr. Jerbick so eloquently stated, that I nor anyone on this council have the ability to rescind the motion to bring it back. Is that accurate, Brad?
That's correct.
On a contract. This ain't no contract.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Mayor, let me just finish real quick.
Right,
I'm sorry, sir. Let me just say this, just to follow up with Mr. Collins. In respect to the meetings, I've attended those meetings, and the residents here today, I explained to them very thoroughly where we are in the process, and I want to thank them so very much for being here today in support and against, for those that are for and against this item. I want to thank you so very much for being here, and I look forward to continuing to working with the residents of Ward 5.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Alex X. I own property at 613 Leonard Avenue. I am here to support the having D Street to remain open, but I also want to say a few other things. Is it not true, when we were brought to America, that we were considered 3/5 human? And it is also not true that you wrote in your Constitution that we were 3/5 human. And it's not true that as I stand before you today, we are still considered 3/5 human. If we were not, we would not be here talking about D Street. This is something that's been going on forever. You look at us as not being human beings. You just dug up a perfectly good street over there by the marketplace. Perfectly brand new street, about 25 years old. And you put millions of dollars into that street. And then you change the name when you got to Bonanza because you do not want we, the citizens of that area, to receive any benefit from the billions of dollars that you're going to spend here in Las Vegas. You do not consider us as being human. We are considered as being subhuman because no government will treat their citizen the way we are being treated. That is a fact. Whether you like what I say or not, I'm not going to sugarcoat mine. You're treating us like we are subhuman. You're treating us the same way that you treated the Indian ever since you've been here in America. And if we're not careful, we will end up just like the Indian. There is no justice. There is no justice here. And we must mass to let you know, with a mass mobilization, for there is no justice, there will be no peace. For there is no justice, there will be no peace. Thank you.
Good morning, Councilman. Good morning, Mayor, Councilwoman. My name is Pastor Godwin Azeke. I am pastor of Echoes of Faith Church at 1401 East Washington, right across from Cashman Field. I just want to state also for the record, I do not live in Ward 5, nor do I live in Las Vegas. I've never lived on the west side, and I'm pretty much the closest thing you'll have to a citizen of the valley. You know, I wasn't born here. I was born in Africa, but moved here. And when I found out about the closing of D Street, I thought I should let my voice be known. I never lived on the west side, and I went to the west side in 6th grade for 6th grade centers and things like that. And so I just wanted to come down here and state for the record that I am opposed to the closing of D Street. the way I feel about it in respect to the gentleman that just spoke, I just want to also mention this, that I've looked into the Constitution, that there may be people in this country that feel that black people are three-fifths human, but the Constitution does not consider black people as three-fifths human. If you study it out, you'll find out that that particular clause in there was for a specific purpose, and it has nothing to do with human beings. In saying that, I also want to say that if you do close D Street, it would reinforce the fears that people may have concerning whether, now I'm not a person that talk about, whether because I'm black and this and that and the other, but it will reaffirm the fears that people do have and the concerns people do have. Well, it's because I'm not rich enough, I'm not of the same ethnic background or this and that. That's why you're putting me in this category. This valley is for all the people of Las Vegas, and with the redevelopment monies, and I don't know how you all have it worked out, it should be for all the people of this valley. And if we start putting walls up to separate, for whatever reason, a segment of our population, then that is sending the wrong message to the whole of our population. We want to raise the children of this valley to move forward and not backwards. I want to teach my children to look ahead and not back as to where the country came from. We want to go forward, and if we put up a wall, here, that is going to send the wrong message to the people of this city and really to the people of this country and around the world, saying that America is not moving forward, we're moving backwards.
Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me. One moment, Mr. McGurty. Yes, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. Is Mr. Drubik there? Yeah, I wanted to ask Mr. Drubik a question. Thanks, Brad. Brad, I know that there is a lawsuit that's been filed concerning this subject matter. So what I'd like to know is, number one, what are you, as our council, advising us as council members what we can and can't say on this issue?
There is a lawsuit. It was filed in state court. It's been removed to federal district court. And I say this with no disrespect to the community or anybody who has an opinion on this issue, but my advice is consistent on this. When there are lawsuits filed that involve the council or actions taken by the council, the best posture when we get to that point is to not comment on anything that would affect the lawsuit. So that continues to be my advice to you today, irrespective of what issue is before you. If you have something in particular that you want to get into, I'll be glad to be more specific, but that's my general advice.
I understand that the agenda item right now is not the D Street closure. It's something else. I'm sorry, the other way around. It's not the F Street closure. We have an agenda item concerning D Street. And I appreciate what you said, but I wanted everybody to hear that on the advice of our lawyer, that's why myself and probably some of my colleagues are not speaking our minds right now. But I think it's a fair question. I'm going to direct this perhaps to Betsy. I know that there are some things occurring concerning this issue. I know, Councilman Barlow, you stated you've attended a town meeting and maybe more than one. Right. What are we doing about this very important issue? Is that a fair question? And Mr. Drubik left the room again. But well, I know we're in a lawsuit, but these folks are coming before us with very important things on their mind. What are we doing as a city of Las Vegas?
Well, actually, and this may be something that Councilman Barlow wants to speak to a little bit more directly. There have been some neighborhood meetings, and I know many of the individuals who are speaking here were present at some of those meetings. We're working with the Public Works Department to develop some options. In fact, this morning at the RDA Citizens Participation section, there were some recommendations of about 7 or 8 things that the city might be able to engage in to help mitigate the impact of the F Street closure and some of the other access issues that have been described in the public testimony this morning. So this is a critically important issue to us. We are working with the councilman's office to address the issues as they arise, and we'll continue to do that. Obviously, we have to follow the counsel of our legal department as it relates to the F Street suit, and we will continue to do that. So our ability to have a dialogue, frankly, about the F Street issue is severely limited right now because of that pending lawsuit. but there are things that we can do. Councilman Barlow, today, this item, number 24, clearly gives the council an opportunity to take a street that was anticipated for closure in the I-15 widening process and reopen it through the DF connector. That's what this conversation this morning is about. So we're doing, I think, everything that we can to facilitate the dialogue in light of the pending litigation. We'll continue to have the dialogue as best we can in consideration of that litigation and continue to work with the community to make sure we're addressing their concerns. I don't know, Councilman Barlow, if you have some things to add about your particular viewpoint on that.
If you don't mind, with the mayor's permission, and certainly Councilman Barlow, but you answered my question. I just want anybody that's watching this issue and listening to this issue, and there's people that send us emails that are watching at home, to know that it's not like we're sitting back doing nothing. I know that staff is engaged with a number of people that have come forward today to at least continue the dialogue to discuss this very important issue. That's all I wanted to say.
Mr. McCurdy?
Mr. Mayor and the council, I like to say this, and I think...
Please identify yourself.
My name is William McCurdy. I live at 1117 Hart Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. I like to make a statement because I think you need to know this, and I like to go on record, putting this on record today. In 2006, this particular item came before the Regional Transportation Citizens Advisory Board to be spoken about doing work on the Interstate 15 going north to Craig. I was on the Citizen Advisory Board at that particular time, and I stated numerous times, and also other people that sit on that board, that this item should be publicly noticed, and they said, the Transportation Department said they was going to publicly notice this particular item. And I told the Regional Transportation that they need to go a step farther, let people know really what's going on, because sometimes people do not read public notices like other people do, so they need to do an outstanding reach out in the community to let people know. I remember you told me one time, you says, Billy, you speak up for your community. You do the right thing for the people and the citizens of the city of Las Vegas when I appoint you to boards. I found out recently when you go to speak up and do the right thing, you got other people who don't want you to speak up and don't want you to do anything. But I like to say this, that we need to understand that sometimes there has to go a special effort to go out and to reach out to people that need a little special attention. And I want you to know, on behalf of Nevada jurisdiction of the Church of God in Christ, under the leadership of Bishop Caruth Hall, the jurisdictional bishop who's the jurisdictional bishop of 40 churches, we would like to let you know that we support the funding to be received from the Regional Transportation Commission to look at continually to keep D Street open. But I want you to know that you sit on the Regional Transportation Commission, and when you call management and ask them to do extra things to let people know things, they want to get you kicked off boards. And if you go look at the 2006, they eliminated the Citizen Advisory Board, which they don't have a Citizen Advisory Board. They got rid of a lot of those boards that really, when people were speaking up because staff or management did not like the people speaking up on those boards, and they had like 21, 22 people on that board. But I refuse to sit on a board where I cannot speak up in behalf of people that I'm supposed to be representing, where I'm appointed by you or anybody else, because you told me out of your mouth to always speak up and do the right thing for the people of the citizens of the city of Las Vegas. And I thank you for the recommendation and appointments that you've done, but we support this item, number 24.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Samuel Wright. Address is 5605 Port Barrington Way. I, too, do not live in this community, but I have many friends there. And I have a question to the Public Works Director about the D Street connector concerning the portion that's on Wilson, or where Wilson existed. Are there sidewalks on that portion, sir?
Mr. Cervantes, do you know?
I don't know for a fact. I don't believe there is on the north side where it backs up to the interstate system because there is no development there. It's just part of the freeway. I would believe there would be on the south side where the commercial developments there, the rescue missions there. I believe there would be, but I don't know that for a fact. And certainly with the project, it would include sidewalks if they aren't there.
And that's part of my point, sir. No one seems to know if there is that kind of just general access in and out of this community. In 1968, Miss Ethel Pearson and Miss Duran and a number of other people in this community had to come before the council to do exactly the same thing. Talk about the closing of F and D Street. I'm not going to belabor that because you've heard it before. But the one thing that you haven't heard before was that in 1968, when that protest was made, was that the Nevada Department of Transportation, even though the contract had been let, and as our attorney just pointed out, work had begun. There was piles of dirt before D and F Street. The Nevada Department of Transportation and the City of Las Vegas came out with a new contract after that, a force account. The documentation is very clear that they were able then to take all of that dirt away from those streets and to redesign those streets so that they would be accessed. So there is a way for the City Council to reopen D Street, as you're doing with D, and also with F, which we can't discuss. So I'd like to encourage the Council to do that. And even more importantly, Mr. Mayor, you've done a fantastic, and the Council's done a fantastic job with this new downtown. But this community is right next door to this new downtown. And access to that new part of the city, which we're all proud of, is very important to this community. And I would ask that the Council put together a task force to put together a plan, as the lady here said, a plan that will show how this community is going to be reconnected to the downtown area, because frankly, it's been disconnected since the very beginning, since the railroad tracks kept this community apart, and then the freeways kept it apart. I'd like you to come up with a plan to reconnect it, not just a project here and there, because the 2020 plan doesn't do it, and the West Las Vegas plan doesn't do it. I looked at them. So I'd like you to come up with a plan to do that.
Thank you. All right, let's try 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Linda Bell, and I live at 500 Holland Avenue, and I've lived there for almost 50-some years. And my question, I understand we can't talk about F, but at some point, we have to sit up and say, you guys need to stop. Because you know what? If you'd have closed D and F, you'd have blocked us in. We wouldn't have had a way out. We're not rats. We everything that the city does or the state does, that is, if you don't want something, it goes on the west side. We got the homeless. We got the rescue mission. We got Salvation Army, the women's thing, the drug clinic. We got every... What do you call those things? The towing yards? We got all that? We got all that. Okay, so now you sit up there before y'all decided y'all was going to open up D Street, y'all was closing us completely off, boxing us in like we were rats. Would you box your own self in like you were rats? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't close off yourself, go into your own community and close yourself off to be accessible to everything. We're not even accessible. When you close off F Street, there's no accessibility to the county building. That street is the only street that goes straight through from our community all the way to Charleston. It's the only street that goes straight through. And so then you closed it off and said, you closed it off and it was like a hidden agenda. I mean, if it wasn't hidden, we would know about it. Right. We would have known about it. It wasn't like it was let out to us. I don't think many people received letters. I didn't hear anybody say they received any. You said you did it for 400 square feet. I think there's a ruling that I heard says that because it's a historical area that you had to make more effort to represent those people? So you didn't? So then to me, it's like you keep disenfranchising us because we're on the West Side. And the West Side community is basically African American. And most of the African Americans that live on the West Side are senior citizens. Their homes are paid for.
All right,
this is wrong.
I'm going to have to cut you off. Next, please.
Good morning, Council. I had a quick question because it's a pretty detailed question. The first question is more of a macro. If you look at the...
I'm sorry, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Colin Jacobs. I live and work in the West Side. Had a question for the Council, which is based on the models and the maps that we've seen, you guys have provided us with some details, but there really hasn't been like a computer-generated model that easily illustrates exactly the way this opening is going to look. And I think a lot of people are concerned about, well, if there are no sidewalks, what else isn't there providing this access? So I think we all want to know about the traffic studies and the other details of this opening. In addition to that, I think I would be, this is a great question, if a vehicle is traveling from east to west on Bonanza and one wants to get onto Washington from D Street, does the plan provide a throughway as it exists now, or will they have an intersect, or will they have to intersect with and then cross the DF connector? That's my question.
All right, are you able to respond to that at this time, Mr. Cervantes?
I am, Mayor. If you are traveling Bonanza and you turn on D Street to go north, you come to the D connector, it would be a right turn to continue that path. You don't have to cross an intersection. It's a right turn movement to continue on that path.
Thank you.
Just appreciate if there could be any illustrations to that effect so that the community is well aware of this, of the intricacies of the opening. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Cervantes, do you know whether there's any kind of illustrations available that the gentleman could go and look at?
We can certainly share the engineering plans that the Nevada Department of Transportation put together for the construction of this facility, and so we can share that with them.
Very good. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Colleen James. I do live in West Las Vegas. I have lived there all my life. I am in support of keeping the D Street area open. Mr. Goodman, you have done a very good job in keeping downtown beautified and cleaning the area up, but north of Bonanza, we have no support, none. We'd like to see you in the area more. We'd like to get a little bit more support. People talk about most of the people in West Las Vegas are seniors. You spoke about the kids a little bit earlier, having the art program. You're going to keep them in the same area, keep them in the same. You're not doing anything positive to help them if you're closing them in. D Street is very important to me. I work off the West Side. I work in the lakes. It's important to anybody else who lives in West Las Vegas but works out. Like the young lady said before me, you would not do this to yourself. You would not close yourself in. You would not close your parents in, which would be seniors. You should not close the young people in. We are humans on the north side of Bonanza. Treat us like you would treat anybody else. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Brenda Banks, and I've been a part of the West Side since 1961, raised up there. I've seen a lot of changes. And I just came here, I hear a lot of pain and a lot of hurt, and I just came here for a word of encouragement to everyone that hears voices in this chamber today. This will only take a few moments, words of encouragement. Breaking down ethnic walls. The meaning of barriers. A structure, such as a fence, built to bear passage, the mind. When you overcome an experience, it's understanding. For years, a virtual wall between the West Side and City Hall has been an issue. We as a community cannot afford to be hindered by walls, barriers, or race. We must understand in these days that we are not confined by a wall or defined by a barrier. We shall not reflect on a wall, keeping us from pursuing our destiny. We as a community She'll spend time on organizing groups and rebuilding our historical community with renewable energy, solar energy, biomass, geothermal technology, and prepare our community to become a model community for other cities to pattern themselves after us. We as a community will work hand in hand with City Hall to receive the blessings that are going to be issued out through grants, small business loans, and renewable housing programs, etc. Don't get left behind. The West Side has been asleep in some respects for years. Out of our own grievances, let's keep in mind the Lord's will as we rebuild and tear down walls in our minds. As I reflect on Acts 10, God teaches us when removing ethnic walls, we must pray for strength and understanding to accomplish the will of God, to unite together for a common cause, and always show humility and compassion for your fellow man. Anger was never the way. When Peter looked at Cornelius' position, God looked at Cornelius' character. Many people were changed that day to the nature of Jesus. Stay humble with a servitude heart, and let's work all the time. And there are pockets within the community of young blood that we are assembling to make things happen.
I'm going to have to cut you short.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Eddie Watson, 1624 J Street. I talked to Larry about F Street over a year and a half ago. I talked to him about Martin Luther King. It didn't need to be widened, and the only reason it was being widened was so that the people coming from North Las Vegas could get to their fancy jobs downtown and to the city council. Neither one of those things I wanted to see done. We couldn't get a lot of activity, a lot of support for it at that time. No one in their right mind ever thought that they would attack D Street. And why D Street is so important, that when you come off of that highway and you come down on D, our churches that's off of Madison, off of Monroe, people that don't live in our area but go to church in our area, it's a very easy access for them to get to. Many times the churches have programs in the afternoon, and people want to know how to get to the west side. The quickest way to tell them how to get is to take the D exit. We have the library. When we have programs there, you take D, you go up to Lake Mead, you make a left. You don't have to do any turns. You get there very easy, very quickly. We have a work program over there, a huge opportunity where young people can get trained how to work in the hotels and stuff like that. The easy way for them to get from one side of town to the other side of town is to take the D exit. It is important that we have access to downtown, that we are a part of Las Vegas. Our taxes goes towards helping this city, and we just ask for respect. Thank you.
Hello, Council and Mayor Goodman. I am Eric Foster, life resident of West Las Vegas. And just to reiterate off of what the gentleman said, also in development of the plans with D Street to allow more flow into the downtown area. Anyone who has a navigation system in their vehicle or coming to the downtown area, it does have D Street as a viable access to exit off of and to come to the downtown area, just to make you aware of that. But also to go on the point of also being against the closure of D Street is wordplay and the power of intent, and this is what I mean. If you look at the Public Works Consent, Section 24, it says D Street connector, when all you have heard is closure. And what that means is what is represented on this paper is not the intent of what this vote is necessarily for. And with that, that's an example of saying, if I'm a doctor, but really I'm a garbage truck worker, you wouldn't want me operating you on. If I said I love you, you wouldn't want me to smack you in the face. And basically what has happened is wordplay in conjunction to what you actually have on this paper. The true content is a closure, but you have connector. And what it is the power of intent is never willing to keep you informed on what's really happening, and that's what appears is going on. Every opinion is subjective, every idea is subjective, but the truth of the matter is when you talk about the development of the downtown area in West Las Vegas, things are not being directed clearly and lawfully. And, and with that in mind, as far as the notification to this area, if it was informed to us as a closure, then our former councilman, Mr. Weekly, and as far as the citizens of the community would have had a better knowledge of how to address this and not be as emotional or disenfranchised about it.
Let me just say this. Yeah. This was on the consent agenda with the recommendation for approval. It's out of courtesy for Councilman Barlow that he requested that there be an opportunity for people to speak, but this would have passed with just one push of the button about 2 hours ago.
Right, but the question is, did it say connector or closure?
We know what it is. I mean, it's
no. See, that's the point. It's you. Just think about what you said, Mr. Goodman.
All right.
You said we know what it is. Do we really? If we did, we wouldn't have to. See, and that's the point.
It's access. That's what it is.
It doesn't say access. It says.
Yeah, all right, I understand what it says. Right. Yes, sir.
My name is Brandon Green. I'm probably the youngest person who has anything to do with this. My comment was going to be real brief, but I just want to pick up off what you just said. Of course, you know what it is, but my problem with what you just said is Lawrence Weekly is doing interviews with everybody saying that he didn't know what it was. Although there was a PowerPoint that you guys all saw that said F Street will no longer go underneath the freeway, he said that he got confused because of the wording connector, which my friend was just talking about. That set aside, I think what I have a problem is perception. Now, if anybody was to go on Las Vegas Review Journal site and look at any of the articles that the Review Journal wrote about this topic, and then look at some of the comments that people from outside of Ward 5 and outside of West Las Vegas are making, they would see what type of perception these type of movements put out into the community. So one of the comments somebody made is that the West Side is full of vampires who sleep during the day and come out at night to prey upon people, and that the city should be happy that they're walling off the West Side. So it's not just the perception that you send to my community, because I'm already jaded when I think about the power structure. I'm jaded when I think about police brutality and all these other things that people way before me were fighting against. That's why you don't see young people like me, because we already don't believe that you guys have our interests at heart anyway. But the problem is that people outside of the community who may want to help to rectify the situation, they won't, because they get that symbol just like we get it. We get the symbol that you don't care about us. Other people get the symbol that you guys are walling us off, and that's good. And of course, I believe that you guys all have noble intent, and that's not the symbol that you guys want to send out there. So I just want you to think about that, the perception that it gives to people across the city. That's just one of the various, very disheartening comments that I've read thus far. I'm a journalist. That's what I'm going to school for, and that's what I want to do. But when you do something like that, it sends a certain perception. And when you look at all the development that has happened around the West Side and none that has happened on the West Side, I think that's a problem.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council persons. My name is Roger Cook, and I do live in West Las Vegas. And I'm here to say that I am in support, and I do know that, this particular agenda item would have been voted on and agreed upon long ago, but in all actuality, the reason that we're here is not because of D Street. Let's face it. It's because of F Street, and that's not going to go away. But we understand that this here particular thing, we thank you very much, Councilman Barlow, for reopening the street, or wanting to reopen the street, but the real intent is F Street. I'm a small business in West Las Vegas, but I feel miles away from the new downtown redevelopment. I don't see anything for me as a small business person. I just got through with the course that the county put on, the Clark County Business Development Education Program. And I would like to see the city do something similar to that, to try and help us economically. That's the problem. We're not, we're being cut off
through the streets, but economically we're also being cut off. And that's one of the major issues we need to deal with. But thank you so much. We appreciate everything that you're going to do, and we look forward to working with you in the future with the F Street project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll put a one minute timer on that. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Pastor Willie Jacobs, Jr. I'm of the True Love Missionary Baptist Church on 8th Street. And I'm for the throughfare, where the D Street will go completely through to Bonanza. I travel that a lot, and I'm for that. I wrote some words down as I was sitting out there. Sound reasoning and seasoned words give hope to success. I want to say to Councilman Ricky Barlow that you're doing a great job, and I applaud you. And we ought to respect and honor, and if we agree or not, we should respect and honor all of you. I know that you bleed inward, you get hurt from words that are spoken. And I want to say that you did a wonderful thing for our church. We had a problem.
Pastor, I got to move you on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be respectful.
Well, I thought you were going to give the preacher, to give the other pastor.
You're right.
Okay. We know how to do it, Pat. Anyway, I'll move a little faster. Okay. So we ought to address the problem and not attack the person. Making D Street a throughfare is appropriate and the right thing to do. I'll hear that. What's been proposed with our knowing or without our knowing or approved is in the PAST, and we should let it PASS. And to correct the problem would restore a sense of respect and trust. Councilman, I realize that the F Street problem, and I wrote this down, it may sound kind of silly. It's like the woman who's 6 or 7 months pregnant and they're asking you to give it abortion, and that's not right. You can only do what's right, and you do what's right. And out of our rejection and disappointment, we're somewhat angry, but you got to remember that anger is like fire. The fire that warms the house also burns the house down. And our hope and desire to this council is to just do what's right. Keep it the throughfare open. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, before you start, are you a pastor?
I am not a pastor.
1 minute, please.
I am a professor, though, so I don't know
Oh,
if
no.
that...
Professors have no standing with me, okay?
Again, my name is Rhea Watson. I live at 1624 North J Street. My daddy is wearing the Steelers. Go, Daddy. So proud of you. Also, my business is at 1401 East Washington, which is House of Knowledge Christian Academy. And my question, again, is in regard to the impact studies. I understand that they were performed or developed, created, but I would care to hear the results of the impact study in regard to transportation and emergency vehicles. Would you have that information, sir?
We'll certainly make it available to you. If we have it, there's not going to be any stonewalling there. Mr. Cervantes, do you have it, or does some other department have it, or is there not one?
There was an environmental NEPA process, the environmental process that the state went through, and so the state is the one who would have those documents.
Will you assist if
we will.
People need it?
We'll try to get a copy for you.
All you have to do is call the city, and we'll make it available to you.
Thank you so very much.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Erlene Ventura Davila. I live in Las Vegas area, West Las Vegas. My address 2200 Gold Hill Way. I am here in support of the opening of D Street, and I'd like to thank my Councilman Barlow, who have been working with us faithfully. But there is so many other issues, like several have gotten up here and spoke, that we do want to come to the table, not under the table around us. We want to take care of these issues before they happen, take place, not bring us in on nothing. At the end, when you start a project, then we have to get all rised up. It's wrong. Respect us. as a community that's been denied for years. I moved here in Vegas in 1957. I haven't seen no changes on the west area of the west side. When I came here, it was across the track, over the underpath. That underpath need to be put into the stimulus package, remodel, put lights on it, and don't put us in the dark.
All right, I agree.
Don't put us in the dark. We've
Thank
been
you.
buried out too long. I was raised and born and raised on Apache Reservation. It hurts me
I can
to see
appreciate
what's
that.
going into our black community. My children raised up here, my grandchildren
I appreciate
gone
that.
off. But I'm asking you all, take it from your heart, your soul, and your mind. When you lay down and pray, you ask God to give you guidance. Don't jump up on man's thought, because man is not the first or the last. So say, God is the first and last in all of our life, if you have him in your life.
Yes, ma'am.
Rhea Turi in Henderson, Nevada, and I'm approaching a second time. One of the things, and I've been sitting back listening to a lot, one of the things I think that Mayor Goodman said, that if it wasn't for Councilman Barlow, this would have been done, squashed, bam, it would have been a vote. So we appreciate the fact that Councilman Barlow, you allowed us to come in and to express our opinions. But I think one of the biggest things, everyone here that represents Ward 5, I think I can speak for it. They don't want D Street closed. We'd appreciate that that would be left open. And certainly we'd like to vote in that respect. However, voting for D Street to remain open is certainly not, let's say, being in accord with this connection or closure of F Street. And I just think I want that to be on the record. For all of us to be in accord with voting for, of course, D Street to remain open, and we'd love for it to be voted on that way. We are by no means relinquishing our idea that we do not, and we are not in full accordance with F Street, this connection or closure, if that's the right word, to continue.
Right, we thank you. Yes, sir. Could you take what you have,
If I...
If it causes you a problem, don't take it off. But
Thank you.
ordinarily we ask. Go ahead.
Name is Terrell Powell. I live in Henderson, Nevada, and I would like to ask Jorge a question. It was asked of you that could there be a 3D model brought to the people's attention, and you said specifically that there would be construction plans bought. Is that my understanding?
That's correct. There's engineering drawings that were prepared for the construction. There was no model that I'm aware of that was prepared for this part of the improvement. But there are the engineering drawings that the contractor is using to build the facility, and we can certainly share those with you.
Okay. One thing that I would like to ask, if it could be done, the construction plans are being presented to the people. The people are laymen. These people are not contractors. They're not people that went to college for that specific trade. So can there be 3D models given to the people or presented to the people so they can understand what's going on in their community? Because it takes a person that's went to school to read plans. People that have went to school to...
Mr. Cervantes, I'm trying to speak. Do we have the capability of either the state providing those or the city? Yes or no?
We can look at that. I know that our
Fine.
plan
Let's
department
look at it.
has some ability, so we'll
If we
work with
can
them
do
on
it,
it.
we should do it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Council? My name is Randy K. Newey. I live right down the street, 831 South 3rd Street. I was watching this on TV. I heard about F Street before, but D Street's a whole other thing. I know that's in the heart of where people live on the west side. I don't know too much about the details, but in my opinion, I feel as though it's another attempt to keep us ghetto-tutionalized. By that, I mean, y'all collab, but by that, I mean by creating cul-de-sacs and dead ends that fester gangs, that fester gives them a safe haven, things like that. And in my opinion, I feel as though that's what y'all want. Black people bring down the property value. You want to continue to keep us locked out of the prosperity and the economic prosperity in that area, and you want to keep us blocked out. And then when they say, oh, see, told you they're drug dealers. See, I told you they're pimps. I told you they were prostitutes. That enables you to justify and vilify us in your media and continue to shoot us down and get away with it like they did Tyrone a couple of weeks ago and that kid that got shot in the back running away in handcuffs and continue to get away with it. And they still don't go to trial. They get a coroner's inquest. They don't even... It's a bunch of bull to me. They're going to close down D Street just like they did F Street and probably all other streets too.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's it. Anybody else? No, you... Only once, I'm sorry.
This is very short.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it. Then I open it up. I can't do it. I have to treat everybody equally here.
I understand.
All right. Anybody else want to speak at this time? All right. Councilman, your motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
What's that?
Mayor.
Yes, Councilman.
Miss Lewis, come forward. You can come and speak on behalf of Louise Shell, real quick, Mayor, if you don't mind. Just one more, Miss Lewis, and then we'll close.
We want to speak. I'm from Louise Shell.
You
And
gotta
I
tell
go
us your
to
name.
church on D Street. My name is Marietta Lewis. I live 2101 on Martin Luther King. I go to New Jerusalem on D Street. When I come out, I go out sometime to eat. I have to take that freeway there. And, I support you, Mayor, and I support Councilman, all the councilmen. But I don't think it's fair for you to have to close D Street.
We're not.
All my people from Louise Shell is here. We
Welcome.
all here. We all here.
Good having
to
you.
represent Frank Hawkins.
What is it? Is this a family reunion?
Yeah, if you want to say so, that's what it is.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah. But
Whereabouts in Louisiana?
Louise Shell.
Where?
2101 on Martin Luther King
No,
Boulevard.
no. Where are these folks from in Louisiana?
No, I said they're from Louise Shell.
From where?
From Louise Shell.
They're from Louise Shell Senior Center,
Oh,
Lake Mead and
shoot.
Martin Luther King.
I thought we had some real Louisianans here. Oh, man. Look what's happening. I'm glad you brought the whole crew down here with you.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a
but
good
the
thing.
thing of it is, what I'm trying to explain to you, darling, is that we want D Street open.
It's going to be open.
All right, thank you.
Mayor,
shows you what's happening to my hearing.
Mayor, if I may just say a few things before we go to a vote. Number one, let me just say this to everyone listening in the TV audience, as well as those of you here in the audience here at City Hall and the council chambers. From the bottom of my heart, I truly don't see and can't see this council doing anything deliberately to affect the closure of, or at least knowingly affect the closure of the streets in West Las Vegas. And I know that there are some of you that may think otherwise, but speaking from my mouth to your ears, this council has been nothing but supportive of me in the efforts to basically revitalize and bring forward everything that we can do to move forward with the items before us in regards to redeveloping and developing the community. With that being said, I want to thank you all so very much for being here, and I want to thank this council for allowing this item to be opened up. We did hear this item a couple weeks ago as it pertains to F Street, and as you saw, that the community is very passionate about the access points in West Las Vegas, which is very important, not only to them, but it's very important to me as well. Just by the show of hands, how many are here in support of D Street remaining open? By the show of hands. It looks unanimous. So with that, on behalf of the residents of this community, Mayor and Council, I would like to move to follow the recommendation of my constituency, who would love to see the D Street remain open, and that will be my motion to follow the recommendation of the constituents for approval of this item.
If I could put a fine point on that, I didn't mean to step on your toes, Councilwoman, but going to the motion real quick, we are only agended to approve or disapprove the agreement that is on the agenda. I think you accomplish that by just moving to deny the agreement. Is that correct, Mr. Cervantes?
No, it's the approval of the agreement that allows the opening to occur. The
Correct.
agreement is to get the funding to make the opening occur.
Okay, I just want to make sure we were clear on the record on that.
My motion is for approval of this item, which will allow D Street to remain open. That is my motion at this time.
Okay, we're going to vote on that, but
I wanted to say something, if I could.
certainly.
I just wanted to state for the audience that Lawrence Weekly, when he represented Ward 5, sat by my side on my left where Councilman Barlow is now during our council meetings. And our wards are next to each other. And we had similar concerns and similar beliefs in the necessity of protecting our neighborhoods. I know most assuredly that neither he nor I were aware that the results we see today would exist. I do not believe members of this council purposefully met to harm Ward 5 constituents. I hope and feel strongly that changes can be made to alleviate the problem as voiced by citizens today. And I also had this checked by our council to make sure I didn't overstep. I have been advised by him that I can say no more, but I agree with what Councilman Barlow said. I too, in my heart, do not feel that any member of this council in any way would have wanted to harm the residents of Ward 5. And with that, I can't say any more due to the pending lawsuit. But I hope you understand that we believe and hope that we can alleviate the problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to call for the vote, but I'm going to make a brief statement after the vote. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel constrained to make a statement because I heard what all of you have had to say today, and I've listened to it very carefully. I'm a great believer that a leopard doesn't change its spots. I'm a great believer that if somebody is a truthful, honest person, as one of the pastors said today, that truthfulness and honesty remains. And I just want you to remember this, because there were some pretty tough accusations made to us. I don't know how many of you have lived here since 1965. If you have, please raise your hands. Okay. Well, I'm a criminal defense lawyer by profession, and I don't know whether you remember, back in those days when I got here in 1964, this was like the Mississippi of the West. And recall, folks, who the one white lawyer was who went over to the West Side to represent young men and women who were accused of crime. It was me. And I'm hurt when I hear the kind of statements that are being made that we have turned our back on the community, because I can assure you, as the councilwoman said, and as Councilman Barlow says, and as each and every one of us would have said here today, we are one, and I pride myself on treating us as one, and we will do whatever we can to make sure that black, white, I don't care what color, rich, poor, I don't care what socioeconomic strata, will be treated fairly in this city. You always have redress and bringing your grievances before us, and that's the reason that when Councilman Barlow asked that this be a hearing where the people could be heard, we agreed to it, even though we could have voted in a split second to keep D Street open. So I felt a need to say that, because I know who I am, and I know who my council members are, and it's pretty easy to make accusations. Frank Hawkins knows who I am. He's seen me a long time, and I've never forsaken any member of our community because of their color or beliefs or anything along that line. And I felt that I had to make that statement in order to set the record straight. Okay. Let's go to 37. This is a public hearing on annexation report for the proposed annexation area located in the vicinity of State Route 157, Kyle Canyon Road, and the general area between Moccasin Road and Rocky Avenue, east and west of Schaumburg Road and Ward 6. Mr. Rankin.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and Council. Good morning. My name is Doug Rankin with the Planning Department. This report for this annexation was approved at a previous council meeting. That report is in your backup material. Should you have any questions, I'm here to answer them, and the item is in order.
Good. Any questions of Mr. Rankin? Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, there isn't? Okay, fine. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 38. 38 is a public hearing on proposed local improvement district. Well, I guess I have to ask. Is there anybody who wants to speak as to 37, public hearing? All All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and go on to 38, which is a public hearing on proposed local improvement district for special improvement district number 1513 Via Olivero Avenue and Valadez Street, east of Cimarron Road. This is in Ward 2. Mr. Cervantes?
Yes, Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. This item is for a public hearing on a proposed special improvements district to do off-site improvements along Via Olivero and along Valadez. The improvements that are proposed are a half-street improvement along about 600 linear feet on Via Olivero and about 315 feet on Valadez. The improvements include about 33-foot wide of half-street pavement, sidewalk, driveway, and some retaining wall. The total assessed value for the improvements is $319,107.49, and they would be assessed over a 20-year period. This project is initiated based on concerns from area residents about the half street not being constructed and creating a safety hazard for them out there.
Okay, all I could ask you to do is keep in mind when we're creating these special improvement districts that at least I'm hearing from various constituents that they're in such an economic bind right now they're unable to meet their assessments. So I hope that's being taken into consideration when we form these.
Certainly.
All right. Public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard? Why don't you step up and give us your name and address, please?
My name is Nancy Morris, and I live at 7904 Rockwind Court, which is about a half a block away from this development. Could you state, I couldn't hear you in the back, what you said about the financial?
I was saying that my office has been getting inquiries from constituents such as yourself who are part of a special improvement district saying that they're unable to meet their assessments, the most recent of which was the gentleman who owns the Motel 8 downtown, who had a terrible time getting together monies in order to pay his assessment, and he had to pay a penalty in relationship to that. And I just asked Mr. Cervantes and the city to be very sensitive that when these special improvement districts are being formed, that they take into consideration the economic times today as far as meeting the obligation of the contribution.
Oh, so are you saying that this gentleman can't afford to
I don't know.
complete the construction?
I don't know whether he can or can't. I just wanted to advise the staff that they should be sensitive to this.
Yeah. Well, since 2006, when he started the development on that vacant lot, I've been living there since 2001. So we've been dealing with the street half finished, that intersection. It is a safety hazard, turning the corner, trying to maintain on the blacktop.
Right. I wasn't speaking to this particular SID. I was just making a general statement.
Okay. But with this gentleman did the development, he extended his driveway into the city street and then continued to put landscape stone out there, which made it even more of a hazard. You have to, when you're turning the corner to, between Via Olivero and Valadez, oncoming traffic, they often shoot even out of their gate, their gated community on that property. Don't even look to see if there's people coming to even to share the road. I just feel that it was just a blatant disrespect for city property to extend his own landscaping out into the right-of-way, the city right-of-way. And we've been living with that for the last 8 years.
All right, thank you. Well, anybody else like to be heard at the public hearing? All right, thank you very much for the report.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry. This doesn't come to a vote or anything like
No.
that? Okay. If I may, Mr. Cervantes, can you give the viewers just a little bit of a background? Because I don't want the people that are watching, especially this nice lady that came up, to think that we're doing this without some thought. I mean, I've been out to this location myself personally with staff, I think, on 3 occasions. I think it was 2 years ago that we met with this property owner and his lawyers to try and get them to do what was right. So can you, if with your indulgence, Mayor, just spend about 2 minutes giving a little history and why we're doing what we're doing.
Certainly, Councilman. This is a property where there's a couple of homes that are on these parcels. As they build those homes, they didn't build the off-site improvements that are typically required of any development. Over the years, they've actually done some improvements that encroach into the public right-of-way without any permitting or encroaching permits. We did meet with the property owner, his attorney, hoping to try to get them to remove some of those improvements to do their obligation of building the half street as everybody else has to. And so we certainly have been working with them, trying to get them to do that and come to no resolution. Certainly, the creation of a special improvement district does not force us to build it. If the property owner wants to come in its own and do the improvements before it actually gets built through the special improvement district, he has that opportunity to do so. And he may be able to do it for a less value than what the assessed value of the improvements are under this special improvement district.
Well, what if he doesn't?
If he doesn't do them, then by creating the special improvement district, it gives us the ability to go out there and put a contract out to do the improvements as the city and assess back the properties.
Okay, now who pays for these improvements?
The property owners themselves, the adjacent property owners. Any property owners adjacent to a street is responsible for improving that street in front of them. Typically, these are done as the developer comes in, he builds the improvements, and then sells the lots to builders. If it's an individual property owner building the house, then he's responsible for building his house street improvements. In this case, it wasn't done, and so it would be assessed back to the property owner because it's his responsibility.
Okay, now that's the point I'm trying to get across, is that we have to do this SID, this Special Improvement District, because the property owner who's violating the law doesn't agree to do them himself. So we have other persons pay for it, and then we go back after the original property owner to reimburse?
No, what we do is we issue a bond, and the bond can be for 20 years, 10 years, even 30 years to try to minimize the assessment per year. And we repay back the bond by assessing the properties. They come in twice a year, every 6 months, and pay towards that assessment, and we use that to liquidate the bond.
Okay, but what about the property owner whose conduct we're trying to correct? How is he penalized? Or how is he assessed his portion?
It's put against his property. If he doesn't pay the bond, then we lien the property for that amount.
Okay, so my point is, and I hope you understood what Mr. Cervantes just said, is the property owner who apparently has caused this problem is not getting away scot-free. He's going to have to pay for it eventually. Isn't that a fair?
That's correct. You'll have to pay for the full improvements, which includes the administrative cost, the design cost, and the construction. Again, it's spread out over time to try to provide some relief, anywhere from 10 to 30 years, but he will be paying the full cost of the improvement.
Okay. Did you understand that? Great.
But you have to come up and use the mic. We record all this.
I think I may be able to. She wanted to know the timeline for things. Isn't that right?
Yeah, there's a process we go through. This is the first process where we have a public hearing, give an opportunity for public input, whether it's the property owner or some of the other people in the community. After that, we come back and we dispose of any concerns that were brought up at a later hearing. And then there's another hearing after that where we actually create the ordinance to create the improvement district. Once the improvement district is created, we start the design process and put it out to bid for construction. So you're looking at a time frame between when the ordinance gets passed to create the district to construction of about 4 to 6 months.
If I were this lady, I'd ask you in simple terms, when is the street in my neighborhood going to be fixed so that it's safe for children?
To go through the legal process, we've got to do this. We probably wouldn't be able to start till probably maybe around the end of the year.
So maybe a year from now it'll be done?
That's right. There's several steps that we've got to go through under the law to have public hearings, create ordinances, develop plans, put it out to bid, and construct. So I would say probably around the end of the year would be the earliest we'd be out there building.
Wait,
Starting
once again, you have
construction.
to be up at the mic.
So there's a guarantee that by the end of the year you will start the construction.
If the improvement district gets approved by council and created, it'll allow us to start doing design, putting plans together so we can put it out to bid and construction. So if everything goes per the current schedule, around the end of the year we should be out there in the construction. Again, the property owner always has the option between now and then when we go out there to do the improvements himself and not have to go through this district. He can do the improvements himself if he wishes.
Is he bound by any time limit once he starts, though?
Typically, when we issue a permit, there are time limits on the permit. If he doesn't perform, we require him to bond for those improvements. If he doesn't perform based on that time limit, we can call those bonds and finish the work ourselves.
Mayor Goodman, I will tell you that if the property owner comes forward and does the right thing and decides to do it on his own, we will be watching him every step of the way to make sure he dots every I and crosses every T.
Okay.
You can mark my word on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I want to ask Jorge, how does this happen? How do people escape the system and not put in the improvements?
Several ways, Councilman. It may be that when the house got built, it could have been in a county island. As you know, county islands don't require the same improvements we do, and then we annexed. Another way is sometimes if there's no other improvements in the surrounding area, sometimes we defer the improvements until there's more development to create a continuous street. And what they do is they put a covenant with the property that we as the city can call that covenant and tell them now's the time to come in the improvements. In this particular case, I'm not sure if there was a covenant or if it was a county island, but that's some of the ways that streets don't get built when the house gets built.
The county factor sounds like it's possible.
In that area, there are quite a bit of county islands out there.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 43 is discussion and possible action regarding a memorandum of understanding between the Las Vegas Peace Officers Association and the City of Las Vegas regarding current labor agreement, future 2-year savings of approximately $750,000 in the general fund. Ms. Enos?
Mayor and Council, Claudette Enos, Director of Human Resources, and I'm here to report on the second of our labor organizations, the Las Vegas Peace Officers Association, headed up by Ms. Tracy Valenzuela as the president and Mark Bunnell, vice president, as having come forward to partner with the city to identify savings on our projected $150 million shortfall over the next 5 years. We have been able to negotiate, thanks to the leadership of the Peace Officers Association, reductions in both the uniform and equipment allowance and reductions in the health care premiums under the existing contract. LVPOA voluntarily reopened that contract, and as you indicated earlier, the savings identified have been approximately $750,000 over the term of the agreement.
All right, well, thank you very much. Ms. Valenzuela, do you have any comment you'd like to make?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Since the discussions with the Fundamental Service Review, the Las Vegas Peace Officers Association Board knew that there would have to be some action taken to preserve the jobs of city employees. We also felt that the CEA, City Employees Association, shouldn't bear the burden of whatever that action would be. We were asked to open our collective bargaining agreement, which was secured from 2007 to 2011 for some give backs. And as Ms. Enos said, we voluntarily did so, even though reluctantly. We came up with some creative options that we discussed with then acting city manager Betsy Fretwell and our chief Karen Coyne, and came up with the proposed MOU. One of the conditions of that MOU was to renegotiate the contributions that the city was required to pay to Teamsters Local 14. I'm pleased to announce that we were successful in those negotiations, and I have a trust agreement for the mayor to sign today. I'm not sure who I need to leave that with. I'd also like to take this time to publicly thank the members of the LVPOA for making this difficult decision. It was also difficult for me to take it to them. It was huge. It was a big sacrifice for our members. And evidence of how huge it was is we had 80% of our members to participate in the vote. And the vote was very close, but they did vote to approve to move forward with this POA. I'd also like for the council to remember that when the city becomes healthy, the sacrifices that were made here today, and I recommend approval of the MOU.
Well, thank you very much for your comments. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yes, Mayor. I neglected to identify there's an actual COLA reduction that was a part also of the overall, that the POA and its membership agreed to take a reduction from 3.5% to 2.5% in the upcoming COLA increase. And I also neglected to acknowledge the participation of Chief Coyne, who was integral in putting together this agreement.
Well, that COLA concession, that's a big deal.
It is, sir.
Let me say this, Ms. Valenzuela. The public doesn't really understand what a collective bargaining agreement is, the kind that we had with your organization. Basically, it's a contract, and there's no way in the world, except for perhaps an emergency, that that contract could be modified without a voluntary act on your part. So when you opened it up for further discussions with the city, that was something that was special. You're the second collective bargaining unit that has done that. The Employees Association did that. It sends a strong message out that you care about one another who are part of your association, you care about the city, and you want to work with us. And I'm glad about that. And when we do come back, I have a very long memory. I don't know whether I'm going to be around, but I have a long memory as to what people have done when they've done the right thing. The problem is, even though you made this concession with what's happening with our consolidated tax, where we were just advised that I believe it was November, November, which is the last report we got, went down 12.5% from the previous month, and that's probably the largest decrease in my memory, right?
It's the largest decrease since the inception of the consolidated tax, year over year.
Right, and who knows what we have to do when we come back. What we want to do is we want to make sure that our city employees are treated right. We want to make sure that our constituents receive the excellent service that they do from our city employees, but it may not be the end of the story. That's the sad part of it. But until we get to that next chapter, thank you very much for doing what you did.
You're
And
welcome.
if you'd leave the contract you want me to sign or the document with Ms. Bridges, she'll get it to me for my signature. I just want to make sure that it's been run past the city attorney's office for approval. All right, very good. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
pardon.
I
Councilman.
could say it after the motion. I was just going to say that as we talk about how things worsen, I do think we have to give some consideration to those who step forward early.
Oh, absolutely.
So, maybe a greater burden might fall on those who step forward afterwards.
I think that's human nature, if
Thank
nothing
you.
else. All right, a motion, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I would follow your sentiments exactly and make my motion. And again, it's really nice to see people like yourself do your job. And your job was to talk to your members and bring this forward. So, again, like we said with the CEA, you're a leader, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
So my motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval this item.
Very good.
This item, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 44 is discussion and possible action on the City of Las Vegas Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2008. Ms. Falder.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm back again, hopefully a little bit better. Each year our staff tries to pick a theme for the CAFR to try to make what's lengthy reading to interject a little bit of a theme through it. This year's theme, I hope you all noticed, was Go Green, and we've placed some items throughout the CAFR in conjunction with that theme. I want to give you some brief highlights on the Comprehensive Annual Report for fiscal year 2008. Again, this engagement was conducted by KPMG LLP, a large internationally known accounting firm. It's an independent audit as required by Nevada Revised Statute 354. The audit was conducted with generally accepted accounting standards, government auditing standards, and KPMG issued an unqualified or clean opinion. This year there were two internal control weaknesses noted, and I'd like to discuss both of them. The first one, the observation was adequate controls are not in place to review system-generated reports created to estimate the annual required contribution under GASB 45. What we had here was a lack of communication between several departments. Reports were generated, incorrect files were pulled. It caused us to have to go back and rerun reports and resubmit them. That's the crux of this one. We were asked to establish some greater controls for that communication and put a schedule in place to address this each year. We have met with all three departments. We have put the plan together, and KPMG is very satisfied with our response. The second item was our liability on workers' compensation. It did not adequately recognize two components of the liability, the first being the outstanding cost benefit due to reported claims, and the second was the outstanding benefit cost of claims incurred but not reported. We have worked with the actuary, received a report, submitted it to KPMG. They then reviewed with their actuarial staff, and we have booked the appropriate liability. What we did this year is we had to book $37 million towards the heart-lung liability. That is a non-current liability with the potential, based on the actuarial report, of $112 million over the next 20 years. Under GASB 45, we had to start booking these this year. I'd like to take a minute because I'm required by law to actually read their observations into the record along with their recommendation. On the first item, KPMG cited that the city does not have adequate internal controls in place over the preparation and review of system-generated reports created to estimate the annual required contribution prescribed by GASB 45. During our procedures over the completeness and accuracy of the census data reports submitted to the reviewing actuary, we sampled a selection of 50 active and retired employees and traced employee attributes, including date of hire and date of birth, to personnel files. We noted errors in 49 of the 50 samples selected. The recommendation was we recommend that the city establish and perform reviews over all system-generated reports used in developing significant valuations of estimates. What they did note that they found, one of the causes for this was, as I stated, a lack of communication. We had a turnover in several departments of the people who had been doing this for 20 years and a lack of understanding of which files should have been pulled. We have rectified that. The second item, KPMG notes the city operates a self-insured program for workers' compensation. Accordingly, the city should recognize a liability in its general ledger for self-insured claims received and unpaid, as well as an estimate of claims incurred but not reported, commonly called IBNR, to the city. The city does not have formal procedures in place to properly estimate the amount of its self-insured IBNR claims obligation or case development on reported workers' comp claims. Such procedures commonly include evaluation of historical claims payment experience through development of lag tables, trend analysis, and specific identification of high exposure cases. Their recommendation was the city annually have an actuarial loss reserve valuation of the city's general workers' compensation, which includes an estimate of development on case reserves. We have met with the Department of Human Resources, and we will be engaging that actuary on an annual basis to produce those reports. The next item I have is cash and cash reserves. This slide shows that the total cash and cash equivalents, at the June 30th, 2008 was $661 million. Over 90% of that is tied up in funds that are dedicated to projects that this council has already approved. Only 8.6% is the general fund. That represents $57 million. If you pull that out, is the general fund cash and cash equivalents. General fund balances. The general fund is just 16% of the total $473 million of fund balances. That represents undesignated general fund balance is $77.3 million. That is down from last year. The previous year of 2007, it was $85 million. The final slide I have is the other highlights for the comprehensive annual report. And the items I'd like to note are some of the trending. We could see from 2007 to 2008, the general fund revenues grew $1.7 million. That only represents a 0.3% increase in our revenues to the general fund, while expenditures grew by 4%. You'll note that the general fund balance did increase from $89.4 million to $96 million, representing an 8.3% increase. That does indicate an increase, but it also speaks to the fact that mid-fiscal year 08, we started identifying the trending downwards of revenue, and this council took action to have some fundamental reviews initiated, and departments stepped forward and started cutting back on some of their costs that they had been budgeted for, so that we would know that we would have a slightly larger fund balance than we had originally planned that could carry forward into this fiscal year and possibly the following fiscal year as a stabilization effort so we could have continuity of operations. That is really only represents 17% fund balance at this time, but we are, as you know, our revenues have been down for 12 consecutive months in a negative growth pattern, and that fund balance will be drawn down to stabilize our operations. That will conclude my report, but I'm available if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for an excellent report. Any comments or questions at this time? All right. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow staff's recommendation.
Okay, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 46 is discussion and possible action regarding approval of a change of business name and change of location for a temporary pawnbroker license, a temporary auto pawnbroker license, a temporary Class 2 secondhand dealer license, and a temporary pistol permit for Easy Pawn Nevada, Inc., from doing business from Pawn Place at 119 North 4th Street to Easy Pawn at 212 South Las Vegas Boulevard, and this is in Ward 3.
Mayor, members of the council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. The application that you have for consideration today is a change of location and change of name for an existing operation that was approved at the November 5th, 2008 City Council meeting. It's my understanding that the business does not want to or plan to sell any guns at this location. They do have a pistol permit and they plan on taking guns in, but they're going to sell them all through a licensed firearm dealer.
Is that a condition?
Yes. So my recommendation for this location would be approval subject to the condition that's on their existing license that no handguns be sold at that location.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Marion Perry with Ballard's Bar, Andrews and Ingersoll, 100 City Parkway, Suite 1750, representing the applicant. You've heard a lot about this. We're excited to move from the 4th Street store over to the Las Vegas Boulevard store, which we refer to as the one with the really cool sign. And we have, I believe that one of our executives did submit a letter for the record indicating that we are in agreement with that condition, and we respectfully request your approval.
Very good. Any comments or questions of the ladies?
One quick thing, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Store looks great. Just not the one sign, but the whole frontage looks real good. It's a real great addition to that area.
Appreciate you commenting that. We can't wait to see it at night.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you all.
Thank you.
Item 47 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of the beer, wine, cooler on sale license. Maria D. Madrid, doing business at San Salvador Restaurant at 6651 Smoke Ranch Road in Ward 5. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, today we're here to discuss the review of the temporary license for San Salvador Restaurant. To my right is the licensee, Maria Madrid. To her right is one of my staff members, Patricia Flores. I've asked Ms. Flores to come to the city council meeting due to the fact that Ms. Madrid did not bring a certified court interpreter today, but I think with my recommendation, I'm comfortable with my employee being able to help translate the discussion.
Very good.
The area of concern that we had with regard to Ms. Madrid goes back over the course of 6 months. Her husband resided in the United States illegally, and he was not able to get any kind of visa to continue on to remain in the United States, and therefore he went back to Honduras to take care of business and also, I believe, to take care of his family. Since that time, and that was a condition that he was not to be part of the business operation, since that time we have conducted inspections and we have found him not to be present. We've also observed some of the documents, such as a bank statement, which does not include Mr. Madrid on that particular bank statement. I'm ready to go forward with a recommendation for a permanent license today, simply because the business that we have inspected is found to be operating very proficiently and not in violation of any city business licensing codes. So that would be my recommendation.
All right, very good. Do you want the opportunity to interpret, please?
Lo que estaba diciendo el director, que la preocupación que ellos tenían era que su esposo, que no tenía su documentación en orden, estuviera aquí en el país, pero por las inspecciones que han hecho han visto que no está y que también por las cuentas bancarias que no ha recibido, no se encuentra en la lista de la cuenta.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions of Mr. DeFiore, or would the applicant like to be heard at this time?
¿Tiene una pregunta o quiere hablar? Todo está bien. Everything's good.
Okay, I know Councilman Barlow is going to ask what specialty you serve there.
¿Quieres saber cuál es su especialidad de comida? Las pupusas. Pupusas.
And what are puputas?
¿Qué son pupusas? Las tortillas con queso adentro. It's a tortilla with cheese on top of it or inside of it also.
And can only be enjoyed with beer and wine, correct?
Se goza con la cerveza y el vino, las pupusas. Lo que más Yes.
Very good. I knew those were the questions you were going to ask, correct, Councilman?
No,
Oh, okay.
they were not.
It's all right.
Thank
What's
you,
so
Mayor.
funny?
Thank you, Mayor, for taking a guess. Mr. DiFiore, thank you so much for sharing the information with us in regards to the areas of concern. The questions that I do have for the mayor's sake, what are your hours of operation?
¿Cuáles son las horas de operación del negocio? De las 10 a las 9. From 10 a.m. to 9 p.m.
From 10 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay, and also, Mr. DiFiore, this question is for you. Are there any calls for service, or were there any calls for service at this location?
I believe there were 3 calls for service over the
And what
last
were
6
they?
months. As I recall, they were other disturbances, and I don't believe that they could be attributed to specifically to the restaurant, but to the general area. Certainly not risen to the level that we would have concern.
Okay, great. To Ms. Madrid, I want you to continue to keep up the good work. I have come into your facility, and I've had something to eat. No beer or wine, Mayor, as of yet. But I do like the way that you're running your operation, and so I look forward to you continuing to keep up the good work and have a successful business in the community. And so for that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
Very good. That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post?
You want to explain it to
Yes.
her?
Dijo el señor que está feliz con el modo que se mantiene su negocio y que ojalá que continúe igual y que le salga todo bien. Gracias. Thank you.
All right.
Very good. Post, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 48 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a temporary Class 2 secondhand dealer license for Yonatan Maybot, doing business as Trip on the Strip, 806 South Las Vegas Boulevard in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, this is a review of the first 6-month temporary license. And just as a recap, 6 months ago, the council heard from Detective Rod from Special Investigations about the concerns in his Metro report. Very briefly, concerns regarding the financial investment, inconsistencies in the interview, a minor arrest record, and drug paraphernalia that was found in another business venture in the Arts District that Mr. Maybot originally started. At that time, council was gracious to extend a temporary approval of the secondhand dealer's license, but with basically caution that the city was going to watch his operation during this time. On his business license application, when he submitted for the secondhand dealer's license, Mr. Maybot put no gun sales. Recently, I had an opportunity to inspect the store and have discussion with him on how the business operation was going. He did put on record with me that day that he did purchase a handgun on New Year's Day, and that his intent was to get the handgun off the street. He also feared that the individual who came into the store was going to use that to rob him. His intent was to turn it over to the Metropolitan Police Department 30 days after the normal holding period, so right around this time he had indicated that he would do that. One of the disturbing things about this particular inspection is that he did not reveal to me at that time that he had also purchased 2 M44 Russian rifles on December 23rd. Those purchases of the handgun and the 2 rifles, I believe, violated the intent of the purpose for having him have a secondhand dealer's license, and I believe certainly misled staff in that he was not going to have any gun sales. Additionally, when we first inspected the location prior to the first temporary license, he had hookah pipes in the store for intent for sale. Now, hookah pipes are used for smoking hookah tobacco, which is perfectly legal, but because he did not have a tobacco license, we suggested he remove the hookah pipes from his premises. During the last inspection just a few weeks ago, we found those same hookah pipes, although they had been removed from the front area for display and had been moved to the back, they were still on the premises. I did suggest to him again he remove those particular hookah pipes. We conducted an audit on the business primarily to see if the fees that he was paying to us were accurate, in which we did find that he was paying fees to us accurately. But one of the other things that we did find during the audit was that he had purchased on 2 different occasions casino chips from the Stratosphere on one occasion and also on another occasion from the Fiesta Hotel. The purchase of casino chips are in violation of a gaming regulation, which I verified with a Gaming Control Board enforcement agent. And gaming chips belong to the casino, and they cannot be used for other purposes other than to be remunerated in that casino itself. So he did violate gaming code regulations by making those purchases. Having said this, I don't believe that Mr. Mabat has really lived up to the intent of complying with all business licensing codes during the first 6 months. And because of the handgun and the rifle sales purchases that he made, I'm willing to go forward with a recommendation that we deny the temporary license, and by code that denies the permanent license.
All right, Mr. Mabat, what do you have to say?
I'm completely surprised from this statement. Let me say that the handgun, like I said, let me go into that incident specifically because that seems to be the most serious thing that I hear over here. Late at night, maybe 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, a suspicious fellow came to the business. The last thing I expected him to take out, he did take out of his backpack, and that was a 9mm Beretta. The fellow was a very suspicious person. Out of concern for myself and for the surrounding businesses, I decided to take the choice and purchase the handgun from him. Not for my personal use and not for just to be sure that that firearm is not going to be used against me 20 minutes later because it's going to be sold on the corner of the street. The day after that, probably Monday morning, I called Betro, let him know, talked to the Palm Detail Department and talked to the Firearms Department, and they advised me not to turn in the weapon until the 30 days period time of holding the items passed. And actually, yesterday was the 30 days on that handgun, and I'm going to give it 32 days, just as another couple of days for Betro to be on top of it, and I'm going to be down there and turn it in. There's no question about that. Regarding the rifles.
Wait, let me ask you this about the handguns. Do you know who you spoke to at Metro?
Yeah.
Who?
I talked to, I think, in the Palm Detail, I think her name is Cindy. I'm not 100% sure, but it's...
Did Mr. DeFiore,
and it is on record.
Did you check out to see whether or not he did report it to Metro?
I did check with Metro. The Pawn Detail, actually, it's part of property crimes, and they had no recollection of specific information or discussion with Mr. Mabat. They also indicated to me that they had not, which he just verified, they had not received the handgun as he had promised to do after that 30-day period.
From your experience, would Metro have ordinarily made a record contemporaneously with the phone call, saying, recording basically what the phone call was meant to convey?
I believe they would have, and they would have forwarded that to me or called me and said, I got this call from Mr. Mabat, and just as an FYI, you should be aware that this did take place, and that did not happen.
I promised the consul that I'm not I'm not lying to the consul. I did talk to Metro, and there was the whole conversation was regarding if I come that day and turn it in, what's going to happen if the pawn detail police officer is going to come to the business and ask me to present the weapon to them. And they recommended that I hold it the 30 days and just then turn it in because they didn't want a situation to come that they're going to come in and I'm not going to have it.
All right,
Okay.
how about the rifles?
Regarding the rifles, they're both antique weapons. Doesn't require, you can basically, if somebody has an ad in the newspaper, you can purchase them. They're both antique weapons.
Did you see the rifles, Mr. DiFiore?
I saw pictures of the rifles. They still look like they could be used. What was disturbing is if he's going to let me know at the time of the inspection that he purchased a handgun, he could have done the same and said, I purchased 2 rifles, and disclosed that to me at that time.
The rifles were antique weapons. You can go to Walmart and buy them, or I really didn't know there's law specific. I know regarding the handgun what's required, and I did exactly what I thought was the right thing to do.
All right, what else do you have to say?
That I'm really surprised about all these accusations. And accept that, I think the business is run professionally and like it's supposed to be, and I had no problems ever.
All right, are there any questions of Mr. Maybot at this time?
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, certainly, Councilman.
In regards to the purchase of chips, Mr. DiFiore, explain to myself and the council where the violation comes into play in the city code that the gentleman cannot purchase casino chips, as you mentioned on the record.
Okay. Specifically under Gaming Regulation 12.060, use of chips and tokens, it does say that state law prohibits the use of licensee's chips, meaning the gaming establishment licensee, outside the establishment for any monetary purpose whatsoever, and that the chips and tokens issued by the licensee are the property of the licensee.
Okay, my question specifically is that the Gaming Control Board's policy, or is that the City of Las Vegas policy?
No, that's the Gaming Control Board's regulation.
Okay.
And where it violates city code is
Right.
that during a temporary license period, or actually even a permanent license period, the licensee is required to comply with all federal, state, and local laws with regard to the business operation.
Okay, so he violated a state law, which in turn, due to his temporary license, would violate the condition for his final approval.
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I say something? I actually went to casinos and gave him dollars to collect the coins and put them in the store and display. The tourists that come in the stores and don't want to go to all the casinos to collect coins, they actually purchase them from me. Another thing, in the code, there's an exemption for coins and tokens. Then this is a completely surprise for me. I think there's some kind of there's some kind of problem in the code, because the code says that I can there's an exemption for coins and tokens. And
So just for clarification, because my next question was going to be for you also, and to ask just that question, what is it that you use what was the purpose of you purchasing the casino chips for?
I just, it's a collector's item. It's an old item. I have stuff from the Stardust. I have stuff from casinos that closed down. I had no idea.
And you
that
bring
it's,
them to your store and you do what with them?
I purchase them from people in a certain situation.
And do you resell the coins?
Yeah.
So you purchase chips from the casino
Or from people.
Mhm. And then you bring them to your store and you resell them. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. And so Mr. DiFiore, he's stating that there's an exemption in the code. Is there anything that you can speak to in that respect?
Yes, there is. Under 6.74040, there is an exemption for the buying, selling, or trading of coins which are not part of any jewelry. Gaming tokens would not be a coin in that reference.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Steinman.
Thank you. Mr. DiFiore, I have concern about these 2 rifles. Is that what you identified?
That's correct.
How did you find out? And you said he didn't offer them when you were talking about the other. How did you ultimately come about?
When I conducted the inspection a few weeks ago, I wanted to follow up with an audit simply to find out if the fees that he was paying to the city were correct, so that I could come today and say that the fees he had paid were correct, and that's true. But during the audit, we do an inventory list of all the items that had been sold and purchased during that 6-month period. And part of the inventory that was submitted to our office during the audit were the handgun and the 2 rifles that were for sale. So we discovered that during the audit that was conducted.
But he agreed absolutely no weapons.
No gun sales is
On
what he
site.
put on his application.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you understand.
I put no gun sales. I didn't put no gun purchases. But I'm not into purchasing gun. The only reason I bought that 9mm Beretta is to take it off the street permanently.
But I want to know about the other 2.
The other 2, they're
Yeah.
collector weapons, and I like them as a collector weapons. And they're sitting in a safe, secure location, not being used, and they're old weapons. You're allowed to purchase them from. And if I did something that I'm not supposed to, I'm completely sorry about it. But from my basic knowledge, if it's an antique weapon, you're allowed to purchase it. There's ads in the newspaper for.
Is that true, Mr. DeFori? He can purchase an so-called antique weapon and go against what he said he was going to do?
Well, I think maybe he's mixing words here. I believe if they are antique items, he still has to report them, which he did. But my question to him was, if you were going to disclose to me during the inspection that you purchased a handgun, why didn't you disclose to me the purchase of these 2 particular rifles?
If I can answer that, it's because the handgun I knowingly did something that I know I'm not supposed to, and the antique weapons I didn't know they're not supposed to. I thought they're completely by the law what I did.
Thank you.
Mary Goodman, I'm sorry, just real quickly. Mr. Mabat, of the 4 or 5 things that have come up this morning, did you know any of them were going to be raised before you stepped up to the podium today?
I actually, by the inspection that was done in the store, I had really good feeling. I showed the paperwork. Even more than that, I a little bit innovated by getting more information by the people, getting their photo IDs, stuff that other locations do not do.
Mr. DiFiore, I'm a little concerned about the process. Now, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, but we are here for a 6-month review. We are going to decide as a council whether or not to continue to allow this man to be in business or not. He's telling us that he's hearing most of these allegations, and some of them, in my opinion, are less serious than others, but there's a few that are worth consideration, but he doesn't have a chance to respond except on the moment. Don't we give him any kind of written notification that you have a concern so he can have a few days to respond to?
I'll answer that yes and no. And yes, certainly we would give him an opportunity, and which today is one of the opportunities that he could respond to this. I did pay a check, or I did visit the location yesterday at 3:40 in the afternoon to try to address some of the issues. His business was locked. I could not get in. I shook the door, and nobody was there. He does have an opportunity. He has my business card, I believe. He was made notice of this particular meeting today. He could have called me and said, I do have the opportunity, or I do have the meeting notice. Can I sit down and talk to you? He has that opportunity. But at the same time, I think the process works well. He certainly should know all of the codes. He knows what he put on the application. If he doesn't know the gaming codes and the regulations, when he was approached to purchase these particular tokens, he should have said, I need to call the State Gaming Control Board and see if this is legal. So I think he has that opportunity to do all of those things. I'd also like to say that, this is compounding, I think, from the original police report. And I believe Detective Rod made the council very aware of the inconsistencies during his investigation of Mr. Mabat and his background. And I think that what I find is that this continues on during this last 6 months.
That's completely untrue, Counsel. I operate my business in the most professional way that I can. If there was anything that was not okay, they were in my store doing the inspection last week. I don't know what happened in the last 5.5 months. Everything was probably in order by then. I'm completely surprised. I really don't know exactly what to say. I'm completely surprised from this. I thought I operated the business and run it in a professional way, And that's the impression I got from the city inspectors when they were in the store. And I'm very, very surprised to hear this.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilman.
I have a question for the gentleman. Do you have a concealed weapons license, or is the first question? And if not, do you have the ability, by right, to apply for one?
I don't have a concealed weapon license, but I do have the right.
Okay. My next question is, does your business license allow you to purchase weapons?
Basically, yeah. But from the beginning, I said I'm not going to deal with it. I put on the application, no gun sales. I don't want to deal with it. Simple as that.
So, Mr. DeFiore, does his license allow him the opportunity to purchase weapons, although he put on the record and on his application that he would not purchase? Does his license allow him that opportunity?
He could purchase, and I think we heard in the Easy Pawn and other pawn shop licenses that they will purchase gun sales, but they will purchase guns, but they will sell them to a wholesaler and not retail at their particular store.
I need to step in and make a comment. The reason I allowed him to go into business to begin with, and I don't know how the condition read, there'd be no guns in the store. To buy, to sell, there'd be no guns in the store. Bottom line. Continue.
One thing I didn't bring up, because I think I have talked to Metro Property Crimes, and that when I was out doing the inspection, I asked Mr. Mabat, are you following the reporting procedures? Are you reporting these by the next day at 12 noon? He did say yes. Now, Metro Pawn Shop Detail has indicated to me that they have, as a new licensee, that they're working with him, and he reports twice a week. When I went over the audit on the sales that were conducted, there are several weeks where there are more days of items being purchased and should have been reported to Metro Pawn Detail. I won't make that a primary issue because, again, Metro is working with him, but he did indicate to me that each day that he has a sale, that the next day he does report it to Metro, and I find that not to be true.
Sometimes it's weekend, and sometimes it's holiday, and sometimes it takes a little bit more, and that's why I give Metro, instead of 30 days, I give him 35 days or 34 days, because I know that I send it 24 hours late, and I give him the other couple of days. And all the other businesses in the same field, they send a letter once a week with all the receipts, and I every day almost send them the receipt, and I don't think that's a reason to. I'm not upright, because all the other second-hand dealers around town, they send a mail and it gets to Metro only after a week, and I don't understand this.
Okay, any other comments or questions? All right, Mayor Pro Tem, your motion?
Yes, I would like to ask that gentleman in the back if he had any comments.
This is Sergeant Glenn Lowe from Special Investigations.
Thank you. I just wanted to cover the fact that we do send a letter to the applicants when we're done with our investigation for the area concern report, and it says you may contact this office prior to the meeting to review a copy of the completed investigation report, which lists all the different violations, not the recent ones, but ones done during our investigation.
That was 6 months ago.
And also, if he didn't know about this, then how did he know about the exceptions to the buying coins and tokens from a casino?
I read the codes.
Okay, why did you read that code?
Because it was a requirement. And
we don't do business.
Okay, we won't get into that, but
right.
He did know.
Okay, fine. Mayor Pro Tem.
Again, I appreciate the questions asked by my council members, and I appreciate where you're coming from, Mayor. I just got heartburn over the fact that there was not supposed to be any guns at all. I had a hard time convincing myself. He sold me, he came into my office, he sold me that he was going to go in there and make the city proud. I reiterated in my office, there'll be no guns in the store. He's admitted to having 3 guns in the store. My motion is going to be to follow staff's recommendation for denial of this application.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
May I please? Mr. DeFiore, I'm going to make a suggestion. Whether it's followed or not, I guess time will tell, but I think that we need to give better notice next time. So my suggestion is that at least 5 working days prior to the 6-month review, that a report be prepared and that it be provided certified mail, however you want to do it, personal hand delivery to the licensee so that he has notice of whatever areas of concern there are on a review. I understand, officer, you said that he received it for the initial time, but I'm talking about in the review process. So that's going to be a suggestion that I'm going to ask your office to consider and bring back to us, or whatever you want to do.
Okay, very good.
Can the council just clarify? Then basically, you denied my.
That's correct.
Can I ask for like a closed door discussion about this, because I feel there's a little bit more to this than.
You should have asked for it beforehand. We took our vote.
I think there's maybe some information that will interest the council that they're not aware of right now.
Well, it hasn't been brought to my attention. Let me put it this way. You have the right to solicit any one of us. Yeah, you want to do it now?
I'd make a motion to reconsider this last vote, please.
All right. That's the motion. Let's vote. Post? No closed door. Motion carries. Okay, it's open.
Okay, I'm going to bring some issue up, and I really didn't want to bring it up in this form, and it's going to hurt my future that I'm going to bring it up, but I feel that it has a lot to do with why we're here today and why I was denied, obviously. All this report that was done by Metro that I completely respect, it was over-exaggerated and not true. The report that the detective was referring to right now, the areas of concern, Detective Rudd's report from 6 months ago was, and I really respect Metro, but it was a lie. And there is a very specific reason that that report was done. And that's the other painful issue that I really prefer not bringing up in front of council, but I feel that that report was direct result of interaction that I had with a police officer or with several police officers that ended me up in jail for no reason. And all that report that was done is basically to cover their behinds, with all due respect. And I really don't like to bring this up, but the gentleman earlier today here, he brought up the issue of shooting somebody with his hand behind his back while he was running away, and police brutality. Now, I don't accuse Metro of shooting people behind their back, but I do accuse Metro of beating up people. And in this case, I accuse Metro of beating up me, and an incident that happened several years ago, and that's a complete result of that report is because of that beating. That report wasn't about me. That report was done 6 months ago.
All right, well, this is what I'm going to suggest to you, okay? Because I'm not sure this is the proper forum to go into that. You made your position clear. There's a civilian review board that if you believe that Metro abused your constitutional rights, that you could file a complaint with them. You could also make a report to Internal Affairs of Metro. And
I was considering doing it, but
well, right now
I didn't because...
You better do it now because you went public with it, so you may as well follow through with it, Mr. Maybot. If not, you walk away and you haven't picked up anything. You made some serious allegations. If they're true, then you may be entitled to relief and reconsideration by this council. But it's not up to us to make those determinations at this time. Metro has the apparatus that you can feel very comfortable in going to them and telling them your position. There won't be any retaliation. The Civilian Review Board, the same thing. When you make these kind of reports, it's like an insurance policy. You're going to the people who are charged with the responsibility of protecting you as a citizen, and you're making these allegations. It's their responsibility to investigate them. If it comes out to...
They did in that report, Mr. Mayor. They wrote 5 areas of concern for no reason.
No.
About lies about my family, and with no knowledge.
Okay, well, I think that you better bring it to an independent body, and then if there's a report to that effect which substantiates it, yeah, we're always welcome to have you back.
I'm trying to start a business with limited funds, and to...
Mayor, we went through the same stuff it's not anything new on the record. Right. It was brought out the last hearing for this item. I'm going to make a motion, the same motion made earlier, for denial of this application.
All right, let's vote. Post. Motion carries. If you have any substance to what you're saying, we'll see you back here.
Yes, sir.
All right, item 49 is discussion and possible action regarding approval of a new massage establishment license for Jennifer Lee, doing business as Jen Salon de Beauté at 9090 Alta Drive in Ward 2, and this is an ancillary license to an existing business, Jen's Salon de Beauté. I hope I pronounced it right. Do I pronounce it right? De Beauté? Beauté, okay, very good. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, just to recap, 2 weeks ago what we had here before us at the city council meeting, Ms. Lee had two temporary licenses that expired. The second temporary license expired in January, and at that time I reported to the city council that during the first 6-month temporary license we didn't have any business licensing areas of concern. We did have some concern about her omitting certain facts on her application. During the last 6-month period, and just a couple of weeks ago, I did report to the City Council that what we did find is that Ms. Lee employed a massage therapist who had a state massage therapy license, but not a city massage therapy license. At the advice of council, we let that license lapse or let it expire with the idea that she would come back to my office, submit a new business license application, and it would be heard today. So today we're hearing a new massage establishment license application. It is ancillary to the beauty salon that she does have. The massage therapist in question 2 weeks ago has now come into our office and has obtained her city massage therapy license. So we're ready to move forward today for council to consider either a temporary license or a permanent license. So that's where we're at today.
Very good. And your recommendation?
My recommendation, because of the nature of some concerns we've had over the last year, my recommendation would be a temporary license for 6 months with a 6-month review.
All right, Ms. Lee, what do you have to say?
Well, since the last time we had the review and it was hold for 2 weeks later, we stopped the service. It's kind of hurt, for the 2 weeks. But everything is current right now.
All right, very good. Are there any questions of Mr. DiFiore or Ms. Lee or any comments? All right, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Ms. Lee, do you understand why I had some concerns a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay, but it sounds to me like you did what we asked. You filled out a new application, and your therapist is now licensed by the city as well as the state. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. We're just doing our job, so I hope you appreciate that. I don't want to hurt your business. I want to help your business, but there are rules we got to follow,
right.
And that's our job, is to make sure you're following the rules. So I'm going to follow your recommendation, Mr. DiFiore, and that is for a temporary license with a 6-month review. We're going to come back here in 6 months. If everything is okay, you'll probably get your permanent license.
Okay, that's
my motion.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 50 is R5 2009, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between RDA and, for my council's edification, L'Chaim Western Village Property, LLC, located at 321 to 323 Fremont Street, to be in compliance and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA, and this item related to the earlier RDA item number 5. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This is the City Council consent resolution for the Western Village project that the Redevelopment Agency approved a VIP grant for this morning. By your approving this consent resolution, you'll make the actions of the RDA that were taken this morning effective. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. That's in Ward 5, even though the agenda says Ward 3. So, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. As we move forward to continue to beautify the businesses and developments throughout Ward 5, I really appreciate the job that Office of Business Development has done relating to getting the message out and supporting those businesses for their facade improvements. And with that, I would like to move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Very good. That's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 51 is R6 2009, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution calling a public hearing, authorizing the distribution of materials, and authorizing publication of a notice of public hearing, all relating to a tourism improvement district, the TID, for parcels at 4th Street and Stewart Avenue. This is in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Scott Adams again. This is an item that's a continuation of some past items you had approved regarding the CIM project, which is the redevelopment project for the post office block. You in the past had approved a disposition and development agreement for that causes the sale of the land that the city owns in that block to CIM Group for the redevelopment of the land around the post office. And in one of the features in that development agreement committed the city under a best efforts basis to form a tourism improvement district. That's a new, relatively new, about 4 years old, financing mechanism that captures sales taxes that can be put back into projects that are tourism related that generate a lot of sales taxes. So that's why we're here today. You have a resolution in front of you that does several things, and I'll just read for the record what this resolution stipulates. In the resolution, it indicates that we have filed, when I say we, the developer and the city have filed certain items that are required under the statute. Those include a study that was done by Applied Analysis that you'll hear the summary of shortly, that is required under the state law, which is often referred to as the preponderance study, that indicates that the preponderance of the sales taxes generated in this district come from visitors outside Nevada. There's also filed a letter from CIM indicating their ability to, especially financially, their ability to move forward with a project. There's a memorandum filed that, then these are all stipulated under the statute as being required, from Kaiser Marston Associates, which the city hired to analyze CIM's ability to move forward with this project. And then there's also a memorandum from me that indicates the current status of the land assembly of that project. If you remember on that site, there's a couple areas in the site that we don't have full control of, one owned by the Nevada Department of Transportation, and another, the post office site, which is some constraints imposed on it through the transfer that was made to us by the federal government. So those are matters that were filed with the clerk that are required under the statute. I also would remind you that as you'll see throughout this presentation that we're going to be making, that we are planning to use the sales tax generated in the Tourism Improvement District not to go back to the developer for their use in the project, their private investment, but rather we're using the proceeds from the Tourism Improvement District to focus on public improvements, things like improvements to the plaza proposed in the development, streetscaping, and any future public parking that's generated on the project. With me today are a couple additional members of our team that have been working on this. I'm going to ask Bill Arndt of my staff, our redevelopment manager, to lead off in this presentation, to give you a little bit about how we're forming the district and the process we're going through. And then he's going to turn it over to Brian Gordon again from Applied Analysis to present to you a summary of their findings in this preponderance study. All this very important to be read into the record at this point in the process. Bill?
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon, members of council. Bill Arndt, Redevelopment Manager, Office of Business Development. As Scott had mentioned, we're going to give a brief PowerPoint. I'm going to be going over three things, talking about what the city is required to do as far as findings and its role in the process, and then also go over the schedule and the process at a high level, and then finally talk about the context of how this relates to the project that CIM is doing. And then I'm going to turn it over to Brian Gordon to go over the actual results of the study. I do have a copy of the PowerPoint, which I provided to Mr. Riggleman, and I'll provide a copy to the clerk as well. Scott had mentioned the basics about Tourism Improvement District, what it is. Essentially, it allows a city or a county to retain a portion of the mandatory sales and use tax proceeds generated from within the area that we're setting up the district in. And it can be used for a variety of things to improve the district and to operate projects within that district. variety of projects are eligible. It includes art projects, tourism and entertainment, sports stadiums, and any property suitable for retail or tourism. This project primarily falls in that second category. The required findings, law requires mainly two findings resulting from a fiscal effect or fiscal impact study. One is an increased finding showing that the sales tax will be increased from within that district to where it currently stands today, and that a substantial increase is going to be resulting primarily from tourists. And that's the second side of it, the preponderance finding, where that increase in taxes is generated by tourists who are residents from outside the region.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
If you don't mind. Mr. Arndt, I don't want to disturb your slide, but you're moving way too fast for me.
Okay.
I'm trying to really key into what you're saying. So if you could go back to the last slide and address that again.
Sure. These are the two findings that are actually required by the law. And this is part of what we're doing today, is introducing this resolution to find the required findings to form a tourism improvement district. So there are various steps throughout the process. The thing that the city has to do is we have to find two findings. The law essentially requires that there's a positive net fiscal effect on local government services. That part of it, I'm really going to defer to Mr. Gordon, because he did the in-depth study and working with the developer and has the findings on whether or not there's a positive net effect of the project as far as tax revenue coming into the region, and he'll go through that in some detail. The two findings that the city focused on is the increased finding. As a result of this project, retailers locating their businesses within the district, and I'll define what that means for this project, that retailers will locate in that district, and that there will be a substantial increase in proceeds from sales and use taxes. Essentially, retail spending will go up as a result of this project. So that's the first finding, an increased finding. And again, both of these findings are supported by the fiscal impact study that was conducted by Applied Analysis, and they'll go over how they came to that conclusion. And then the second finding is a preponderance finding, and this is specific for a tourism improvement district. The concept is that in order to be a net positive, you can't be recirculating money from within an economy where you're just moving one retailer from one site, moving them to a new site. This is really meant to be new tourism dollars, new consumer spending from tourists who don't physically reside within southern Nevada. So that's a second finding that, again, with the results of this fiscal impact study conducted by Applied Analysis, we have to make that finding. So these two findings, as we go through it, keep those in mind. Mr. Gordon will address why he can show that the sales taxes are going up and why we can substantiate that the sales taxes are not from local residents that are already in the valley, but that are coming from outside the valley.
And basically, Mr. Arndt, what we're doing today is we're getting this briefing, and then we're going to set a date for a public hearing so there could be public comment on this.
That's correct. This is the first step, and for the city side, it really is a three-tiered process, this resolution itself. Then we're going to have a hearing on May 6th, and then we're going to go through an ordinance process to actually enact the Tourism Improvement District. So this is one of several council items that will be before you. It's really a three-step process, again, with the ordinance process taking a few council meetings. But this is really your first look at considering the Tourism Improvement District for this project.
Right, and it's the first time, at least to my knowledge, that the city is considering a tourism improvement district, that it has been apparently a vehicle used in the northern part of the state for the development of some projects up there, but it's the first time that it's being considered down here. Is that correct?
That's correct. One of the things you'll see in the resolution that you're passing today is in the resolution, we've cited the statute, and you're going to see it's very detailed. This is not an easy statute to comply with. When the legislature created this statute, they were very specific on how a district could be formed and some of the things you had to do to comply.
Very good. And before we go on with the presentation, I just want to say that we're still in our morning calendar. There's no way in the world we're going to get to the afternoon calendar until at least 2 o'clock, and it may be substantially after 2, so if other people have things that they could do in the meantime, they should do it. I feel that perhaps the marshal should be advised of that when people are coming in, that we probably won't get to the afternoon calendar until at least 2 o'clock this afternoon. All right, thank you.
So those are the two findings. The increased finding, taxes are going to go up, and then the preponderance finding that a preponderance of proceeds from the sales and use tax specifically can be attributed to people from outside the region. So that's essentially what we have to do, the findings. Now I'm going to talk about the process, which really talks about the city's role, what the steps are, and what you're going to see as far as the next steps are in the process. There's a resolution of intent to form the TID, and that's really today. We're going to show the fiscal effect of the project. And then if the item is approved today at council, then we're actually going to be notifying two bodies, the Board of County Commissioners and the Clark County School District. That is part of the procedure that's set up in the law, and that's what we're required to follow. And then the school district trustees and the county commissioners can hold public hearings to consider comment on whether or not the fiscal effect, the impact of the project as it's presented today by Applied Analysis, to take input from the public on whether or not that fiscal impact is correct and really will be a net positive for the region and the community. And there's a small note here that the county hearing is an optional hearing in the law, but the law does require it for the school district board of trustees. So if the item is voted on and approved today, that would set in motion the next steps in that process. Then after that, after those two hearings, the City Council would hold a public hearing and make the final increased finding and preponderance finding. So this is the first step. Then there's going to be a hearing at the School District Board of Trustees, and then also potentially the Board of County Commissioners. And then on May 6th, which is the target date, the Council would be reviewing this item again to actually make those findings. Following that, there's a couple more steps. The Nevada Commission on Tourism holds a hearing to make a preponderance finding. And that's, again, the state agency that deals with tourism initiatives, and they've been tasked by the legislature to actually be the administrative body to hold the hearing, to review and approve that preponderance finding. And then the governor considers the fiscal effects of the pledge of money on educational funding. There isn't a required hearing from the governor. Again, that's done at the administrative level with the Nevada Commission on Tourism. More on the process, the city would then create an ordinance to formally approve and ratify the improvement district. One of the things that we have to do is to demonstrate that there were no retail businesses maintaining a permanent place of business in that district for a 120-day period. You can think of it like a cooling off period, if you will. So when we get to the final adoption of the ordinance itself, we'll have to demonstrate that there has been no retail activity for a 120-day period. And we're projecting that to occur sometime in August. City Council and the State Department of Taxation would then enter into an agreement specifying dates and procedure for distributing the pledged proceeds. Again, this is the project. As Scott had mentioned, this is for the land surrounding the Mob Museum. In the agreement itself, it's referred to as the E&A site in our agreement with the developer, and that shows the proposed boundaries, which would include the area around the museum itself, shown there in the rendering in red. Just kind of a review and recap of the actual proposed development program on that site, the site in the red. That's anchored by the Las Vegas Museum of Law Enforcement and Organized Crime. That's the anchor. And then the area around the museum itself, the developer is proposing to do a mix of uses, including 200,000 square feet of new retail, 150,000 square feet of office, a 500-room hotel, and the potential for a casino. And that's one of the things that the fiscal impact study looked at, is the impact of a casino on the site versus one not on the site, and had to consider both options in looking at the study. This shows the site and specifically what the city's interest is and how we're going to spend these tax dollars. We're looking for a vibrant public plaza. We're looking for a public parking garage to support all of the new development. And then we're also looking at an enhanced streetscape to promote pedestrian activity. These are some of the things that you may recall are in the agreement with the developer, CIM, that we want to see as a result of this project with all the new development. we want to make sure all the public amenities are up to par to accommodate the new development, and that there's a funding source to do this. So the use of the funds, we're proposing to use these funds for public infrastructure improvements. This includes a parking structure, a public plaza, and then street improvements. We're proposing to do improvements above and beyond what you normally see a developer do with off-site improvements done in the street and the public right-of-way. And that's going to mean primarily upgrading Stewart Avenue, potentially upgrading Ogden Avenue as well, to do improvements above and beyond what you normally see as a requirement of a developer when they go through the planning process and the entitlement process. And this is an important point to make. None of these funds, the TID funds specifically, will go towards private development. They're going to be used for all those public improvement costs.
Let me jump in and make a correction. I don't believe we'll be making any improvements to Ogden because the improvements have to be inside the district.
In the district.
Right.
So as I understand it, gentlemen, that if in fact the Tourist Improvement District is approved, no other enhancements or abatements can be given to the developer, such as TIF.
That's correct. And if you remember the CAM DDA, they didn't ask for anything in the way of tax increment financing rebates. Every commitment we made under that agreement was best efforts, and this is the only financial one that we committed to, which was using best efforts to form a TID because it's beyond our control. Quite frankly, we couldn't definitively commit to it, and should it be formed, then we'd use the proceeds of it to make these public improvements that we're describing.
Very good. Is that it, Mr. Arndt? Or no?
Just a couple more final points on how this fits into the project, and then I'm going to turn over to Mr. Gordon. Under the development agreement, CIM, you may recall, has to spend at least $100 million in improvements, capital improvements, in order to gain a purchase option on that site surrounding the museum. So again, there are a few other steps that run parallel with this process that the developer has to meet in order to get access to these funds for the public improvement costs. And one of those is this clear threshold, which is in the DDA. And construction on those improvements in the current agreement are supposed to start by December 31st of this year. No TIF or TID funds will go toward the Lady Luck property itself. As we saw on that site map, again, the TID site, the district site, does not include the existing gaming property on the south side of Stewart. It only includes the property around the museum itself. So none of these TID funds will go towards that project and helping offset those private developer costs and those private costs. And the funds will also will not go towards normal required improvements, meaning off-site improvements that they would have to do as they relate to the new development. So for example, if in doing the Lady Luck renovations, they have to do certain off-site improvements to bring the streets around the Lady Luck up to code. As Scott had mentioned, Ogden Avenue, that will be on the developer's nickel, not on the TID dollars. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Brian Gordon from Applied Analysis.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
Prior to going to the details from Applied Analysis, I do have a couple questions in regards to the slides for a point of clarification. One of your slides presented that the proceeds can be used to acquire, improve, equip, operate, and maintain a project. And so from a layman's point of view, that can be perceived as the developer or a development. So if you will, please once again reiterate as far as the monies captured within the TID not being used towards those specific developments, because the way you have it spelled out here, one could interpret it to mean just that. That's my first question.
Councilman, thank you for the question. That's kind of the starting point, if you will. That's what the law allows for, those range of uses. We're proposing to do, and I'll go back just a few slides, really three uses: the parking structure, a public plaza, and then street improvements on Stewart Avenue. So those are the three uses. There's what the law allows, which was that slide at the beginning of the presentation, which is a whole range of uses, but we've come up with a narrow set of uses that we want to use the proceeds for. And the final throughout the process, these are going to be the uses that you're going to be seeing as part of the district. So we're keeping it just to these three uses: the parking structure, the public plaza, and the street improvements on Stewart Avenue. So the law itself, for any developer in any city or county that wanted to go through the process, allows that wide range of uses: acquire, equip. We're not doing any property acquisition, any land acquisition using these funds. There's solely those three
And that's
uses.
what I was alluding to, and I'm glad that you mentioned that as far as the purchasing, the acquisition of properties, kicking monies back to the developer. So I wanted that to be clear, specifically due to your slide not being as clear and stated what you just mentioned on the record as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to mention, too, and this might be a little bit of a sensitive point, we don't automatically commit to build parking as part of their agreement. There's a provision in the agreement that says at the time they determine they believe there's a need for parking in support of the retail development or whatever there is on that block, we conduct a study of the parking supply and demand, both on the block and within a several block radius around the site, to determine what that supply and demand is, and only build what's necessary within that district. And I wanted to clarify that as well. It becomes public parking to support a broader district of downtown, not just the developer's specific needs.
With that, I'll turn it over to Brian Gordon again after the presentation. If there are any additional questions, be glad to answer them.
Gordon?
Thank you, Bill. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm just going to cover briefly the three findings that Bill mentions that we're required to cover. They're all laid out in great detail in the report that we've prepared. These are some summary slides that will talk about those findings. And what we did is took a look at the proposed development and what it's going to look like from a pro forma standpoint, looking at the 200,000 square feet of retail, 150,000 square feet of office space, a hotel, and potentially a casino as one of the options. For purposes of these slides, we've excluded the scenario that includes a casino. If a casino is ultimately developed on the site, all of the impacts associated with the development are going to be have a greater value. So we've looked at sort of the more conservative scenario for purposes of this. The project's expected to generate public revenues of about $26.1 million in aggregate under this scenario. The bulk of those will be inuring to public uses as they traditionally would. Approximately $3.1 million of potential sales tax would then revert back to the city for these public purposes. So a fairly modest share, again, about almost 12% of the total public revenues that are generated from this development. If we take a look at the revenues versus the expenditures from a public standpoint, again, after deducting out that potential $3.1 million in rebates back to the city for public infrastructure, that would leave about $23 million in public revenues, inuring to all types of jurisdictions at the state and local levels, as well as the county. And then from an expenditure standpoint, there's a significant number of expenses obviously associated with the project as well. That number totals close to $18 million. Again, that's an all-encompassing number in terms of police protection, fire protection, education, as well as other public services offered locally and at the state level. That difference is about $5.4 million, demonstrating there's a positive fiscal effect associated with the development, one of the findings that we're required to make as part of this study. Another way to look at it are some of the more identifiable public revenue sources that are generated by the proposed project. We've just laid out a sample of them here: the modified business tax, property taxes, as well as lodging taxes, and then the split between the sales and use tax. Again, this is the upwards of 75% of the public sales and use taxes inuring back to the city. Just sort of a graphical way to look as to where they're coming from. We were also asked to just take a look at what the differences are between the scenarios. One is if the project moved forward and the Tourism Improvement District is created. Again, you've seen these numbers already. A significant amount of public revenues are generated. Without the project, there are no additional public revenues created.
If I could interject here, as you know, that we own the site, so it's a tax-exempt use. It's currently a bus terminal. And we're relocating, as you know, with the Regional Transportation Commission, that bus terminal over into the live-work development. As part of that relocation, obviously, we're going to be closing down we have actually, as part of that natural transition, any of the retail use that was there's some vending machines and things that would generate any minor sales taxes that were on the site, and then, obviously be redeveloped in a much higher intensity use by CIM.
The next finding that Bill discussed was the impact on surrounding retailers. CIM has developed several projects throughout the country. Yes?
If we may, please go back to the next slide. Councilwoman has a question.
Back slide. The yellow is representing what would be collected that will go back to what agencies?
The yellow would go to a variety of agencies. Some would go to, at the state level, through modified business tax, a portion of the sales tax, a portion would go to the Clark County School District, portions would go for flood protection.
And then the green is, excuse me, but the green is what would be coming back for?
Public infrastructure, the three items that Bill mentioned.
I just want to make sure that I realize that I was accurate.
Right.
Yes, and what we have today is zero.
Right.
Okay. So to evaluate the impact on surrounding retailers, we took a look at the site. The entire tourism improvement district area is bounded by streets, US 95, and the other surrounding streets, Casino Center and Stewart and so forth. Opposite this site is the Lady Luck, existing Lady Luck property. So the adjacent uses are unlikely to be impacted by the proposed tourism improvement district. A second element that we took a look at is what do major investments create in terms of increasing aggregate sales activity or sales and use taxes ultimately. Looking over the past 10 years, we've seen the number of hotel rooms expand at about a compound annual growth rate of about 2.4%. The number of visitors was very comparable at 2.5%. The actual spending per trip was about 7.2%, so aggregate spending, again, within the region is expanded by about 9.9% in aggregate. This proposed development is a $200 million plus investment. We would expect that the additional investment in the area would sort of raise the bar and generate incremental sales in the area. Another finding we're required to make is the preponderance test, where the majority of these sales tax revenues will originate from. We took a look at land uses within the area, primarily dominated by hotel rooms versus residential units. We looked at these in 1, 3, and 5 mile increments. We also took a look at the average spending per visitor as well as the average spending per resident, and we looked at strictly the taxable spending categories that those types of individuals would partake in, and overwhelmingly in sort of the three scenarios we looked at, the preponderance of the retail sales would originate from non-Nevada visitors. We did extract a portion for those coming from northern Nevada or other parts of the state. Just to summarize some of the other benefits associated with the project, a total of approximately 1,800 jobs would be created, $66 million in wages, and they would generate over $283 million in economic output during the construction phase of the project. Once the project's up and operational, there's going to be about 1,600 permanent jobs on site, significant wages again, and a significant amount of economic output. The breakdown in terms of employment on a go-forward basis, again, 1,600 direct jobs. The indirect and induced impacts that we talked about earlier today for another purpose ripples throughout the economy for a total of about 2,600 jobs.
Question, Your Honor?
Yes, Kevin.
Mr. Gordon, you haven't included in there the annual amount of taxes for the years to come and forecasting out this, have you? You haven't done that. We're not seeing any of those.
All of the figures that I've been discussing, and I probably should have said this up front, those are the annual estimates.
Annual estimates.
Of the ongoing operation.
But this is perpetual, essentially. This goes on and on every year, creating that economy, creating that tax base that funnels as Councilwoman asked, where's that money that money going to break down and go to? It goes everywhere, essentially.
It does.
And it's important and significant that everybody understands that. That's how this is going to work. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. The final couple of slides here just focus on impacts on education funding. We were asked to discuss how education is funded and what the impact might be. Education is primarily funded through these sources that you can see on the slide here. A portion of the state general fund revenues, local school support tax, property taxes, and then room tax. The pieces from the state general fund comprise these various elements: modified business tax, gaming fees and charges, gaming taxes, and then the state portion of the sales tax. The taxes that are expected to be directed back toward the city for public infrastructure would only really affect education from the standpoint of a portion of that 2% state sales tax rate and a portion of the local school support tax, which is 2.25% of the entire sales tax rate. So several sort of items here I've covered. I don't know if any of those need to be discussed in any more detail. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of any of the gentlemen at this point?
Yes.
Sir? Yes.
Well, you can go with public comment in and out.
Well, it's not a public comment item, but the gentleman's been waiting around. Could you make your remarks rather brief, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Samuel Wright. I'm a member of the Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce. Sir, My name is Samuel Wright. I'm a member of the Ward 5 Chamber of Commerce, and we're forming a community development association. So I waited to hear about this tourism improvement district to find out some more information about it. First of all, is it going to be open to community development associations, or is this strictly private developers working with the city for this tourism improvement district?
It's a way. It's the latter. It's a relationship between the city and all the taxing jurisdictions and a private developer to share in taxes to make a development happen. There really is no mechanism in the state law to share that with community development associations.
The benefit from a community development association would be when employment programs and plans are entered into as part of the development. Hopefully, work and jobs will be available for your members and the people that you represent. That's the main thing. We're trying to create jobs.
I understand that.
That's the big thing: jobs, 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 and that way people will be able to avoid foreclosures and be able to feed their families. It's jobs. That's what this is all about.
Well, we believe we have some tourism opportunities that haven't been taken advantage of within Ward 5, and we'd like the opportunity to pursue those.
Well, you certainly can do that and talk to our business development office about. This isn't Ward 5, by the way. You know that.
Of course.
Right. You can certainly discuss whatever opportunities you have where the private sector is interested in getting the city's assistance. That's what we're here for.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me clarify to follow up on the gentleman's question. The defined district, the law is very specific. You create a district, you generate new taxes in that district, and anything you capture from that 75% has to go back into the district. It cannot be spent anywhere else. It goes into supporting the development that occurred within the district.
Then I have a follow-up question. If you created a tourism district outside of the area you're talking about, can you create it in other places besides on city land?
Absolutely. Now, again, to follow up on that, the law is very specific and very difficult to create a district, and it sunsets in the redevelopment area in October of this year. The law was enacted, I think, 2 sessions ago, and so it's only been in place not quite 4 years, and they gave us a very short fuse on it. They said that in redevelopment areas, you have until October of 2009 in order to enact a district.
So it's still possible to have one in areas other than what we're talking about today?
That's correct. But to start today, and I'm just providing this as a warning, to start today and go through all this work to get one created and get it done by October of 2009 will be very, very difficult. We started some of this work last year in preparation of today's event.
And is there a written process as to what the work is that needs to be done?
Yeah, it's the state law. Yeah, and that actually it's in the backup. We've actually cited the law in today's resolution.
And can I get a copy of that?
I'd be glad to work with you to get you a copy of this.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Goodman, please. I think the confusion is the word district. District, I think, implies to a lot of people that it's a large area, when in fact this TID is one particular area. Is that right?
Right. We showed you the map that showed that little red area is the district. This post office block is the district.
I know that, Scott.
Right.
But I think part of the confusion is that it wasn't as clear as it could be because this TID is for just that one area. Like you said, the state legislature gave us a time period where we could do other TIDs, but it would be very difficult to do another one in the time frame we have now.
And let me go just a tad further. You can't just take a piece of the city and say we're going to create a tourism improvement district. You have to have very specific plans for that area that are so specific that you could actually estimate from the proposed development what sales tax will be generated. And then, if I mentioned at the beginning, we filed certain statements from the developer and from an independent analyst as to how they propose to finance and move forward with their development. All of this information has to be done and filed as part of the findings when you create a district. So there is a great deal of information the state law requires you prepare in establishing a district.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilman.
Mr. Adams, if you will, or Mr. Gordon, if you would go back to the overhead showing the overhead of the boundaries of the district in question, I believe that would clarify the question that the gentleman had, number one. And while you go back to that overhead, please explain to me how, in fact,
there it is.
Thank you. And if you will just, before I move on to my next question, please provide some aerial direction as far as what we're looking at here on the screen.
Okay, what we're seeing in that red boundary is all of the block that the current post office, soon to be Mob Museum, sits on.
So we're talking about Stewart.
Right. It's bounded by Stewart, Casino Center, 4th, and
US 95.
US 95, I-515.
Correct. Okay, so that's just a point of aerial as far as what subject we're discussing here today. Secondly, talk to me in relation to the expansion. How, in fact, could this district, should it move through its full entirety of the project, how does the city or the county or whomever is allotted the opportunity to have this tourist improvement district expanded? Is that possible? If not, please explain both sides.
Do we have the ability to expand this district once it's been created?
Yes, at a later date.
I believe we do, but I think, and I'm kind of playing lawyer here, and maybe I don't know if John's still here. He might be able to chime in. John Swinside's the attorney that we've been working with on this project. I believe we'd probably have to go through the same process to expand it that we went through to create it. I think we'd probably have to make the same findings and go through the same process at that level of specifics to expand the district once it's been created.
But it would be sunsetted. We wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, again, we'd be bumping up against that October 2009 deadline.
Right, and of course it'd be hard to realize that this is going to be expanded before October. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, my question, Mayor, just for clarification, is not a matter, and the gentleman can come forward if you have the answer to my question. My question is for if, in fact, the Tourist Improvement District is approved and we surpass the sunset date, let's just say 2012, do we have the ability to expand the TID, and if so, how does that happen? If not, then explain.
For the record, John Swenside, acting as bond counsel to the city on this matter. Scott is correct. If the sunset, the way existing law is, you will not have the ability to expand this district in the redevelopment area after October 1 of 2009, existing law. You could create another district outside of the redevelopment area, but it wouldn't be part of this district. Your ability to do anything in the redevelopment area goes away after October 1 of 2009.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And my next question is for Mr. Gordon. As far as the positive tax revenue coming into the district, please talk to me in relation to the increase. You use the term increase of taxes. Where does the increase of taxes come into play? Explain that.
There'll be additional taxes generated as the development moves forward. So as part of the retail shops, the 200,000 square feet of retail that would be created on site, those retailers would submit sales taxes based on their revenues. Users of office space, in some instances, will be submitting sales taxes associated with their operations. In addition to sort of the just the sales tax portion of what would be created on the site, there's a number of other taxes, certainly property taxes associated with the development. We're talking about a $200 million plus development, so incremental property taxes would be generated on the site. We would also see a significant amount of lodging taxes associated with the hotel. So there would be a lodging tax levied on each hotel room that is rented. We would also have a modified business tax that would go to the state level. That would be the payroll tax, essentially, that funds the general fund at the state level. And then there'd be just a number of other sort of state and local fees and charges that would be generated as part of the development.
So would this be accurate, this statement be accurate, as far as those that frequent the tourist improvement district will pay a higher tax than those who would frequent outside, or would the taxes be
the tax
same?
rates and the taxes levied would be exactly the same whether you're inside this district or outside of the district. The fact that this facility would be built on that particular site and would be within the tourism improvement district, we're required to look at what the fiscal effects of all of that activity mean. So
right.
These taxes would be generated. They're the same tax rates and same levies.
Okay, so in essence, as long as the taxes that are captured inside of the TID, the Tourist Improvement District, just 75% of that will be returned.
Just up to
within that boundary.
75% just of the mandatory portion of the sales tax. Okay. So property taxes aren't affected, modified business tax is not affected, lodging taxes are not affected. Nothing else is affected other than the sales tax, and that would be on the portion up to 75% of 6.5% of the total rate.
Okay.
If I could jump in and trying to reduce it to simple terms, because I know you've been asking us to do that a lot. If I interpret Brian's analysis correctly, for the capture of that 75% of the sales tax, for every dollar that we capture in that portion, we're generating $8 additional roughly of other taxes that go to other taxing jurisdictions and will continue to go to them. So for every dollar that we capture to go into the district for those public improvements, we're generating another $8 in taxes that go to other taxing jurisdictions. This is actually higher leverage in return on investment than we're seeing in property tax redevelopment under the RDA.
And one additional question. What happens should one of the agencies, once it gets past the city council and it moves on to the county and the tours of taxation, what if one of those agencies or entities decide not to move forward with it, oppose it, or have some level of opposition? What happens in that respect? What happens with the overall item?
Mr. Swenside to the rescue.
John Swenside, right again. The council, the county commission, and the school board are entitled to provide comments to you, and you, with the school board, are required to consider the comments. In the county, you may consider the comments, but basically they just comment to you, and you take that into account when you make your decision whether to go ahead or not. The Tourism Commission and the governor, either one of those, if they disapprove of the project, could prevent you from going ahead because you need their approval to go ahead, the Tourism Commission and the governor. The governor could also take a step kind of in between. He could say, I'm going to improve it, but I want you to provide more money for schools, and you've got to give a portion of the taxes over to the school district. That's one of his options. The Tourism Commission doesn't have that option. They just have a yes-no. But the governor has a yes, a no, or a kind of an in-between.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Any other comments or questions? All right, Councilman Barlow, your motion, please.
Mayor and Council, I first and foremost would like to thank all of the gentlemen, Office of Business Development, Bond Council, as well as Applied Analysis for your great report. I believe that this is going to be a huge impact for the downtown community, bringing a much-needed process of how we can generate more revenue and bring more business and businesses into the downtown community. I hope that we are successful in our bid to move forward with the Tourist Improvement District. And so with that, I look forward to the comments coming back from the various agencies, such as the school district as well as Clark County. And also I look forward to hearing from the Tourism and Taxation Department, as well as the governor, should they have any questions or concerns as it relates to what it is that we're looking forward to do in the downtown Las Vegas area. So with that being said, I would like to move forward with a motion of approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Adopting the findings necessary.
Adopting the findings as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck, everybody. Let's get this on. Okay. 52. Folks, it's now about 1:30. We've started this morning at 8 with our redevelopment agency. We probably won't be getting back here till at least 2:45 at this point. So if you have other things to do, I'm just advising you. And Ms. Stewart, don't worry. You're going to make your plane. I figured out a way to have you make your plane. You'll be forever indebted to this council after that. You just take it easy. All right. Item 52 is R7/2009, discussion and possible action concerning a resolution and notice regarding the granting of a telecommunications service franchise to Level 3 Communications LLC, setting the purpose, character, term, and conditions of the proposed franchise, and setting a public hearing on the advisability of granting the proposed franchise. This pertains to all wards. Mr. Jervik, is this your presentation?
I can give a presentation. It's in order, Your Honor. We are waiting a signed version of this contract. This just puts in motion a process that will result in the introduction of a bill and the possible adoption at a future meeting. If we don't get the contract signed from Wiltel before then, we'll be pulling it off the agenda, but I believe that it's in order, and we recommend approval today.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd move to approve this resolution and authorize its execution on behalf of the city.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 54, Bill number 2009-1 revises the composition of the Records Management Committee and adopts the most recent version of the minimum records retention schedules for local governments in Nevada. Councilwoman, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 29-1, an ordinance to revise the composition of the Records Management Committee, adopt the most recent version of the minimum records retention schedules for local governments in Nevada, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 55 is Bill number 2009-2, amends the special use permit standards applicable to secondhand dealers in the Town Center District to allow the sale of personal computers, laptop computers, and other similar computer devices on a non-consignment basis. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Please.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 29-2, in order to amend the Town Center Development Standards Manual regarding special use permit standards applicable to secondhand dealers to allow the sale of personal computers, laptop computers, and similar computer devices on a non-consignment basis, and provide for other related matters.
Did you want to be heard on this before we vote?
Yes, please. Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here tonight on behalf of...
It's not tonight yet, but it's going to be.
Oh, yeah, I know. You're right. I think it's tonight. I've been here since this morning. Here today, this afternoon, on behalf of Laptop Exchange. We have been working with your city attorney's office, and I apologize for asking for this amendment here, but we would like to ask for an amendment that I have worked out with your city attorney's office. And would you like me to read that, Val, or would you like to
yes,
read it?
go ahead.
Okay. We would like to add a new section, and it would read, the following and only the following secondhand merchandise may be sold on a non-consignment basis to, or purchased from, or exchanged with customers of the operation. 1, personal computers, 2, laptop computers, and 3, other similar computer devices. That would more accurately reflect the business operations that our client intends to operate in the town center area.
All right,
It
this
really
proposed bill,
restricts it some.
excuse me?
I was going to say, it sort of restricts it some, so it's it's non-encompassing.
Yes, in a way, but it also fully discusses what their operation is,
Right.
because they do take in used computers and exchange out for
Yes.
upgraded computers as well. Yes.
And this is sponsored by Councilman Ross. Is that agreeable with you, Councilman?
It is. Ms. Lazovich, do you want to tell everybody why we did that restriction, what my biggest concern was?
Oh, sure. Would you like me to say
I
it?
would love for you to do that. Would you?
Yes. Just for starters, we're representing a company called Laptop Exchange. They are not a pawn shop. The councilman's concern, first and foremost, when we asked to amend this section of the Town Center Development Standards Manual, was that we do not open it up to pawn shop type uses. It's my understanding, and obviously I would like the city attorney to confirm, that this language does not open it up for pawn shop uses, and certainly our client is not a pawn shop. He's very, very far from, and that would require an entirely different license, which he has no intention of ever applying for.
Would that be consistent with your judgment, Mr. Steve?
Yes, that's correct. As the bill was introduced, it talked about allowing them to sell these items and these items only on a non-consignment basis. And later on, we determined that we needed additional language to authorize the exchange between the operation and customers. So the language that Jennifer has read does meet with our approval. We would also need to make corresponding changes in the title and the summary of the ordinance, but we recommend it as a First Amendment.
Okay, fine. Councilwoman? Councilwoman, do you have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
As amended.
As amended.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Councilwoman, can I do this with your permission?
You
Is your
can do
client
that.
here today?
He actually is. Yes.
Can he come down here and introduce himself to us, Your Honor? And I'll tell you why, just briefly. As he introduces himself, it's important that I'm aware of his business and what he does, and it's a well-established company, and he does a great job for the community, but I also wanted to personally welcome him out to Ward 6 and for him to be successful. Would you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what
Sure,
you do?
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. For the record, Michael Groden, Laptop Exchange, 3823 West Spring Mountain Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89102.
Nevada.
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 Now, Ms. Groden, I also want to promote your company. This is your one and only chance here at the City of Las Vegas at the City Council level to promote your company. I'm asking the mayor for his indulgence for you to do that. So.
Sure. Well, Laptop Exchange has been in the community for going on 10 years.
But you've been in the community for about 10 days.
I've been in the community since July.
I figured that. It's Nevada, not Nevada.
Nevada, okay. We buy, sell, and trade, service, and upgrade all brands of laptop computers. We are not considered a pawn shop. The licensing that we use is a secondhand dealer's license, Class 2, and the reason we do that is just for the ability to be able to purchase laptop for our customers, give them the ability to trade for better computers, and also we're able to take the computers that we buy from customers and sell them at affordable prices. So it's a good fit for everybody in the community. We've added a lot of value to the community. We're looking forward to extending our business up to Centennial Hills areas, and we think that we'd be hopefully welcomed up there as well.
Well, then, Your Honor, with that and Councilwoman's motion, we officially welcome you to Centennial Hills.
Thank you
Wish you
very
all the
much.
luck in the world.
Thank you.
Very good. Let's vote on the motion now. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you here.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Item 56 is Bill Number 2009-3, amends the Downtown Centennial Plan to update the list of uses permitted within the district known as 18B, the Las Vegas Arts District. And Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bill number 2009-3, an ordinance to amend the Downtown Centennial Plan to update the list of uses permitted within the downtown district known as 18B, the Las Vegas Arts District, and provide a related matter.
All right, and your motion, Councilwoman.
Move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The new bills, items 57 and 58, bills 2009-4 and 2009-5, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, February 17, 2009, Would you please read those bills, Mr. Chairman?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Before doing that, I just want to make a correction for the record. On item number 52, I indicated the proposed franchise agreement to be with WillTel. It's really with Level 3 Communications, LLC. If the clerk will make that correction for the record. I'll be glad to read the new bills, which are Bill number 2009-4, an ordinance granting Level 3 Communications, LLC, a limited liability company, Level 3, organized and existing under the laws of the state of Nevada, Delaware, and authorized to do business in Nevada, non-exclusive franchise for a telecommunications service within the corporate limits of the City of Las Vegas, subject to and in accordance with that certain franchise agreement entered into between the City of Las Vegas and Level 3 and providing for other matters properly relating thereto. And Bill number 2009-5, an ordinance to revise and consolidate the review and approval procedures for signs in the Downtown Casino Overlay District, the Downtown Entertainment Overlay District, and the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway Overlay District, and provide for related matters.
All right, thank you very much. These bills are assigned to now, Councilwoman, are you still on the recommending committee?
No, really, I'm
Oh,
not, but I thought you called on me originally today because I was there in the absence.
Oh, okay, fine. I appreciate
We
that.
got to see Obama inaugurated. so-
Very good. Well, Councilman Barlow, you are you not?
I am.
Will you be available on the 17th of February?
Yes, I will be.
Very good. And Councilman Steinman, will you be available?
I will, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. The bills are assigned to you. Now, this is what we're doing. The council meeting is in recess for 1 minute. All right, the minute is up, and the afternoon session will begin with the polling of item 99. We're going to consider item 99 at this time. 99 is SUP 32144, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is TCB Las Vegas LLC. The owner Mustang Man LLC. Request for a proposed supper club with a waiver to allow a 0-foot separation from a church where 400 feet is required at 6750 West Sahara Avenue. And this is to be heard in conjunction with the morning session, item 45. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Oh, so we're just considering 99? Okay, fine. Ms. Stewart?
Thank you very much, Mayor, City Council members, and I do so much appreciate your indulgence in moving this item forward. This is Lucy Stewart, 856 East Sahara, representing the item. This is the site of the former, it was Props Mongolian Barbecue, and before that it was Eastside Mario's. To the east of it was the Wild Oats, and then when it relocated up at Lake Mead, the Potter's House has moved into that, and that's a church. So we share the same property line, and because of that, we have to have a waiver for the separation between church, because there is no separation. To the west of us is Hash House A Go-Go, and then actually all the way down to Rainbow are like 3 other restaurants that have alcohol sales. We're looking to just replace one supper club with another supper club. With me is Mr. Danny Coker, and he's the owner of the restaurant. And if you'd like for him to talk to you a little bit about the restaurant, it's mostly Italian food. And he's also tried to contact the church many times and has not had any luck. They weren't at the Planning Commission, so I don't know how else to reach them.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Coker, would you like to be heard?
Certainly. First off, I've been a resident here in Nevada for approximately 25 years, sir, and this is my home, and I have several businesses and several properties here in Las Vegas, and my intentions is to contribute to stimulate our economy and create jobs. My home is approximately 3 minutes away from this restaurant. I'm not looking to do anything out of line in my neighborhood, so this is just reopening an existing restaurant.
Very good. Thank you. It's a public hearing, folks, if anybody would like to be heard. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I had a concern when we were not able to reach Potter's Church, and I know that you tried, and you tried,
Yes,
and my office tried, and so just now I found out that Ricky knows how we can contact them. I should have asked him earlier today, but I didn't even think. But the primary thing is this, that some of the liquor supper clubs doing those special use permits were granted before Potter House Church was there. And since that time, they've changed hands because we've had some who have gone out of business, and then they've been replaced. And in all those times, we have never had a contact of concern from anybody at Potter's Church. And in addition to that, I spoke with Margot Wheeler, and through the time of not just this restaurant, but others, the Hash House and others, we've never had concern voiced by them. So I know it sounds strange to have a church right next to this use of liquor, but first of all, they have not had concern. They have never voiced concern, and we've had many in the past. In addition to that, we have empty restaurants there, and we want to keep that little restaurant row we have viable. So I wish you much success in that.
Thank you.
And I move for approval.
Thank you
Let's
very
vote
much.
on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you sir, so very much.
No problem.
Thank you. I appreciate that so
We
much.
will be in recess on the afternoon agenda until 20 of 3.
And I got her notes about her suggestions. Yes, they will. I gave a copy to the clerk. And I'll talk with the councilman about that. In my
All right, folks, if everyone would be kind enough to take their seats. Ms. Wheeler? Okay. Very good. Okay, item 59. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time?
Thank you, Your Honor. I need to ask my legal staff. Item 74 is a special use permit 28810, applicant Imran Kiwaha, owner Joe Bainan. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission for a beer wine cooler off sale establishment at 2981 East Charleston Boulevard. He's held this in abeyance. This is the third time he's asked for this. We had a 30-day at the last meeting. I asked staff to contact the gentleman and said we're going to hear the item today. He did contact my office and said he still wants to hold until the 18th. And I just don't feel like that I want to do that.
Councilman, you can make a determination whether there's good cause to hold it. If you don't feel there's good cause to hold it at this time, then you can go ahead and vote on it.
Well, I just want people to know that I've always held things in abeyance for at least one meeting to give people a chance to work out either side or whatever. This year, I feel like that they're really, really pushing me. I am going to give him this. I think it's one thing to do because he's not here to defend himself, and so I will hold that in abeyance until our 3/18/2009 meeting. But I'm doing it against my better judgment.
Mayor Pro Tem, and you can also indicate this is going to be the last abeyance that you also give him, so staff can tell him that.
Well, his question was, we've heard this item before. We denied the application. I'm going to use the same reasons to deny it again. And his question that he asked on Monday was, does he still have to wait for a year to reapply for this license?
If it's denied, he will have to wait a year.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He's denied it once. He waited a year. He wants to know if he can do it again.
He can withdraw without prejudice, people.
He's not going to do that.
Okay.
Anyhow, so I read that in the record. I will hold that in abeyance until 3/18. RQR 30402, applicant owner George Lopez, required review of an existing building and landscape material lumber yard at 2222 West Bonanza Road. The applicant like that be held in abeyance until our 4/1/2009 meeting. Item 84 is a GPA 32130, applicant owner City of Las Vegas, request to amend the trail alignment master plan transportation trails and recreation trail elements to be held in advance. Staff asked that to be held in advance until our February the 18th, 2009 meeting. Item 96, Councilman Barlow requests this item to be held in advance until our 3/4/2009 meeting. It's a special use permit 31367. Applicant Noah Zubia, owner Mario Pena, appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission for auto repair garage at 1550 North Rancho Drive. Are there any other items at this time?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
I would like to pull forward item number 75 to be heard today.
Okay, so we will take item 75 off of the request. We'll hear that today.
And what was the date for item number 96?
3/4, March 4th.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Hearing no other items, Your Honor, make a motion we bring these items forward to take the appropriate action, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could, Mayor, for the record, with regard to Commissioner Steinman, normally on number 74 and 96, he would have abstained on those items, given that he was on the Planning Commission at the time those were heard. We've advised him that since it's not a substantive motion to hold it, that he could vote for the abeyance on those items.
Very good. Thank you. All right, items 60 through 63 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda, items 60 through 63?
No question, comments. Your Honor, make a motion for approval with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 64 through 71, with the exception of 69, which I'm going to read separately, may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearing items will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So if anybody wishes to have an item removed other than 69, please let me know at this time so I don't have to read it.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.
Items 66, 67, and 68.
All right. Anything else? Very good. Item 64 is RQR 32084. The applicant is Nicholas J. Nowicki, LTD. The owner is Valley Health System, LLC. Request for a required review of an approved site development plan review for a proposed temporary parking lot and for a waiver of internal parking lot standards on 2.42 acres at the northwest corner of Tonopah Drive and Valerie Street in Ward 5. Number 65 is ZON 32101. The applicant owner is Las Vegas Valley Water District. Request for a rezoning from R1 single-family residential to CV Civic, 1.44 acres at 110 North Torrey Pines Drive in Ward 1. Item number 70, the applicant is which is SUP 32016. The applicant is the Indian Gourmet Curry Bowl, Inc., the owner Centennial Gateway, LLC. Request for a special use permit for beer, wine cooler, on-sale establishment within a proposed restaurant at 5643 Centennial Center Boulevard, Suite 130 in Ward 6. 71 is RQR 31586. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is Storage Equities. Required review for an approved special use permit for a 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 275 South Martin L. King Boulevard in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. All of these items are public hearing, which I now declare open. If anyone wants to speak on 64, 65, 70, and 71, this is your opportunity to do so. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. May I have a motion then to approve 65, 70, 64, 65, 70, and 71, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Make a motion to approve those items with all conditions, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now read 66. The record 66 is ZON 32102. The applicant owner is Las Vegas Valley Water District. Request for a rezoning from RE Residential Estates to CV Civic on 1.61 acres at 4205 West Bonanza Road in Ward 5. Councilor Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. Do we have a representative here from the Las Vegas Valley Water District?
Yeah, I'm Ryan Pearson with the Las Vegas Valley Water District.
Okay, and thank you for being here. It was Ryan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ryan, for being here. My office received a few emails and phone calls in relation to this item, And if you would just please place on the record as far as what the Las Vegas Valley Water District is doing as far as the rezoning for the record, because they are watching, and I told them that this was okay, but I wanted to make sure that you at least place your comments on the record as far as what you're doing with these items in these specific residential communities.
At this time, this site in specific and all of them are existing well sites where we are currently augmenting our summer water supply with existing groundwater and have been operating these wells for, in some cases, since the mid-1950s. It's just a house cleaning issue to get these items brought into the proper zoning, from a residential to a civic zoning, is all we're trying to do. It's just a housekeeping measure at this time.
Okay, and I wanted you to put that on the record just to calm the nerves of the residents of the community, because they didn't know what that actually represented. So, with it being a residential community, when the zone change came in from R1 to CV, it raised some eyebrows, and so thank you for representing that. So, with that, residents that are watching, just know that it's just the zone, cleaning up of the zone and making it the appropriate use as far as the zoning for the Las Vegas Valley Water District. So with that being said, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
All right, on 66, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 67 is ZON 32103. The applicant owner is Las Vegas Valley Water District. Request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to CV Civic on .17 acres at 4501 West Bonanza Road in Ward 5. Basically the same representation?
Exactly the same.
With the same representation, thank you, Mayor, that this is just a matter of cleaning up the zoning from the Las Vegas Valley Water
We have
District.
no intention of changing the use of the site from the current well site that it is now.
Thank you so very much. With that being said, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
Very good. Let's vote on that. Opposed, please.
No, I need to turn it power on.
Motion carries. And finally, 68 CON 32104. The applicant owner, Las Vegas Valley Water District, requests for rezoning from R1 single-family residential to CV Civic, 1.24 acres at 5927 Smoke Ranch Road in Ward 5. Same thing?
Same thing.
Councilman?
Okay. With the matter of cleaning up the zoning?
Absolutely. Just changing it, not changing the use of the site, just changing from residential to a civic zoning. Going to continue to use this property as a well site as it's currently used.
Thank you for placing your comments on the record. With that being said, I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of the item.
Fine. Let's vote on that, please.
Thank you.
Opposed?
I need to vote.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Okay, item 69, which is SUP 31891. The applicant is Magda Maldonado. The owner is Refugio and Maria Martinez. Request for a special use permit for a proposed mortuary at 2590 East Bonanza Road. This is in Ward 3. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I would just like to have the lady explain to us what they're doing over here.
Adriana Ventimiglia, 2590 East Bonanza Road. This site is to prepare bodies for transportation to other countries. So it's more in preparation for other mortuaries or for transportation to Mexico or South America, excuse me. But there will be no viewings. So we'll keep corpses there, and there'll be some embalming, and there'll be some identification, but there will be no viewings.
Well, this is a public hearing, but I do have some comments. People are opposing it. I don't know why Planning Commission staff went along with this. This is right next door to people's homes.
Right.
We're within 25 feet of people's residence, and I just can't support it. I feel like it's an inadequate location. I don't feel like there's enough parking there. It's just not the proper location for something this intense. And I would feel the same way the neighbors here do, and I would like to represent them. So, Your Honor, I'm going to make a motion for now this application.
It's a public hearing, folks, if you'd like to be heard. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing then, and there's been a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And I do appreciate what you're trying to do. I think we just need to find a different location.
A different location. There is no viewings, though, just so you know.
It's just the idea that the people had of having these bodies that close to the bedroom windows.
Can we talk to those residents by any chance?
It's 25 feet. Well, you've had your chance, I guess, but it's 25 feet away from one residence, and it's just too close. I'm sorry.
All right.
Thank you. Item 72 is EOT 31906, a rescission, extension of time. The site development plan review with the applicant owner is Verge Living Corp. Request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review for a mixed-use development with 296 residential units and 34,700 square feet of commercial space and waivers in building placement, street and foundation landscape standards, front, corner, side, and rear yard setback requirements, and to allow a 241-foot residential adjacency setback where 249 feet from residential property is required on 2.87 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Main Street and Bonanza Road. That's a motion for rescission. The staff recommends approval of that. This is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to move for rescission?
Yes, Mayor, I would. That would be my motion at this time.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
in an effort to maintain my position as the great abstainer,
Thank you, sir.
I must abstain on this one because I heard this previously at Planning Commission.
All right, well, your status remains intact.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post?
What did we hire him for?
I don't know. The guy can't vote on anything. It's a joke. Motion carries. 73 is EOT 31906. Reconsider extension of time, site development plan review. Applicant owner is Verge Living Corp. Request for an extension of time of an approved site development plan review for a mixed-use development with 296 residential units and 34,700 square feet of commercial space and waivers and building placement, street and foundation landscape standards, front, corner, side, and rear yard setback requirements, and to allow a 241-foot residential adjacency setback where 249 feet from residential property is required on 2.87 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Main Street and Bonanza Road in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Is the applicant present on this?
No, Mayor, this is just a matter of cleaning up the item. The wrong site development plan review number was placed on item 73, and that was the cost for the rescission and bringing back the appropriate site development plan number. So the applicant has no need to be here today.
Very good.
It's just a matter of correcting the site development plan number, if that's accurate. Margot?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with that being said, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please.
Abstaining for the same reason, Mr. Mayor.
You did that with a straight face?
Yes, I did.
All right. Post, please. Motion carries. I finally found out what ABS means.
Never done that.
Not this often. Okay. 75 is RQR 30402. Abeyance item, required review of public hearing. The applicant owner is George Lopez. Request for required one-year review of an existing building and landscape material lumberyard at 2222 West Bonanza Road in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing. Is Mr. Lopez here?
No, he's not. I'll be representing Mr. Lopez. He's feeling ill right now, from what I understand. Margot, just for clarification, I would like to move forward with this item. So do I follow staff's recommendation for denial, or should it be for denial and for approval?
Councilman and Mayor.
For clarification, because I'm kind of confused on this
Okay,
one.
on the for an RQR, if you move for approval, what it is that all of the existing conditions remain in place.
Correct.
And the approval for which the original application was granted remains in place.
Okay.
Subsequent changes would be by subsequent applications. This is just to retain the existing permit with the existing conditions.
Correct.
That would be an approval.
Okay, then I stand corrected in that respect, and thank you for that clarification. So with that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 76 is SDR 31641. Site development plan review. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Juan Elias. Request for a site development plan review for a 1,498 square foot office building conversion with waivers to allow a 1-foot landscape buffer along a portion of the north perimeter where 8 feet is required, and to allow a 5-foot landscape buffer along the south and west perimeters where 15 feet is required. 1.15 acres at 2301 East Bonanza Road in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Yes, Your Honor, I need to disclose the fact that I do have a barber shop just around the corner I've operated for 45 years. I have participated before on this application. I'm going to continue today. What we're doing here is they're going to office use, and the building is like 1,600 square feet, and they want to take off about 140 feet so they can fall under 1,500 square feet. They want to be able to come within code. They don't have to do all these different things because it's over 1,500 square feet. So that's what we're trying to do here today. If we could show on the map, do we have a map up there, Margaret, we could show? No, I don't, yeah, right here. What part of that are you going to be removing?
First, his name for the record, correct?
Yes,
please.
Soy Luis Elías, represento a mi hermano Juan Elías.
This is Susan Martinez, my office.
Yeah.
His name is Luis Elias. He's representing his brother Jose Elias. ¿A cuál, aquí a cuál es donde vas a quitar parte del? Can you see him pointing?
No.
Okay.
En el lado oeste.
On the east side of the building.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem. If we could, is there a possibility that we can put a copy of that on the dais and he can show exactly what part he's going to be taking off of the building?
Enseña aquí dónde vas a quitar.
This part.
No, we have to, it's not showing up.
Ahí está.
Here we go. That's a little better. Fine. That's much better.
That's better.
Es la parte norte, de aquí, parte norte y parte este de aquí.
Part of the north and the east wall on the building there.
That's fine.
Que está bien, dice.
All right. Is that it?
Yes.
All right, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Susie. I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for staff and planning commission's recommendation for approval of this item.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
And I want to thank Chris and I for working with our staff on getting to this closure.
Right, Chris is over there.
Oh, that's good.
Item 77 is MSH 29429, Master Plan of Streets and Highways, a public hearing. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request to amend the Master Plan of Streets and Highways to widen Las Vegas Boulevard between 4th Street and Sahara Avenue from a 100-foot right-of-way to a 120-foot right-of-way in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. At this time, I'd like the record to reflect, before there's any discussions on the item, as to clarify what it is that the council is being asked to do. We're being asked to approve an amendment to the city's master plan of streets and highways to allow the possible future widening of Las Vegas Boulevard between Sahara and 4th Street to 120 feet. This is not an item to approve a particular widening project, nor is it an item to acquire private property, nor to decide whether or not the city will be asking landowners to sell property to the city, and is definitely not a hearing on which the council is announcing any intent to condemn any person's property. I want the record to be perfectly clear on that.
Your Honor, if I could, before we get started, we've all heard this item. The reason we held this in abeyance before we took action at the last meeting was we had some property owners along the affected corridor that wanted to have a meeting. I would just ask, Sherry, did you have that meeting?
Yes, sir, Councilman.
And was it attended by those that was here?
Yes, sir, it was. And then one additional person.
And I see one of the young ladies out in the audience. Is there anything else you'd like to add at this time?
No, sir, we appreciate the time. I would still like to
Please
go on.
identify yourself.
Oh, excuse me. My name is Robin Brooks Townsend. It's my 8th microphone. I want to thank you all for the extension of time. It was very informative. I would still like to go on the record that, again, I am opposed, but I understand you have to do what you have to do. And again, thank you all for the time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your courtesy. Yes, ma'am. Please identify yourself for the record.
I will. My name is Yvonne Duplain, and I represent the owners of the Holiday House Motel and the Holiday Motel. And we, too, would like to go on record in stating that we are opposed to this. We're concerned about our business and, of course, the other businesses there. You know, widening the street is making it possibly the size of a freeway, 4 lanes on each side. That's 8 lanes of traffic. This has an effect on, all the businesses that are there. And another thing, too, that the owner was questioning was the fact that, you took some right-of-ways for the monorail You know, we know what happened to that. Down the road, is there a possibility that 10 years from now, whatever project it is that is being planned for either something downtown that we have to get these people to, or actually down the middle or on each side of the street itself, are you going to be coming back and saying, we need another 10 feet? You know, I mean, this is something where, you know, you're taking 10 feet. We don't know for sure what exactly,
We
you know.
we have those people there on Fremont Street that can look into the future. I'm not smart enough to look into the future, so I don't know. But I just hope that if we have to widen that street and there's a lot of traffic, that we'll be able to double the size of your hotel.
Well, that would be great, but if they're going by too fast, I don't know how they'd be able to stop, you know. I mean, you know, slow traffic has always been really kind of a lot of fun. I mean, Broadway and Times Square, does the traffic move fast? I mean, I think you all might remember Fremont Street on a Saturday night 45 years ago. It was a heck of a lot of fun.
Why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me when you say 45 years ago?
I remember. You know, the best fun in the world was coming out of the movie theater that night and watching everybody stuck in this wonderful traffic that was going down Fremont Street. You know, my window of my office right now for 21 years, I have looked out onto the traffic that my office is directly across from the door to the Stratosphere Hotel. And, you know, to be taking the feet away like this for a project when possibly Saturday night it's a little bit heavy, Saturday morning it's heavy, you are not looking at heavy traffic 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we just sort of feel that, you know, taking 10 feet from us for a widening of this is, I don't know, we you know, it's hard for us to understand this.
We're not taking it. That's the whole thing. We're not taking anything. We're just putting it in a master plan.
It's going to be in your back pocket, right? Okay, that's good. You know, you've got something in your pocket that you can turn to when the time comes and some project comes up that, wow, and it's going to lure somebody who wants to do something.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay. Well, as I said, we will still say that we are opposed to it because we are concerned about our business.
And we appreciate that. We're concerned about your business, too.
Thank you. And I have one other thing to say to the mayor.
Yes.
I thought about you yesterday.
Uh-oh. What time of day or night?
Well, it was about 4 o'clock, but I was pulling out.
In the morning or in the evening?
It was in the afternoon. Okay. It wasn't at night. I was pulling out of the Fashion Show Mall, and there, behold, lo and behold, on Industrial Road, it hit me. Erotic museum. Now, I don't know what's in there, but I think because of us having that, there shouldn't be any problem with the Mob Museum. You know, this is right on Industrial Road, so you might have to go over there and inquire. I don't know who approved it.
On my oath, I don't know what's happening in there either.
But anyways, I just thought I would let you know, okay? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Mayor. Anybody else like to be heard? Did you want to be? Sure, certainly.
Good afternoon. Stephen Fink, Real Estate Consulting Services. I live at Allure, part of the development team at Allure, and part of the development team of the property next to Allure, so we were noticed on this item. All those entities, myself, SP Sahara and Sahara Investments, all support this resolution because we believe, from a developer's point of view, that showing the development world in this important gaming corridor, strip gaming corridor, that we have thought about the transportation infrastructure that would be required to carry enough cars in and out in a more efficient manner to service such a, what we would hope would be attractive as a high-class resort, casino, hotel, or more than one in this area. We think that this is the way to attract a developer. From a developer's point of view, if you don't have that in there, a developer is going to think that he has so much land that he's going to be able to build on, and then he'll find out later that land will be taken for ingress-egress purposes. But if that extra right-of-way is shown there, he's going to already know that that land is already going to be taken, and in his calculations of what he should perhaps pay and how he should develop his parcel, he'll have that information. Otherwise, he may come in after the fact and see, and after the traffic studies are done, he's going to realize that we're going to have to take a lot more land than I thought in order to effectively move people in and out. So again, we're in support because we think it will attract the appropriate development entities and actually add value to those properties at the end of the day. Thank you.
And before you leave,
yes.
Allure got a bad rap in the paper. It was an erroneous statement of fact, and I'd like you to straighten out the record. This is a good time to do it because Allure has been discussed today already at least 2 or 3 different times
regarding our redevelopment agency. It was discussed at the redevelopment agency meeting earlier this morning, and then later on in the afternoon about redevelopment projects. Why don't you tell us the truth about Allure?
Well, Allure is doing very well. I mean, it's a very difficult environment for everyone in high-rise condo business specifically. We have, as of today, 211 closed units out of 427, so we're just shy of 50%, and we have aggressively moved to lower our pricing to attract more people to purchase our units, and we're going to do just fine. The problem that I had recently with some of the reporters that tend to report on the state of our economy was a statement was made by a gaming analyst of all people that he had been following high-rise condo, strip corridor condo closings for the year, and through September he had said that they averaged 3 per month through September. In the last 13 months, we've now closed 211 units, so that was obviously erroneous. We're doing well, and we're aggressively seeking new buyers, so if anyone out here wants to come on by.
I didn't want you to go that far. But I thought that the facts should be truthfully stated, and so sometimes I get the feeling that there are people who want to see failure, and that's one of the problems that I think is affecting us in these very difficult, challenging times. There's a breeding and a feeding upon negativism. So when they're positive stories, they should also ring true in order to buoy the confidence that the public has that we will be coming out of this and we will be successful and times will be the good old times again.
Well, and we at Allure appreciate the council's support in the project because without you we couldn't have gotten it done.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please.
Mr. Mayor, I shall abstain. I heard this at Planning Commission.
Oh, boy. Okay.
The lawyers are tying my hands.
You broke a record today. This is it. You went way over ground. No, there's some people who've been in this council for 15 years, and they haven't abstained as much as you have today. Okay. Did we post it? Yes. All right. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 78 is MSH 29859. Master Plan of Streets and Highways, a public hearing. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas. Request to amend the Master Plan of Streets and Highways for a proposed 82-foot wide collector to serve as an east and west connection between Veterans Memorial Parkway and Maryland Parkway, north of Harris Avenue, and add Veterans Memorial Drive as an 80-foot collector between Bonanza Road and the proposed new collector street in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. And before we start again, I have to indicate that this is not an item to approve a particular widening project, nor is it an item to acquire private property, nor to decide whether or not the city will be asking landowners to sell property to the city. And this is definitely not a hearing which this council is announcing any intent to condemn any person's property. Ms. Edelman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and Council. My name is Sherry Edelman, and I'm the City Engineer and Deputy Director for the Department of Public Works. And it would be nice if you would let me off the hook this time as easily as you did the last time. But I came before you on November 19th to present an amendment to the Master Plan of Streets and Highways to provide for a proposed 82-foot wide collector to serve as an east and west connection between Veterans Memorial Parkway and Maryland Parkway and to add Veterans Memorial Drive as an 80-foot collector between Bonanza Road and the proposed new collector street. However, at the November 19th meeting, the council requested, based on a concern brought up by the residents, that we relook at the portion that affected the Biltmore bungalows. We have readdressed that issue and have determined that we can eliminate this portion of the amendment west of Las Vegas Boulevard, which is essentially up here, and reroute the transit portion down Bonanza Road or the future frontage roads for the new I-15 project. The purpose of this amendment is only to request that Cultural Vista Parkway be created between Las Vegas Boulevard and Maryland Parkway to provide an alternative for possible future traffic mitigation from the expected traffic volumes that are proposed with the North Las Vegas's anticipated North 5th project. Again, we do not have a project in place. The alternative could provide an alternative route to reduce congestion and to utilize a currently underutilized roadway on Maryland Parkway. In order to avoid future congestion, we believe that this is the appropriate time to amend the master plan. I respectfully request that you approve this amendment, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
You're here and you're happy.
I am happy.
Okay, you should be happy. You have a job.
I'm the happiest employee at City of Las Vegas.
Now you're going. Very good. Okay, any questions of Ms. Edelman? Folks, public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Bartle.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Edelman, and your entire staff for going back and listening to the residents as well as myself in regards to disconnecting the connector from Las Vegas Boulevard to through the Reed Whipple Cultural Center, as well as the back wall of the Biltmore Bungalows out to Veterans Memorial. That is a concern of mine as far as that being on any map. So having that deleted, I'm pretty sure that the residents of Biltmore Bungalow are very pleased that we will continue to keep all traffic on the major streets, which Las Vegas Boulevard is a very appropriate and adequate street in order for the traffic to dump out onto. So with that, I thank you again, and I support this item moving forward. And at this time, I would like to make a recommendation that we follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, subject to the conditions.
Thank you.
You've heard the motion. Let's vote, please.
If I may we just clarify, Councilman and Mayor, to clarify that the approval is for the plan submitted today, on today's date, February 4th, 2009.
And do we have that plan listed so that we can show that on
I
the record?
believe that's what Ms. Edelman was showing, and what is in your backup.
Yes. We have sent that plan
Let's
over
go back to the overhead.
Okay, the plan goes from Las Vegas Boulevard here and comes down what we're calling Cultural Vista Parkway.
Going east.
Going eastward over to Maryland Parkway.
That
and
is
that is
correct.
the extent of the project. And this portion going west of Las Vegas Boulevard and up on Veterans Memorial Drive has been eliminated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we voted? We have not. The motion has been heard. Let's vote, please. Post?
I'm abstaining again.
Oh, boy.
To establish a new world record.
A motion carries. No, this is
Thank you.
ridiculous. Is he getting paid? Okay, and properly so. Boy, oh boy. 79 and 80. 79 is GPA 31296, General Plan Amendment. The applicant owner is City of Las Vegas requests to amend a portion of the southeast sector plan of the general plan from L, low density residential, to PF, public facilities, 1.14 acres at 194 Upland Boulevard in Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And then 80 is ZON 31277, rezoning related to GPA 31296, the public hearing as well. The applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, requests for rezoning from R1, single-family residential, to CV Civic, 1.76 acres at 190 and 194 Upland Boulevard in Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Is anybody here on behalf of the city? Basically, this is for a fire station, as I understand it?
I'm sorry, yes, sir, this is just the city application to the public facilities general plan designation and rezoning.
All right. And this is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, correct? Councilwoman?
Yes, what's the number of the fire station? Is it Fire Station 6 on Upland? It's the only one I know that's in my ward.
I don't think so.
It is on
I think it's
Upland.
5.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, I don't have any information
Well,
with regard to the number.
Is it 5? Okay.
That's what I thought, it's Fire Station 6. Now, they already used a lot next to it for parking, so they're wanting to take additional land for parking, is that correct?
The subject property is the one shown on the screen that is being used for parking. This is to get the...
Okay, what color is our subject property?
It's the little square to the, or
The one that's
rectangle on the
cornered
east.
black and in the yellow?
Yes, it's the smaller parcel, yellow within the black, the one to the southeast. That is the subject parcel.
Yeah, I know this area very well, and right next to the parking lot they put in is a house. Is someone going to tear down the house?
Again, if I may,
No,
it is
it's
the
not a-
parking lot that we are doing the rezoning.
You're
It is
doing
on
the
the parking lot.
rezoning?
That is the parking lot parcel, and it is shown in your aerial that is in your attachments.
Okay, so it's the parking lot that exists now?
Yes,
And we're
ma'am.
going for improvement of this parking lot?
Yes.
Okay, I would just like to have some vegetation along the edge of that, could I? Parking lot doesn't look too good from the street.
It would not be in the form of, Mayor and Councilwoman, it would not be in the form of the motion, but we could certainly bring that back to the affected departments and make your wishes
You mean
known.
if it's the city, I can't make a condition?
I say, no, the zone, there aren't conditions on the zoning.
I know, I'm just having some fun. Would you go back and check on that, though?
Certainly, Sal.
Because it would be nice if for that street, they added some vegetation there. And you and I have discussed the type that we would like to have in our areas. If you could move for that, please.
Yes, Councilwoman?
Thank you very much. Then I move for approval on items number 79 and 80.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 81 and 82. 81 is GPA 32099, General Plan Amendment, public hearing. The applicant owner is Las Vegas Valley Water District. Request to amend a portion of the southeast sector of the general plan from L, low-density residential, to PF, public facilities, on 0.95 acres at 901 South Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. And 82 is ZON 32100, rezoning related to GPA 32099, public hearing as well. Applicant owner is Las Vegas Valley Water District. Request for rezoning from R1 single-family residential to CV Civic on 0.95 acres at 901 South Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the Council. Bronson Knack, 1001 South Valley View, here on behalf of the applicant. We do have, this is an existing facility. It's a water district facility. It's home to a production well. That well pumps groundwater during the summer to help meet peak demands. The existing use of the site will not change under this action. All we're really looking to do is just do a little bit of housekeeping. For whatever reason, the site wasn't indicated properly on the general plan, nor was it zoned properly. So we would like to ask for your approval on those two items.
Very similar to the items in Ward 5 earlier today.
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right, any questions or public comment at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearings. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I would move to approve with a request to you to ask the Water District to put some vegetation along that line too, facing Jones.
Certainly. We do have some existing vegetation that is there now.
Mhm.
Have you seen the site? Would you like?
I'm not, is this it right here?
That's a photograph of it. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
She wants something a little more glamorous.
Well, I'll tell you what, I like something rather than just looking at rocks for the people who live in that area. I've just come back from Los Angeles. I've seen what they've done with little pieces like this and bigger pieces, and I don't think that we have to be a rock-filled community in Las Vegas, especially if it's the Water District that has all those plants.
Agreed. We can certainly work with our staff to get some plants in there.
Yes, because, you know, aesthetically, it gives a better impression of the Water District even.
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilwoman,
Yes,
if we could probably place that on the zoning, probably be more appropriate at that location.
yes,
So we'll place it on item 82.
that's good.
Okay.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay. So the motion is to approve and on 82 to dress it up. All right.
81 or 82?
On 81, we're going to vote on 81 first, but then we'll
Yes.
need a condition
Okay.
for 82.
All right. Motion to approve 81. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And Councilman, 82.
And 82 with the information we just gave pertaining to the vegetation.
Very good. Let's
I
go.
know you have a lot of pride over there in the Water District, so I'm sure they'll want to do something really nice. And if you look at that picture, it looks, well, but they can have low water using plants. And not 80 feet apart, you know, have a few that, so you see some green and it looks like it's a place you want to live in. Thank you.
Understood.
Councilman, if we could have maybe, Councilman, if we could have the gentleman maybe work with the planning department to kind of work out some kind of landscaping.
I would like you to do, because I've talked to Margot Wheeler, head of the planning department, about some of the things I've seen and that I would like to see in Ward 1, and she has an idea of where I'm coming from on that. So if you would work with Margot Wheeler in that, I would appreciate it very much.
It'd be our pleasure.
Thank you, and I thank you, Ryan, for reminding me.
All right. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
you very much. 83 is GPA 32129, General Plan Amendment. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner's Gateway Motel, Inc., requests to amend a portion of the Southeast Sector Plan of the General Plan from MXU Mixed Use to C Commercial on .55 acres at 928 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the Council, John Vornsan, 2657 Windmill Parkway, Henderson, representing the application. This is to bring a portion of the property, the general plan on a portion, into conformance with the existing zoning. We are in the process of submitting a site development plan review for a Holiday Inn Express on this property, which will be before you in about 90 days. With that, we respectfully ask that you follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission and staff.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, public hearing if you'd like to be heard. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. I met with the applicant. It's going to be a great project. I think this is something that might get done if they get financing. I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Items 85, 86, and 87. 85 is GPA 32164. The applicant owner is Christina Stevens. Request to amend a portion of the southeast sector of the general plan from L, low-density residential, to O, office, 1.14 acres at 2404 East Kirk Avenue. Pardon me. Number 86 is ZON 32169. The applicant owner is Christina Stevens. Request for rezoning from R1 single-family residential to PR professional office and parking, 1.14 acres at 2404 East Kirk Avenue. And 87 is SDR 32170. Same applicant owner requests for a site development plan review for the proposed office conversion of an existing 1,140 square foot single-family residence with waivers to allow for a 5-foot landscape buffer along the north and east perimeter where 15 feet is required, and a 0-foot landscape buffer along the south and west perimeter where 8 feet and 5 feet respectively are required on .14 acres at 2404 East Kirk Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial for each of these items. All the items are in Ward 3, and they're public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I met with Mr. Ayala, Tim Ayala, a couple Mondays ago. He led me to believe that the neighbors directly to the west was in favor of this application. That same day I received a letter from the neighbors. I went by and seen them, but I did tell Mr. Ayala that he was more than welcome to talk to the other council members on this item, on these items. I couldn't support it. It's getting out onto Eastern is very, very tricky in the best of times, and any certain time of the day you have a hard time getting out there anyhow because of the traffic congestion along Eastern Avenue. This house does not face Eastern. This house faces Kirk. I have a heartburn over the fact that the whole yard is blacktopped as you see. You see the graffiti back there. They're not taking care of the property at all. I don't see that they're going to do any difference if we give them the rezoning. So I'm going to ask staff to go in there and clean this up and see what we can do about removing about half of this cement. And I did tell Mr. Ayala I wasn't going to support the application, so that's probably why he's not here. He did tell me at the time, for the record, that he was going to send a letter withdrawing these items. We don't have the letter. I didn't pull these forward earlier because I thought Mr. Ayala might show up. He hasn't showed up, so I would ask our attorney if I could deny all these items at the same time.
Yes, sir.
I would move, Your Honor, to deny application 85, 86, and 87 for all reasons stated. And I want to thank the neighbors for coming down today.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And we'll see if we can get it cleaned up, please.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Okay, items 88. You don't have to leave. You're having such a good time.
All right, we'll stay there.
Okay. Items 88, 89, and 90. 88 is ZON 31384. The applicant owner is City Parkway 4A, Inc. Request for a rezoning to G. You may as well leave. No, this is going to last for. This is a 10-hour presentation.
Well, that's okay.
Okay.
I took the day off from work.
Fair enough. Okay, I'll read it again.
88 is ZON 31384. The applicant owner is City Parkway 4A, Inc. Request for rezoning to GO Gaming Enterprise Overlay, implementing a gaming enterprise district on 6.42 acres located southeast of City Parkway and Grand Central Parkway. 89 is SUP 32617. The applicant is Forest City. The owner is City Parkway 4A, Inc. and Office District Parking 1, Inc. Request for a special use permit for a 592-foot high building where 170 feet is the maximum height allowed in the Airport Overlay District on 6.54 acres located southeast of City Parkway and Grand Central Parkway. And 90 is SDR 32128. The applicant is Forest City. The owner is City Parkway 4A, Inc. and Office District Parking 1, Inc. Request for a site development plan review for a 1,600,000 square foot, 47-story hotel and non-restricted gaming establishment on 6.54 acres located southeast of City Parkway and Grand Central Parkway. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. All of these items are Ward 5. They're all public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Jervik.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Brad Jervik on behalf of the City Attorney's Office, on behalf of the owner of the property, City Parkway 4. I don't have much to say. By way of introduction to say, Mr. Fiorentino, on behalf of Forest City, is going to be giving the presentation. Just to let you know, this is a fairly rare thing when the council is asked to consider the formation of a gaming enterprise district. The rules are slightly different. There is a public hearing, but you'll notice a court reporter in the well before you today, which is required by law. Passage of a gaming enterprise district is also by supermajority. Supermajority in this case means 6 out of 7 members of the council must vote in favor of it for it to pass. With that said, I'm going to turn over to Mr. Fiorentino so he can make the presentation today. I'll be glad to answer.
Before we do that, I would like the court reporter to please identify herself for the record.
Lisa Mikowski.
Thank you, and an address, please.
1640 West Alpha Drive, Suite 4, Los Angeles, 89106.
All right, thank you very much.
Mayor, before we go forward, I do have a comment, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
I'm receiving a document, or this council is receiving a document,
Luminous document.
with a lot of information in it. I mean, I feel awkward, really, receiving this right now to concentrate on what's in this document in the presentation. So if someone can at least give me a snapshot of what I'm being presented here today so that I can either feel comfortable with moving forward with this item or another alternative. This to me is not fair to me as a representative.
If I can, Councilman, this is just a different presentation of the documents that are already in your backup materials that were given to the council well before the meeting. Okay. So what you have is you have yellow copies in your book, and now you have the exact same materials in spiral bound in front of you that'll be easier to flip through. I believe Mr. Fiorentino is going to be adding a few documents to that book or to the materials in your backup. There won't be too many. They'll be pretty obvious, and they are only meant to satisfy the requirements of NRS 463, which says the things that you have to show by clear and convincing evidence in order to have a gaming enterprise district.
Okay, I appreciate that because I have read my backup document and I thought I was prepared. So with that clarification, I am prepared because this, scares me. Whereas this thing is like 4 inches thick, and having to read through new documentation in order to make a conscious and appropriate vote. I thank you for that clarification. So with that being said, we can move forward with the item before us.
Yes, Councilor.
I just wanted to say that I think that the feeling he had, that some of the rest of us had too, is we just have to emphasize, in this case it may be fine, but have to emphasize we cannot get material on important matters just 3-4 days ahead. We need more time. It should be at least a full week so we can research it well.
Understood, Councilwoman. Like I said, I don't think you'll find any surprises. What few materials will be added today are just supplements that make the record even stronger.
Very good. Mr. Fiorentino.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the council, I'm Mark Fiorentino from the law firm Cummer, Kempfer, Bonner, Renshaw, and Ferrario. With me today is Tabitha Fittement. We will be making the presentation on behalf of Forest City, which is the applicant in this matter. What we have before you, we're pleased to present to you just sort of the latest set of plans for the development of your Union Park master plan. As you know, there is some background and a great deal of history to this. We do appreciate your indulgence, council members. because of the state law requirements and the findings that you have to make, it is very important that we put as much detail to this. What Mr. Jerbick told you is essentially true. The vast majority of the documents that are in the book in front of you have been in the record since long before the Planning Commission. There are some new ones, and I'll point those out when they are new, or ones that have not been before you prior to today. We're going to go through them in as much detail as you want to feel comfortable, frankly. We can, and at the end, we're very confident that you will feel comfortable with the information, but if not, we're certainly prepared to do whatever you think is appropriate at that point. The brief background, as you know, the City Council placed actually all of Union Park in a gaming enterprise district in 2001. Since that time, you've taken a number of actions to continue to develop and refine your plans for Union Park. Just by way of example, not a complete illustration, you adopted a master plan for Union Park. You adopted a set of design standards and criteria for that property as well. Those documents identify a portion of Union Park, which is shown on this site plan in red, what's commonly known as parcels P and Q. Those documents show parcels P and Q as the precise location for the planned resort, hotel, and casino. The project that's before you today is exactly the same scale in terms of its impacts as what you considered in 2001. When you adopted the Gaming Enterprise District for all of Union Park in 2001, you made assumptions regarding number of hotel rooms, number of square footage for casino, and so forth. This project has those identical numbers. What we're merely doing is showing you their more precise location within Union Park and within a site plan. So we're refining those documents and seeking your approval of those refinements today. As Mr. Jerbick's already pointed out to you, because we're dealing with non-restricted gaming, we do have certain state law requirements, certain findings that you have to make. And so we are going to ask for your patience in going through this in as much detail as you want to feel comfortable in making those findings, because in the end that you have to be comfortable before you vote on those findings. I will summarize for you, and then we'll start going through it again as much detail as you want. This project has been approved by the Design Review Committee that was set up to review all projects within Union Park. It has been recommended by approval for your staff after their complete review and analysis of it. It has been approved by the Planning Commission unanimously after their review with almost all of the same documents that you have in front of you today. And you will see part of what's new in this application is there were a number of cards, letters, and petitions in support of this project that are part of the package that we've given you today. So it enjoys the support of all of those different interests. You really have two sets of exhibits. You have what was already in your backup. We're not going to go through that in detail. It's in front of you in case you have questions or you want to ask, need specific information about any part of it. This book is excerpts, mostly excerpts from what's already there, just so we can highlight key points for you, and then it's a few additional things that I will detail in just a second.
Mr. Fiorentino, in the booklet that you gave us, there's a sort of a tally sheet with the various areas that we're supposed to evaluate. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So when we follow along, we should really be looking at
the easiest way to do it is this sheet.
Give you a scorecard.
Yes.
All right.
This sheet details for you the different findings that you have to make, and then it details by exhibit number in the big book that I just gave you, exhibits that we believe support those findings.
Very good, thank you.
In some cases, those exhibits are just merely copies of stuff that's already in your backup, and in some cases, it's additional information.
Very good, but I think it's probably does us well to follow this.
Much easier to follow that. Right. Your Honor, I think it's also probably appropriate at this time that we note for the record that you've accepted the book into the record, and that's, the clerk has it to make part of the permanent.
The record will reflect that.
Okay, first thing we need to do is state law requires certain notification. That's what's behind the first few tabs of the book is the notification lists that were sent out, both for your hearing and the Planning Commission hearing. I asked staff if they would confirm on the record that, because what your booklet has is the actual mailing list, I asked them if they would confirm for the record that they did, in fact, issue the mailings in accordance with the state law, and probably appropriate for them to do that now.
Flynn Fagg with the Planning Department. Staff will confirm that the mailings were sent out in accordance with NRS requirements per the time frame specified therein.
Could you state your name for the record, please?
Flynn Fagg with the Planning Department.
Thank you.
So if you'll bear with me and skip to tab 3 in the book, this is one of the new documents, but I'm sure you will recognize it when you get to that point in the book. Part of the notification is we are required to notify the registered homeowners associations within the area. You can see that we notified, I think it's 13 different homeowners associations. They're reflected on the map. In their boundaries of their jurisdictions are reflected on the map that's in tab 3. The point I wanted to make to you is very clear that we notified everybody in the surrounding area who would have an interest. Some of the folks who live within those boundaries submitted cards or petitions in support, which is part of this document, and to the best of our knowledge, none of these associations have expressed any opposition to this point. Skipping to tab 5. This is a transcript of the hearing that you had in 2001 placing Union Park in a gaming enterprise district. Don't need to go through it in detail unless you want to. Tab 6 is a copy of your existing and current gaming enterprise district map. This is what the map has looked like ever since your action in 2001. Again, clearly showing that all of Union Park was in a gaming enterprise district as of 2001. I won't go through tabs 7 and 8 because they were part of your original record. If you want to go through them, we can. They're just excerpts from your master plan indicating that a resort hotel and gaming uses were always contemplated as a key component of the Union Park master plan. Tab 9, I think you will want to see. Tab 9 is just a summary of the information that you had in your backup, which is summarizing the economic impact of the project. We pulled out not all of the criteria or statistics, but just the ones that we thought were probably most important to you. Obviously, you can see both in the construction and operation phase, you're going to create with this project a substantial number of jobs and new wages and tax revenue, both in the construction and operation phase. What's probably most important about this exhibit is it's very conservative. It contemplates only this project. It does not contemplate any indirect impacts or multiplier impacts that might occur because this project is part of Union Park or because it's part of a larger redevelopment in downtown. This is just these parcels P and Q.
Okay, and I think it's critical because they may not be able to see it on the screen for these statistics to be read into the record. This is so important, in my opinion and the opinion of this council, during these challenging economic times, to have the creation of this kind of project. It will provide 4,400 construction jobs, construction wages in the amount of $696 million, permanent direct jobs, 1,000, although I think you're way low on that. Permanent indirect jobs, 436. Annual wages from operations, $20,200,000, and new tax revenue to the city from operations of $8,100,000. That is big. Go ahead, Mr. Fiorentino.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next exhibit we wanted to spend just a minute on is behind tab 10. State law prohibits new gaming enterprise districts within 500 feet of a developed residential district or within 1,500 feet of an existing school or institution for religious services. Tab 10 is a survey done and stamped by your city surveyor indicating that there are no uses within those prohibited distances. So it's just important to note for the record that we not only meet, we far exceed the minimum requirements under state law. Tab 11 and 12, just for your reference, so you can see you actually have to make two findings. One is that there are no residences within the minimum distance requirement, which the last survey just showed. And second, you have to make a finding that we will not negatively impact any uses within 2,500 feet. So this map shows all of the uses within 2,500 feet. What I would like to highlight for you from the map is the red dots. There's another exhibit that shows this in more detail, but the red dots are all the existing non-restricted licenses in this particular area. Obviously, clearly showing that this is part of a larger plan where non-restricted gaming is not only appropriate, it's existing. Black dots are those folks who got a card as a part of the notification of this and submitted a card back in support of the application. There are other letters and petitions in support, but those are folks who sent cards in support. All of those black dots are within the 2,500-foot radius. Tab 13 is not new. This is has been part of the record for some time, but I think it is significant. There is a church approximately 2,000 feet away or so, I forget what the survey shows, outside the minimum distance. But we went and met with the church, and because you have to make a finding that even though they're beyond the minimum distance, that we will not negatively impact them. And this tab is a letter from the church saying that they support the application and they see it as a positive, not a negative impact on them.
Mr. Ferrantino, Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Ferrantino, if you go back one slide, please.
To tab 12 or tab 11?
Let me see what you have.
This one?
Yes, number 11. You showed the dots that represented the non-restricted gaming, and you showed the darker dots as being those that were in favor. Where are the dots that were opposed to this development, being that it's in this backup?
There are, I believe, 4 cards in opposition, all from the same address, and I'm not sure that we plotted them here, but I'll get that to you before the end of the hearing.
Well, I'm just wondering why it wasn't depicted on your presentation here today.
I'm not, well...
And the addresses that I have, according to, unless I'm looking at the wrong tab, the postcards, they're not from the same address.
Okay, before the end of the hearing, we'll get you that.
Thank you.
I was under the understanding that 3 of the 4 were from the same address, but we'll plot them on here.
They're all separate.
Okay. I'm going to go through tabs 14, 15, 16, and 17 and 18 very quickly, Your Honor, and members of the council, unless you have specific questions. Just a brief explanation. We've done a number of technical studies to examine traffic patterns. There's traffic studies, drainage study, water supply studies, and so forth were done a long time ago on this project. They were reviewed by your Public Works Director, and he submitted a letter describing those and reaching certain conclusions based on those. In each instance, he concluded that the public facilities were adequate to serve this project. The entire letter is part of your original backup. All we did here in this new book was pull the pages that made the specific findings that you need to make by state law. But his conclusions are very clear and very direct, and unless you have questions, we won't belabor that point any further.
I'd just like to ask, how old is that study?
Pardon me?
Those pages from the study, how old is that study? Is that new, or was it done quite a while ago?
No, the pages are from the conclusions reached by your Public Works Director in November of last year, so just in preparation for the Planning Commission hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, for the record, it's November 13th of 08 was when that report was prepared.
Your Honor, members of the council, tabs 19 and 20 deal with fire service. Tab 19 is a document that's a matter of public record. It shows the existing and proposed fire station facilities in this vicinity. Tab 20 is actually probably more telling. It's a letter from the chief indicating that he's reviewed the services, both existing and proposed in the area, and making the conclusion that we will not negatively impact his ability to serve either this project or the surrounding area. Tabs 21 and 22 are very similar except for police service, showing the existing substations in the area. In the first of those 2 tabs, the second of those 2 tabs is a letter from Sheriff Gillespie with the conclusion that he can adequately serve this, and this project will not impact his ability to serve the downtown area. We also have behind tab 23 some information regarding public transit, concluding that the public transit facilities serving this are more than adequate. And behind tab 24, a letter dealing with the ambulance service, reaching the same conclusion. I'm going to pause just to kind of let you get caught up. The next three tabs, 25, 26, and 27, deal with a matter that is, I think, very important to you all and something that you've been very consistent on, at least in the development of Union Park. One of the findings you have to make under state law is that this project will not unduly impact natural resources. It will, by definition, not do that because it is required to meet LEED certified standards. So those tabs kind of just describe what those standards are and what they mean. And in particular, tab 27 is a summary of the savings that this project will achieve in terms of savings on the impact of natural resources because of its LEED qualification. Just to summarize, it uses substantially less water, substantially less power, and is much more environmentally friendly than a building that did not meet LEED standards. So we would submit to you that based on that information, it by definition meets the standards that it won't unduly impact natural resources because it's a far less impactful building than if we weren't doing the LEED. Finally, coming down the home stretch, but anticipating any questions that you may have, I wanted to go to tab 29. This is just a more detailed map of showing the existing non-restricted uses, non-restricted gaming uses in this vicinity. It's just the dots, but putting names on the aerial photograph. Again, obviously very clear that in terms of compatibility, which is one of the findings you have to make, this makes perfectly good sense, not just with your Union Park master plan, but with the existing facilities in downtown. Tab 31 is a similar map, but showing approved heights in the area, showing that we are consistent with, and in many cases, the tallest point of our building is shorter than approved buildings within the vicinity. What this map cites the project and the FAA approval number. So those are all projects and heights that have been approved by the FAA. This, I think, is both supports the finding that we're compatible in this area. It also helps support the use permit application that we have for the height of this particular building, which is the next item on your agenda. Okay, finally, two more things. Tab 36 is a series, actually, of signatures. When you put them together, add up to a petition in support of the application. This is from downtown property owners and people who are interested in downtown. The people who signed the support letters include the owners of the Four Queens, the Mulaski Companies, the Performing Arts Center, the Arts District, and the Fremont Street Experience. Obviously, all folks who both own property and have interests in downtown, all supporting the project and indicating to you that they think it is a positive and does not negatively impact this particular area. And finally, behind tab 38 is a couple of signatures from residential developers downtown, names that you will recognize, folks that either have existing projects or projects under development in the downtown area who either are selling or will need to sell homes and condominiums to residential buyers, people who will live downtown, indicating that they support the project and that they think the project is an enhancement to their ability to do their business downtown as well. So now we can go back and go through it as much detail as you want. We can answer any questions or concerns that there are, and I will try to get plot on the map the protest cards for Councilman Barlow.
Well, as you said, Mr. Fiorentino, we have had the bulk of this information available to us in our backup, and just want to ask our city attorney, in view of this presentation, should there be any challenge to a finding, assuming that it's a finding in favor of the gaming overlay, what is your opinion as to the sufficiency of the presentation as far as meeting the burden of proof in support of a gaming overlay?
I'm happy to answer that, Your Honor. I'll work with Mr. Fiorentino on this. Before we appeared before Planning Commission, I appeared with Mr. Fiorentino at Planning Commission. I reviewed every document in the binder that's been given to you, and in my opinion, it surpasses the level of proof required by statute, which is by clear and convincing evidence.
All right, I appreciate that as your opinion. Are there any questions on the part of the council to Mr. Fiorentino regarding the presentation, the sufficiency of the proofs?
Yes, Mayor, I have a comment.
Yes, Councilman.
While my staff is pulling up some information for me real quick. Going back to tab, Mr. Fiorentino, going back to tab number 11, for the record, I want to make sure that everyone's represented as it pertains to this item, and for the sake of the record that you're trying to establish, I want to make sure that those who are in opposition are also noted in your documentation, so that no one will have an opportunity that at least sent in the information to state that they were not a part of the record. And so for that, I would want to know at least where the locations in which the opposition has come from, and we're pulling up that information right now so that we can note it on the record as far as where the opposition is, being that you have not laid it out here in your documentation.
I think that's fair, and I will take responsibility for not doing that prior to the meeting. We knew that the protest would be part of your record because it's part of your backup, but,
right, but
I specifically made the decision.
You
no,
made the
I did.
decision to place all of the approval cards.
That's correct.
So in fairness to the record, I want to make sure that those business owners or residents are also noted on your record of opposition.
I think that's fair.
Very good.
I will do that.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but the planning director has been looking at this diligently for the last several minutes, and I think can supplement the record with the information you're looking for, Councilman.
If I may, all 5 of the protests that we have are from an address on Cameo Circle. That is a residential parcel northwest of Rancho Circle in the residential area. And then one of the other parcels to which the notice was mailed and was returned in opposition is referencing a business, and that is a business on Bonanza just east of MLK.
Right.
So those are.
So are they outside of the notification area?
They're well outside the
Otherwise,
2,500-foot radius.
Then why would they receive a notice? What is the notification? What is the radius of the notification?
It's 2,500 feet, Councilman, but the state law requires you to keep going until you reach a specific number of cards or a specific number of parcels. So it is entirely possible that people outside 2,500 feet, in fact, receive notice, and it turns out what I suspected, which is all of those would be outside the scope of this map.
Okay, and that's why I bring it up, because I wanted to make sure that point was brought out for the record.
However, I believe the one address, the parcel number that we are showing on Bonanza, is, as I look at the 2,500 radius map, it appears to be the parcel on the north side of Bonanza, just at the extreme edge. Yes? Wait, I've got 2 fingers I'm seeing here. It is the furthest one to the west on Bonanza. The very small parcel, yes, in that area. And then the other parcel, as I indicated, which was in nearby to Rancho Circle, that is not within the radius. So the persons, we would assume, that own that parcel, they own other parcels. They own parcels within the radius, but then their tax bills are mailed to them to their residential address, which is in the Rancho Circle area.
So I think to summarize for the record, of the cards that you received, not counting the petitions that we submitted, but of the cards that you received, 5 are within 2,500 feet in support. 1 is within 2,500 feet that submitted in opposition. The remaining opposition is outside the 2,500 foot, for whatever that's worth, but to make sure that the record is clear.
Right, and that's the point that I bring up. I just wanted to make sure that the record is clear going forward.
I'm glad you did. I think that's appropriate. Thank you.
Councilman Wilson?
Thank you. Brad, this is probably a question for you. There's probably a good, simple answer to this.
I'll try.
Maybe I'm missing something. The way item agenda 88 reads, the applicant owner is City Parkway 4.
Correct.
But parcels PQ are technically owned by the City of Las Vegas.
No.
Are they not? Okay.
The city park, or the entire 61 acres, while we kind of loosely use the term the city, the agency, is technically owned by a shell corporation known as City Parkway 4. And that was done for a number of reasons, including to insulate the city from liability regarding environmental issues because it's a brownfield. And so your manager and believe your finance director are members of the board that technically hold it, and we represent them as if they were an entity of the city.
I knew there was a good answer. Thank you very much.
Yes, I should have picked that. Yes.
I would just like to ask Margot, those protest cards all came from Cameo Circle, which is in Rancho, Nevada Estates?
No.
Every one of the postcards that was returned in opposition was mailed to an address on Cameo Circle, all 5.
Different addresses?
No, the same address on Cameo Circle, yes. One address.
Same address. Well, that makes more sense to me because it's such a small cul-de-sac. Just one address. Okay, thank you. And one other question now. You had the petition in support of, and we're doing this just to be sure it's balanced, and you had 2 signatures. Did you have any that didn't want to sign the petition, or did anything come up about that? I'm talking about 38, right behind 38, tab 38. You have Chris Shelton on one page and Sam Cherry on the other.
No. To the best of my knowledge, everybody that we asked to sign the petition was willing to sign it.
So you only asked 2 people?
2 residential developers. The ones that, yes, the ones that we thought had the most interest in developing in downtown. That's correct. We certainly could have broadened the scope beyond that.
It's just that if you say those who had the most interest, then it doesn't seem as balanced as it should be. Because we should also represent those developers who may not be interested in the further development. Not that I could understand why they wouldn't be, but I'm just saying if we're going along with Councilman Barlow's idea of keeping it balanced.
Well, and certainly those developers and those business interests have had every opportunity to express concerns if they've had concerns. Remember, we had a planning commissioner.
I know that. It's just that you have 2 in here, just 2 out of all of them that are here as far as petitions in support of.
If I may, Your Honor, Councilman, I obtained those signatures in support for 2 reasons. One, Sam Cherry is a builder of residential communities in downtown, and he actually has residential towers that are built.
Right.
Obviously, there's several residential builders who have proposed and approved buildings downtown, but Sam is one of the only ones that has actually constructed units and is actually selling to residential owners. So that's why we chose him. Chris Shelton is the other, and he's actually a resident of one of the residential communities that I actually happen to know. So I sought out his support. I asked him if he thought it would adversely affect his quality of life downtown. He does, in fact, live there, and he said that he would support the application.
If I could jump in the record real quick as well, the support of or opposition to is not part of the test under the Nevada statute. It's simply, for want of a better term, icing on the cake that you have significant people that represent significant parts of the community at or near the 61 acres that also show their support. At the very end of the presentation, I'm going to read back through the statute and recommend a motion if you feel comfortable with it. But I just want to go back on the record quickly. While we were talking, the planning director had an opportunity to look at the specific locations that these opposition postcards came back from, and so we don't get accused of later on misrepresenting the record. It looks like they might be right on the 2,500-foot border. And so just assume, for the purposes of today's hearing, that they're within it. I'd rather you assume the worst scenario, that you have two protests or protests from two separate parcels that came back after all the postcards were mailed out. Again, that's not definitive one way or the other whether or not we meet the statutory requirements, because they are quite separate. But I'll let you continue to ask questions regarding the evidence on the record, and when you've exhausted your questions, I'll go back, go through the statute, and recommend a motion for you.
You know, we've always talked about the hotel casino on that site, on PQ being a 1,000-room casino. Is that still the intention? It would appear to me that the 1,600,000 square foot, 47-story hotel casino would be in excess of 1,000 rooms. Am I right or wrong?
No, it assumes 1,000 hotel
1,000 rooms?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the projections as far as employment and taxes and construction is based on the 1,000-room premise?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you.
Look at the river there. It's Oscar's River?
Where's that river coming from on the screen?
Yes, Oscar's River. It's the southern trunk.
Somebody must have sprung a leak then.
One rainstorm we had.
Wow. It's very nice. Could you imagine if we had that river and we could develop on it? We'd have kayaks and canoes and gondoliers. It'd be very cool. All right. Are there any other questions that we have before Mr. Jervik sums it up as far as the findings we have to make?
Hey, I'd like to ask a question, please.
Certainly.
How much convention meeting space is anticipated here? Did that catch you?
I'll tell you the exact number.
Because it appears to be a large building, and it's got to be more than just the rooms involved here. There must be substantial meeting space. And
Oh, absolutely. There's convention space, there's retail space, there's casino space. We'll get you an answer, but
Well, I sort of question the number of, I think the mayor did too, the number of employees that are involved here. I thought the ratio of employees was much higher than that in a 1,000-room hotel. I mean, to me, it's close to 2,000 employees probably, and especially if you have convention facilities. And I wonder how you came up with that number.
I didn't actually come up with the number. The number was presented by the economic expert that we asked to do a report and do the projections. I personally agree with you. I think they're conservative, but for purposes of the findings that you have to make with this under state law, I think Mr. Jervik is right. Base your decision on the worst case scenario, the most conservative number. I actually think there will be more employees, but we tried to be conservative. I think the economist who did the study tried to be conservative.
Well, Mr. Fiorentino, we as a council, we're given rules of thumb that we have to take into consideration, and I think the rule of thumb that I've always heard was at least two employees for every hotel room.
Exactly.
So I think it's twice the amount that you're projecting here, and that's important to us because what this council's trying to do is we're trying to create jobs, and it's important that we have that kind of information, that if we're going to have a 1,000-room hotel here with a casino, that it's going to employ X amount of people. That's what the public wants to hear now. That's where you would instill confidence in what's happening in a community. So I don't. It's not going to affect our vote today, but I think you better go back to your economists and tell them to wake up.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if I might respond to that question, there's proposed to be 100,000 square feet of meeting rooms as part of the hotel Flynn Fag with the Planning and Development Department.
That was a strange voice coming out of
Sorry.
area that I'm not used to.
So 100,000 square feet of meeting space, there's 50,000 square feet of restaurant space, 90,000 square feet of retail space, 120,000 square feet of gaming space, in addition to the 1,000 rooms of the hotel.
And
that's even more jobs.
That makes the ratio even higher.
That's even more jobs.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I really think that I'd like the record to be amended, or at least supplemented, with a more accurate figure as to the amount of jobs, the amount of annual wages that are going to be coming out of this, and the tax return, the tax revenue to the city. I think it has to be amended. I think this is way low, and this doesn't do us much good when it's low. I'd rather have it on the high side.
Understood.
Or at least make it realistic.
I think that's perfectly within your purview. You have different things that you can rely on in making your decision. One is the economist study. One is your own personal experience based on the other information, including the information you just heard earlier today. So I think the combination of those things certainly would support a finding. The finding that you have to make is that this will expand and stabilize the local economy. Regardless of whether you assume your number or our number, we submit to you that you can make that finding.
And I agree with you. All right. Any other questions? It's a public hearing, folks, if anybody would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. I think that Councilman Barlow may need a little bit of assistance, as any of us would.
Right. I'm good to go, Mayor.
Okay, good.
I'm good to go. First and foremost, I would like to thank you both for your presentation here today and sharing with this council your findings. At the end of the day, it's about jobs, jobs, jobs. The local economy today, just like other economies throughout the United States and other parts of the world, are suffering due to the lack of jobs, jobs, jobs. And I believe that this is a great opportunity for this council to be in alignment with the current presidency of Barack Obama and his push for public works projects and developments in order to stimulate the economy and really provide an opportunity for those who have lost their jobs to to return to gainful employment. And having this opportunity and to actually look through the findings that are before me, such as the notice requirements, the Planning Commission, City Council hearing, the establishment of the planned area for the non-restricted gaming, establishment of the establishment will enhance and expand and stabilize the employment. Also, the expansion and stabilization of the economy, I believe, has been met. This development will not adversely affect any of the residential areas throughout the district. It won't adversely affect the structure of the primary use of religious and faith-based facilities, road areas, water, drainage, sanitation, utilities, no undue impact to public services such as our fire department, police, public transit, ambulance, and no undue impact on the consumption of natural resources. Establishment will not be incompatible with the surrounding area due to the existence of non-restricted gaming properties already in the area, and as well as no undue impact of the quality of life of the surrounding neighborhoods. In my opinion, you have met that. I wanted to make sure that the record was very clear and balanced at the same time, making sure that those individuals who oppose the project, and that's okay, because they have a right as well as property owners to oppose any development or project in the community as well. And they have sent that before this council, and I want to make sure that their voice also is heard. And so for that, I believe the threshold has been met, and with that, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item today, subject to any condition that I may have missed. Brad?
If I could, that's very good. You did a great job with that. I'm going to be even more particular because of the nature of this application and the fact that we have received legal challenges in the past. You have 3 items before you right now on the agenda. We're going to break off the GED component separately just for a moment. And I think the specific motion should be, as you stated, Councilman, that the applicant, by clear and convincing evidence, has satisfied the requirements of NRS 463-3088, subsection 6A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Those are, in particular, what you stated in more layman's term, more colloquial English, the things that were presented by Mr. Fiorentino and are contained in the backup that were presented to you. If you agree with that, I think you just have to say that is my motion and cast your votes.
Actually, we disagree.
Oh, you disagree. I'm sorry.
You cited the wrong section. It's 3086, not 3088.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, right you are. Right you are. I'm reading the top of the page, 3086. I'm so glad we double-check each other.
Okay, so let's repeat that.
That's what we
No, I'm sorry. It's
So let's
under
repeat that.
463.
Heaven help
30.
us.
What I need to get is longer arms because
Okay,
I'm really at the end of
just
my
repeat
eyes
it for
at
me,
this
Brad.
point. Yeah, 463, 3086,
463.
subsection 6, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, and that the applicant has, by clear and convincing evidence, satisfied all of those requirements.
And I will take Brad's comment as my motion at this time for approval.
Very good, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 89, please.
That's just on the GED. I think you now need to go
The
back
GED was
over-
88. Now we have to go to 89.
Your Honor, members of the council, 889 is a use permit for the height of the hotel. As we demonstrated to you in the last application, is entirely consistent with the approved heights in the area. Staff recommends approval, so does the Planning Commission. We're happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions on this? Public hearing, folks? Close the public hearing then. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to also follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 90?
Thank you again, Your Honor, members of the council. Item 90 is the site plan review for this same project. Just one additional comment. Also enjoys the recommendation of your staff and Planning Commission, but this is also the application that was approved by the Design Review Committee for Union Park.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Folks, public hearing? Not yet. You haven't announced it. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, in closing, I would like to thank the entire staff from the City of Las Vegas, the managers, and all the departments that have provided their expertise to this development and this fabulous project that I pray will most definitely be the stimulus to jumpstart the economy and to be an asset to the surrounding area and provide jobs to those constituents throughout the city of Las Vegas that are unemployed and are in need of employment. So with that being said, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation of this item, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to everybody.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman.
I just have a question. When I was out at the Alzheimer's Center last week, I noticed along the fence it has Union Park and Symphony Park. No?
There's certain things we're not allowed to talk about, Councilwoman.
Oh, my God, I didn't know that was just a name.
No, the Symphony Park is the name of the park that will be associated with the Performing Arts Center.
Oh, that's the smaller park.
That's
Okay,
correct.
thank you. Both signs are up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, very good. I'm going to excuse myself for 5 minutes, and if the Mayor Pro Tem would take over.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, my God, I got a headache.
We have item number 91 is variance 32153, public hearing, applicant Verizon Wireless owner Sun City Summerlin Community Association, Inc., request for a variance to allow a 158-foot setback where residential adjacency standards require 180 feet for a proposed wireless communication facility, step design on 0.17 acres on the west side of Del Webb Boulevard, approximately 225 feet north of Lake Mead Boulevard. This is in Ward 4. Staff recommends now, Planning Commission recommends approval. I see the applicant's representative here, so we'll turn it over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Jason Freyer, 320 East.
Jason, just a minute.
Sir.
I this is in Sun City, so I have nothing to say because it's a great place. However, I must abstain again for a different reason this time. I was involved as a member of the board in Sun City in the approval of this, and also as chairman of the Architectural Review Committee approving this, so I shall abstain on these two.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Jason Freyer, 320 East Warm Springs Road. Yes, Councilman Simon actually signed our plans for the ARC, so I appreciate that. What we are talking about here today is a 60-foot stealth communications tower, monopalm, adjacent to an AT&T site near Del Webb and Lake Mead. As you can see from this photo simulation, We have the opportunity here to actually have good blend on this parcel. There's approximately 19 live 45, 50-foot mature live palm trees, which offers extremely great blending within the area and the design. As you said,
you think that looks good?
Well, I think it looks blendable.
It don't look like an old palm tree to me.
I think it looks blendable.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, on that comment you made, isn't there a way to put those into a bundle under the palm trees so they don't look as if they're robot arms?
Do you mean like the pineapple underneath? Or
well, yes. I've had some people with cell towers come and talk to me about putting the cell tower mechanics inside a large pineapple underneath the palm tree.
Yeah, that can be done for a future co-location on the trunk.
Why couldn't you do it for the first one? You can't do it for the first one.
Well, for the first one, it would just look like a big bulb on top. And it would just, I think a better description, it would look like a large lollipop.
With no palm fronds.
Exactly. And I think that would stand out extremely well.
Okay.
But Sun City Architectural Review and Board did approve the plans. Planning Commission did approve us last month. I will leave that and would look for your support here today.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. I'm going to make a motion for approval following Sun City's recommendation as well as our Planning Commission's, with all conditions. You heard the motion. Any question? Hearing none, cast your vote. Post, please. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 92 is also a special use permit 32151 related to variance 32153, public hearing. Applicant Verizon Wireless, owner Sun City Summerlin Community Association, Inc. Request for a special use permit for a 60-foot wireless communication facility staff design on the west side of Del Webb Boulevard, approximately 225 feet north of Lake Mead Boulevard. Again, staff recommends denial, and Planning Commission recommends approval. And we see the applicant's representative here.
Yes. Jason Ferrer, 320 East Orange Springs Road. Again, we would ask for your support on this as Sun City and Planning Commission has previously done.
Again, this is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item? So no one will close the public hearing. Again, I'm going to make a motion to follow staff's or Planning Commission recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 93 is RQR 31547, required review, public hearing, applicant Lamar Advertising, owner Hall Stand Inc., required review for approval of special use permit U-0038-95 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign billboard at 3500 North Rancho Drive. This is in Ward 6. Planning Commission staff recommend approval. I see the applicant here. It is public hearing. We'll declare the public hearing open. Mr. Knopfinger.
Scott Nafsker, Lamar Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. We agree with staff's conditions and ask for your approval.
Any questions of the applicant? Hearing none, public hearing. Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Director, we have an addition there, a change to condition. On 93, 3-year review to a 5-year review.
Yes, sir. That would be a change to condition number 2.
Thank you.
The date would be November 17th, 2013.
Do you agree with that new condition?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
With that, your honors would move for approval of agenda item number 3.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that,
93.
please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 94 is RQR 31565, required review. Public hearing. The applicant is Lamar Outdoor Advertising, the owner of Rancho Park Residential LLC. Required review of an approved special use permit for 2 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard signs at the northeast corner of Smoke Ranch Road and Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Scott Nafsker, Lamar Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. We agree with Planning Commission's recommendation, we accept staff's conditions and ask for your approval.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions? Folks, it's a public hearing. Would anyone like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
December 17th, we approved the site development plan review of this site, taking it from, I believe, RPD 16 to RPD 20. And that development is possibly out a couple of years. I would like to move forward with a 3-year review and then address this sign at that point, possibly to discuss the removal of the signs as the development comes online at that time. So I believe 3 years is by code, 3 years is the minimum that I can do. So I'll move to make that my recommendation for a 3-year required review of this sign.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
95 is RQR 31588, required review, public hearing, applicant Lamar Advertising, the owner Beard Family Trust, required review of an approved variance to allow a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign where such use was not permitted at 3920 West Sahara Avenue. This is Ward 1. Bless you. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Scott Nafsker, Lamar Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. Again, we accept staff's conditions and ask for your approval.
Any questions? Folks, anyone want to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. This is Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I move to approve with all conditions with required review of 3 years.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote.
That is within condition 2.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. 97 is SUP 31893, a special use permit. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Ad America, Inc. Request for special use permit for proposed 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 2310 Western Avenue. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Anybody here representing Ad America? Mayor Pro Tem, what's your pleasure?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to hear the item. I don't have any problem with it. I did have one postcard returned. I don't think he really knew where it was located, but I don't have a problem with the sign or the conditions. So if there's someone here speaking for or against the item, I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff recommendation for approval.
All right, thank you. Would anyone like to be heard on this as a public hearing? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. That's the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 98 is SUP 32134, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Heaven Can Wait Sanctuary. The owner is Amax Enterprises, LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed animal hospital, clinic, or shelter with no outside pens at 546 Northeastern Avenue in Suite 170 and 175 in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions of the public hearing, which is now open. Hi.
Good afternoon. Holly Stubersky here on behalf of Heaven Can Wait. We believe you have all the documents that you need, and your staff has recommended approval. So again, we ask for your approval of the special use permit.
Could you please explain what we're going to do over there?
Certainly.
I think it's important for people to know what we need to do and what we're doing to accomplish the goals.
Certainly. In light of the fact that the city, including North Las Vegas, is moving towards doing a mandatory spay and neuter, we thought there was a strong need for the community to have a low-cost spay and neuter to go to in order to meet with the obligations that they're going to have as far as spay and neutering all their pets. So Heaven Can Wait Sanctuary has set up to the plate, and with the support of the veterinarians in town and many volunteers, are going to operate this facility, which is currently located across the street from another veterinary hospital who's providing the services to us at this time. So this will provide the community with a facility to go to where they can get their pets spayed or neutered at a reasonable cost.
I wish you hadn't said anything about that veterinary clinic across the street.
Well, in fact, Doc Henderson, who operates the veterinary across the street, is here.
No. I got to disclose now then. Dr. Henderson has been a friend of mine for a long time. He is my vet. I don't think I owe him any money. I haven't talked to him about this project. I do know that we share many of the same goals. And with that said, I don't feel like there's any conflict here.
No, Mayor Pro Tem. No conflict here, and he's not the applicant, so you're free to move forward.
But I want to put that on the record. So with that said, I think it's really important that we continue doing what you're doing. And as many of these locations that we have to have, we need to have it. I think that eventually, especially with the trying times that many people are going through today, they're just turning their animals loose. And we need to be able to at least try to stay up with the problems that we're facing today. So I'm going to make a motion for approval of this item, Your Honor, and just thank them for looking out for us.
Thank you. And does anyone want to be heard on this? It's a public hearing. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. There's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 100, Madam Clerk, would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings?
99, sir.
Pardon me? 99 was heard. That was.
Oh, that's right. Yes. Oh.
That's the one you. That's the one you bugged me about. That's the one you aggravated me about. That's the one you pushed papers in front of me about. And now you want me to do it again, right? Good job. Would you please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements? Thank you. Okay. If this is the time for council recognition. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilor Ross.
I beat Councilman Wolfson to the button. I just want to remind the folks out there in Ward 6 that Thursday, tomorrow actually, on the 5th, will be my first senior chat of 2 senior chats at Centennial Hills Community Center. It's at 10 o'clock in the morning. We'll be having another one on the 12th at 6 p.m. to accommodate those active adults who work. And also this Saturday, the 7th, we will be opening the grand opening of the Viper lacrosse fields on Durango Boulevard between Tropical Parkway and Centennial. So I'd like to see folks come on out there and have a good time.
Very good. Councilor Wilson?
How old do you have to be to attend a senior chat?
You know,
You're old enough. Thank you.
Actually, I was going to say, you're young enough.
No, I'd like to say to Councilman Steinman that I very much appreciate what you do, and notwithstanding the grief that you've been getting from my colleague to my right, you're doing a great job.
Oh, boy.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman.
I just wanted to reemphasize to our city manager, Betsy Fetwell, the importance of our getting the backup material for important items a week in advance, really. We get all the backup a week in advance. It gives us time with all the other things that happen so that we can go through. And sometimes it might be a couple days less, but it certainly wouldn't just be 2 days before. So I would aim for a week ahead. I think that Councilman Wolfson has mentioned this sometimes in public meetings. I know I have many times, and in city manager meetings also. I just think it's extremely important for us to be able to do the job well. Thank you.
We'll absolutely continue to work on that.
Very good. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilor Barlow.
Yes, I would just like to inform all of the residents of Ward 5 that my neighborhood meetings are taking place during the month of February. My first meeting is taking place February 5th at Fong Elementary School, February 10th at Brentley Middle School, February 19th at the Masonic Temple, and February 24th at Paul Cully Elementary School. And all of my neighborhood meetings starts at 6 p.m. sharp. Okay, so that's February 5th at Fong, February 10th at Brentley Middle School, February 19th at the Masonic Temple, and February 24th at Paul Cully, all starting at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. This is time for citizens' participation under item 102. And citizens' participation, public comments during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda. And please, if you want to be heard, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on because today has been a long, long day. Yes.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I'll try to make it brief. I only got 3 minutes, huh?
Yep.
Well, I haven't done much research on what it means to be on automatic relay, which I was on automatic relay, but I think it's got something to do with the economy and this country, or the people that's holding me on this program going broke. So I come before this council, and hopefully someone will know these people that's victimizing me with these programs, because I see myself as a victim because they are not dealing with me. Putting my children and grandchildren in there, that's not going to help them. I'm told not to accept the bribes or payoffs they're trying to offer me, and I'm giving messages through people. All she got to do is come back to Shreveport. We got her a house. We got it worked out for her to have a job. Say it doesn't work like that. In America, you have a freedom of choice. In America, people are free to say no thank you if something is not for them and they don't agree with something. They can't force me to accept a bribe or a payoff because they made a mess. It's on them. Before I left Shreveport, I went through 3 mayors, 3 chiefs of police from the days of former late President Ronald Reagan. I went before the city council. I went to the FBI in 1980. I explained to the FBI in Shreveport what was going on. Now, hey, they have me on automatic relay. They better do some research on what that means. The computers are burning up out on Nellis. They tell me they get hot over there, and that thing all the lights went off over there one day. Now, that's on them. I've tried to warn them from 1980. What's today? February 2009? February what? 2009? From 1980 to February 2009. I was in my 20s. I'll be 52. God bless me. See June 27 of this year. I'll be 52. I mean, I'm not getting any younger. These people, this problem, I'm getting older and this problem is getting old. I don't like it. I feel like the black dog of the USA. I'm serious. It's got to stop. Someone has to come to their senses. Deal with me or cancel out everything. Stop the line process and let me do what I have to do. I have a job to do. They're blocking me. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Would anyone else like to be heard? I don't see anybody, so the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
I got a question too. I don't know.